Oh, and you know the thing about chaos? It's fair.
What? Yo, see, there's a motto here. Your job is just to piss them off, get them talking, arguing, and getting all their friends involved. Y'all can take it how you want it, getting gay and mad. It's all about ideas, and the good always outweigh the bad. Raise the flag, homie, take some fucking pride in that. We hate this fucking government, and ain't nobody hide that fact. It's a symbol of the freedom that they taking from your patriots, accustomed to the darkness they've been fading unto. From Lima to Cleveland, back to Toledo, these jokers, Heath Ledgers, you faggots, it's Jared Leto. Me amigos, all Devos, shoulders got Doritos, hot Cheetos, Fritos, and those big ass bags of Tostitos. It's a party, y'all. Don't mind a little argument. We're all adults, it ain't no reputation tarnishing. Hypnotizing bitches like the slow jam bad. It's safety for no man, it's snowman's land. We ain't dealing with your bullshit. Operator, hop out in a full kit. Got them things that go bang, ain't never out of range. Y'all should probably let me do my thing. Hot dang, yeah, we ain't really dealing with your bullshit. Operator, hop out in a full kit. Got them things that go bang, ain't never out of range. Y'all should probably let me do my thing. Hot dang.
Upset the established order, everything becomes chaos.
Muted. There we go. Can you hear me all right? Yo, yo, yo. Can you hear me? Is the audio coming through all right? Do I sound good? Do I sound muffled? Do you not want to hear me at all? Just waiting on SKC to come through. I guess we're going to have the stop sign debate 2.0 today. And this seems to be a debate that, well, I wouldn't even so much call it a debate anymore as it is. It's more like a discussion that me and SKC have been having off and on for about 3 years. And like I was telling Free Zone in our Telegram chat, the most interesting thing to me about all this is seeing how much my stance on that stop sign has or hasn't changed over the last 3 years. Because I'll tell you this much. I know that my views as far as the way I see the world and specifically America and some of the problems that we do or we don't face in America have changed dramatically. They've changed drastically, you know. I've come to realize and accept certain things just to be truth now. And that they're just going to stay the way they are. And that's okay. You know, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not here to change the world, so to speak. Just here to make my mark in it. But as soon as SKC gets here, I gave Free Zone the StreamYard link so he can just bypass all this, or I can go ahead and drop it in the chat too for anyone else that wants to hop up and get involved. The only thing I ask is if you come up and get involved in the discussion today, make sure you stay on the discussion today. You know, don't come up here to derail or change the topic. You know, make sure you follow the discussion, because this is one of them top discussions that I actually enjoy having. Just because, like I said, you get to see ideology change. You know, you get to find out what you've learned or what you've find out where your growth is and things. And personally, I think that we all should be growing to a certain degree. There he is, there, the King Coon himself.
Man, what's going on? It's been a while since we've had this. Yeah.
I was telling everybody, it seems to be it's like 3 years now. You and I have been having this discussion off and on about this stop sign.
Oh man, it's you know,
it's a great discussion though.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those philosophical things that it will never have an end to it, but it's a great exercise in sharpening thinking ability.
Well, I think that, like I was telling everyone else, what's been interesting is if you've noticed over the last few years of me and you having this discussion, I was, very 10 toes down when I first broached this topic with you, right? And for me to see how much I've started to be more lackadaisical about the stop sign so much and understand that there's certain things that are there that ain't necessarily there for everyone else, but it's there for specific people. And it's crazy how much my mentality and my ideology just around the stop sign has changed.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll even state from my own position. I've when speaking with other people about it, it's forced me to be able to sharpen my viewpoint and to be able to explain it perhaps in a less in sharper ways instead of because I'm the dumbest guy in the room, so
hey, that makes two of us, man. So we got two dumb people up on a panel today.
Yeah, so man, but before we get into it, man, what's been going on, man? It's been a while since
yeah, it has been a while, man. I didn't even know you were going live on Rumble, man. I've been missing your banter and your commentary on the things of the community. You know what I'm saying?
I hadn't done it. I haven't been doing it regularly or anything. You haven't really missed a whole lot. So
me either, man.
Probably for all of this year, I think I have posted over there maybe 5 or 6 videos, something like that. So
yeah, I've actually I stopped streaming right after I think Thanksgiving. I took the break off. It was initially just going to be till the first of the year, and I didn't actually start getting back into it seriously again till this month, till like 3 or 4 days ago. You know what I'm saying? But I took a about 6 month break from YouTube. I only hopped on a few panels here and there, that people that I actually enjoyed having, discussion with, where we could have differing opinions and actually have a discussion, but other than that, just focused on the family and stuff, the kids, trying to get my mind right, trying to find it, get myself back into being healthy again and doing healthy things, just doing what you're supposed to be doing as a husband and a father, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, you probably didn't know, but God dog it, we got number 4 coming. So
no, you didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations, sir. How you feel about that?
I was excited. I was surprised.
No, it's that one. It's that one. The surprisal. Were all your other kids planned?
The first 2. Third was like semi, because it's like, it was kind of like we had stuff,
So this fourth one, you feel like God's playing games with you, right?
Oh man, fourth is absolute surprise, man. Absolute surprise.
Just wait. I'm here to tell you, if this one ends up being your last one and it's your youngest, dude, be prepared for all limits to be pushed.
Oh man,
I'm telling you, dude. Because my youngest one, she is a firecracker, dude. And she was born on the 4th of July to top it off. So,
oh man, yeah, it's one of those things where, well, this one's gonna be quite different because the missus is she told me as soon as she found out, she's like, well, you know what this means? Like I'm done working. That's it. So. Because she wants to spend the entirety with raising this one. So I was like, okay, well,
Well, today I finally had a breakthrough. My middle child, she's been a little apprehensive on potty training. She's going to be 5 years old and she refuses to go in the pot. All right, and I think it's like middle child syndrome. She's afraid to, because she's been like this way ever since her baby sister was born, just kind of almost like wanting to regress. Well, this last week or so, we finally had a breakthrough. She's finally going to the pot today. It's been an accident-free day so far.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
dude, man, I'm telling you what, dude, just those little victories.
Yeah. It changes everything. It changes everything, man.
You know, and
Yeah.
see, like I told her today when she did, I was like, guess what? I'm high fiving her and stuff. I was like, guess what? You don't have to take a nap today. You get, since you went potty in the pot, you get to stay up like a big girl while your sister goes and takes a nap like a baby.
Yeah. I mean, those are wins.
I'm telling you, dude. And at this point, I take them where I can get them. And shout out to Deacon. He said, I got a 4-month-old and I'm old.
Yeah, man. It's
How old are you, SKC?
Oh man, too old.
What's the age gap between you from your youngest to your oldest?
9 years.
I got you beat. My youngest to oldest, I think, is 24 years.
Oh wow. Yeah, you started way earlier than I did.
Yeah, I'm 4. I mean, I'm not really that great at math. I'd have to do the math. Well, I was 18, about to be 9. I will say 18 when I had her. I'm 46 now. 46 minus 18. That'd make her what? So let's see. 46. That minus 10 would be 36. Minus 8 would be 28. Holy shit! There's 27 years between them, or 26 years. That she's going to be 2.
Jeez, man. Yeah,
that's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah, you're the man.
Well, look, dude, what's wild about it is my wife. All right, when I met my wife honestly, and everybody in her family thought she couldn't have kids because she had been trying to have kids with her former husband. They had not been able to have any. She had miscarried like 3 or 4 times. You know what I'm saying? And the doctors told her that she wouldn't be able to have kids. And me, with my radioactive fucking, drug-induced super sperm that I have, I apparently can get anybody pregnant, even a barren woman.
Oh man! Oh, don't tell Keisha
that. So look, dude, Mikey was a nice blessing in disguise. I was nervous about it at first, obviously, because history with the other kids' moms that I was with, and I didn't really want to go through that again. But I'm gonna tell you what, he that one caught me off guard and had me nervous. But then it was the second one when she said she was pregnant with Lily, and that one really caught me off. And then the third one, I was like, woman, how are you? I'm gonna have to have a talk with you and your entire family. We're gonna have to have a sit down intervention, because I don't think that you guys were. I think you were all lying to me, all of you.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
That she couldn't have kids. I tell her all the time, I think you guys were all lying to me, trying to set me up. Because there ain't no way someone that can't have kids had 3 of them. But I'll be honest with you, SKC. As much as I joke around about it, she's turned out to be a really good woman. Me and her just celebrated our 9th wedding anniversary this last month.
Oh man, congrats.
And thank you. And this September we'll be celebrating actually being together for 12 years total. And and the thing is she's kept every promise she ever made me. You know what I'm saying? She's been the woman that she promised and said that she'd always be, and she's never wavered from that. And she's allowed me to be the father she said that she would never take from me. You know what I'm saying? Because that was my biggest fear, was having another kid with another woman and not being able to be there and be a part of their life and watching them grow up and raise them and all that stuff. I didn't want to do it again. I was tired of doing it from a distance and seeing my kids grow up in pictures.
Yeah. Man, I do have a question, and maybe it'll transition to
the stop sign.
Yeah. Lately I've been noticing how the conversation that we had and some of the principles involved in it can be applied to other subjects. Take for instance, like the stop sign subject we had, man. I think at the very beginning of it, you were stating that
it was nothing more than a revenue generation, a revenue generating, what do they call them, ordinance that serves no purpose other than to create revenue, doesn't protect the safety, all it is for them to be bigger road pirates. That was my original stance, that it was an arbitrary law or ordinance that served no purpose other than to steal money from, already overly taxed citizens.
So, and then you stated that I've kind of, well, that you're not me, but that your position over the years has kind of shifted somewhat.
Yeah.
How so?
Well, I know before I was more, when you and I first met, I was a diehard, what I label myself, a constitutionalist, right? That I believed that, we had certain rights that were guaranteed to us and that they shouldn't be stepped on. And the biggest thing that's changed is that I've come to realize that no rights are guaranteed, if rights even exist at all.
Okay.
That's the biggest thing that people that I've had to wrap my mind around, because rights are really just an arbitrary, it's like an arbitrary unwritten agreement between you and everyone else that you hope that everyone else agrees with and follows, but you don't know for sure if they still see things the same way as you do. And really the truth of the matter is as you go and start engaging with other people in life, you realize that almost certainly there isn't anyone on the planet that's going to have the same fundamental beliefs that you do.
Right.
So our rights really, do we really have rights, or is rights just an illusion that's presented to us just to, keep us corralled, so to say?
Okay. So I look at it a little bit differently. Okay. So back in the day before we were born, long before we were born, there were these two guys, Hobbes and Locke, Thomas Hobbes, and I'm pretty sure you may have heard of John Locke.
Yes, sir.
All right, so they had these conflicting ideas. One, Locke basically stated that he kind of, if I can put it in an analogy, well, we're going to get to that in a little while.
Absolutely.
He put it like we were in a peaceful garden, Earth, and people are working together. They're tilling soil. They're raising families. They're not perfect, but they can reason, cooperate, and seek what's good. That's pretty much Locke's view of humanity.
Can you restate that again?
He had it to where, say, if Earth was like a garden,
mm-hmm.
he was saying that people, they work together in this garden. They till the soil. They raise their groups, their families. Nobody's perfect,
mm-hmm.
but we all have the ability to cooperate, seek what's good, to reason with each other.
Right.
That was his view.
Mm-hmm.
Locke stated that Earth is like a dense, foggy forest. There's no police, there's no laws, there's no helps. Humans are hungry, they're afraid, they're willing to kill or deceive by any means necessary. And that you need a powerful ruler or state or government who enforces peace.
Okay.
I lean more towards Hobbes. And go ahead.
I would say that I would lead more towards I think people want to have somebody lead them, not that they need to be led, but they want to be led.
Okay.
I don't think most people want to make real discerning decisions that are going to actually have a tremendous effect, negatively or positively, on their or anyone else's life around them. I think that most people would prefer those decisions be made for them, only because of the ability to not take accountability if things go wrong. So out of fear.
Yeah. I mentioned those two because that kind of battle has been going on for a long time. Most of the people who we would list today as liberals or progressives, they lean more towards the Locke view, and
Mhm.
the people on the other side of the view, they lean more towards Hobbes. And
Right.
I think if there was a middle ground of it all, and we just had to choose, um, I'm going Hobbes, and I think um, it leans more towards the thought that people are they're not perfect, and they have an inclination towards um, some very bad things. And
Are you saying that the human beings have a propensity for violence?
yeah, violence, selfishness, rebellion, and it takes cultivating the mind and heart to do other things. It's kind of like if you just let a yard grow, it's gonna look completely wild. It's gonna do whatever it wants to do. It's
Right.
gonna look completely different from a manicured lawn. A manicured lawn takes work,
Right.
and um, I think that's where the principles versus law conversation comes in that um and how do I put this? How do I put this? It's quite different. It's one thing to follow the law because you're not going to get punished, and it's quite a different thing to follow the law because it's the right thing to do.
I agree. That's that whole I guess that would lend to that whole spirit of the law argument that you always had when it came to the stop sign.
Yeah, and I've improved on that vastly. Um to a great degree. I think something as a writer. Um you ever seen these movies where it's been like a dystopian movie or something, and craziness is broken out on planet Earth, and there's only a few people that are alive and left, and so forth.
Yeah.
And typically one of the main characters or whatnot will try to hold on to ideas or something special that from the old world of how it once was, in order to
Correct.
keep himself grounded in the possibility of what to, something to keep pushing them forward. Um, and I thought about this a long time ago when we were having that conversation, and I was saying, I can imagine a movie where there's this scene, the camera pans in, and there's this guy and possibly like a child or something that he's trying to protect, and they're in the dystopian world. He has this busted up car that's running and so forth, and he's driving down this road, and he gets to um a place in the road where there's a stop sign, and it's a dystopian world. And
Right. So that means that there's nobody there but him.
and he's
There's literally no law or ordinance to break. Nobody he can violate, but he still obeys the law of the stop sign.
and the question would be from the
Why?
kid, why? And he explains to the kid, you see that's a stop sign. Obviously the kid's gonna say, why do we need to stop?
Because it's the right thing to do.
And there you go. Because there are other reasons to make the stop other than even in a dystopian world. Because the
Right.
idea is, hey, if we're ever going to get back to an ordered society, I don't need to abandon those ideas of discipline.
Right. And see, that's kind of where I've grown to accept, that part of your argument, because the stop sign isn't really intended for people that pay attention to what's going on, that are aware of what, the potential dangers or hazards around them. It's there for the people that don't pay attention, that only see, trigger words or, big clues in front of their face to tell them to do something.
Correct.
So, but,
Because
I'd still hold fast to the fact that, one of my other arguments was that, I still believe that not keeping these types of ordinances and laws, reined in, it could lead to the potential for there to be over policing and, more aggressive laws that actually are targeting the well-informed and the honest citizen, as opposed to targeting the people that choose not to do the right thing.
Yeah, and that's the messy part of it, because you can't have a perfect system from imperfect people. So
Right.
it becomes one of those situations to where yesterday I shared something about my own family that I enforce, that it's just a rule of the household amongst my own and all of that stuff. No hoodies.
No hoodies, huh?
Correct.
Like, you guys don't own hoodies at all?
None.
Wow. Even I own hoodies, man.
And
I understand. I'm assuming that your premise and your pushback against hoodies is the stigma behind them.
all right, so let's take it further. Where do you think I'm going with that?
That hoodies just promote it promotes and tells people that you're part of degenerate culture, right?
Now,
that you might have something nefarious that you have planned. It just gives off a bad look.
okay, and I guess the concept and the idea that enforcing and sharing is this. Are we well within our right to do it? Yeah, of course. But I would gladly give up that quote unquote right to not be associated with a lot of the stigma that comes along with all of that.
Right. And I think another comparable thing that stigmatized that people would see even still today, that you're part of degenerate cultures, like tattoos. I'm sure you're against those as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me and myself, yeah.
And I'm sure that you ain't going to be too happy if your kids go and get tatted up when they get older either.
When they get older, that's their decision to make.
Well, that's actually a part of their mom's side's culture too, though, isn't it?
No, not really.
I thought Asian culture, like those full body armor tattoos and stuff like that told stories, was part of the culture.
Nah, not.
Or is that like just fanboy fiction stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, to a large degree.
All right. So they still even see, the marking of the skin as to be frowned on and looked down upon for the most part.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, think about it from this perspective. Think about the women and all of their various products in order to keep their skin as
to keep the lie up,
as fresh as possible and all that stuff. And
right.
Then imagine what tattooing does to that.
Oh, I'm sure it can. It definitely exacerbates their skincare regimens.
Right. So yeah, for the most part, now it's not really that big of a thing. The majority don't, but yeah, I mean, but afterwards, I mean, that's their decision to make after they.
But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, SKC. Even if it's their decision to make, I'm sure that you're like one of them fathers, because even though I have quarter sleeves on my arms and stuff, and a lot of my tattoos are visible, if my kids decide they want to get tattoos, I'm going to suggest and recommend that they get them in places that can be covered up.
Oh, okay.
You know, like that they throw a shirt on and the shirt covers it or the pants cover it, because, you know, you never know where your life and your lifestyle and your career is going to lead you. And something as simple as a marked up body can actually hinder you from progressing all the way to your full potential just because of what other people think. And unfortunately, we live in a society where, whether we like it or not, we still have to deal with what other people think. First impressions are still everything.
Yeah, and I'm not, that doesn't really bother me a lot. There's certain things, of course, that are beyond your control, because some people are going to think whatever they're going to think anyway. But at the same time, um, that's part of living within a civilization, in a society. Um, you you give up certain things in order to be a part of a society. That it goes into this conversation that sometimes I've heard online, and I hear it mainly amongst the community, only because I've hung out there more than other places. But
Right.
um, this idea of freedom, and a lot of them have this viewpoint of this absolute freedom and so forth. And I'm like, whoa, why would you ever want that? That's crazy.
I don't even think that they understand what absolute freedom is.
It seems almost childlike in, oh, I just want to be able to, you want to let somebody else tell you what you should do and what you can and can't do and so forth. It's like, that's part of the social contract of that we don't live in raw nature, killing each other over basic things.
Yeah, that's why we don't live in the barns with our animals anymore.
So yeah.
You're right. I mean, unfortunately, and see, look, as I've started getting older, that's one of the things that I've had to accept is that even if you don't agree with certain things, and part of civilized society is a structure of law and order.
Right.
And you have to have that in order for there to be a civilized structure, a society that can actually function productively. Otherwise, it's just going to turn into chaos. That's why you don't see in America the same thing you see all across the world with constant civil unrest.
Yeah, it will be impossible to build high trust societies unless you have some agreed upon rules of behavior. Um, I know at one point, I was having this conversation with someone. They were stating, "Oh man, I hate HOAs," and I was like, "Well, you know why?" And they went to the ins and outs of it, and then I was just stating, "Well, all it is just pretty much a paid social contract. You put your money where your mouth is, of that in this area there's going to be certain rules that everybody's going to abide by, and the the purpose of it is so that the place doesn't go to crap."
Well, and the nice thing about HOAs is you get to choose whether or not you want to participate in it. If you don't
Right.
want to participate, you don't have to sign a contract and buy that property.
Right.
But even though I'm not a fan of them, I understand their purpose and what they do. I mean, they literally deter, the bad element out of nice communities.
So and even in that, I, I've kind of migrated from classifying it as good or bad. I've just gone from the point of, hey, there's groups of people that want to live a particular way, and there's groups of people that want to live that don't. So I'm not saying that it's good or bad. It's just an agreement. And
Right.
if you want to take part of the agreement, you can. If you don't, you don't have to. But it seems to me is when I cover a lot of subject matter concerning the community, a lot of the people with that mindset, they don't want anyone to tell them what they do, but they want to benefit from the places that have a social contract.
Right. They want to benefit from the positives of everyone else following the rules.
Correct.
It's like what was it? There's something that I've noticed from the community myself, and it's that they demand a certain level of empathy from everybody, that doesn't look like them. But they absolutely refuse to give empathy to anybody that doesn't look like them.
What is this empathy supposed to be based on? Why do they need empathy?
I don't know why they need empathy, because me personally, if I don't, the way I see it, it's like they want for everybody to acknowledge and be hyper aware of, I guess, everything bad that's happened in their community or maybe even them individually. And you hear this all the time. Like I've heard it all the time when I'm being interrogated, when I hop on, all black panel and I'm the only white guy up there, when are white people going to acknowledge the atrocities of the past type shit, so they want everyone else to acknowledge everything. So that's where I use the word empathy, but they don't want to acknowledge anything on anyone else's side. You understand what I'm saying? Like they for instance, the whole Caramello Anthony thing is a prime example.
What was your initial take on that?
My initial take was, this is stupid that we're arguing about this. Some kid brought a knife to a track meet and stabbed another kid. Regardless of what happens, we can't say that he should be able to get away with a crime, because what kind of message is that sending to all the other kids? It's, if I go to, the way I looked at it is, if I go to a bar and someone pushes me while we're at the pool tables playing pool, and I take my pool cue and smack them upside the head with it and kill them, I can't then claim self-defense. I'm still going to go to jail for killing the guy.
Right.
So why should it be any different for kids?
There's so many points within those stories, but I think a majority of people are so quick to rush through the entire thing and jump to whatever conclusion they want based upon previous positions that they hold about America and racism or whatever else they want to attach to it. But instead, if you slow that story down, there's so much meat to pick off the bone of it that could provide better reasoning for the majority of people that cover that. So take, for example, you've played in organized sport before?
I played little league baseball, and I played JV baseball. Okay.
So you think about that. Organized sport, typically in an organized sport, were you going to a little league or JV game and your parents didn't know?
No, not at all. My parents knew every time I had a game.
And
generally the whole town knew, because the whole town would be at the games.
Exactly. And this is not a large area that where that happened at. It's not like some sort of huge metropolis and such. So then the idea comes in, this guy is going to a sports event. Some people said that he wasn't supposed to be there. Some people said that he was supposed to be there, that he was however it goes. In either situation, he packed a knife with him.
Right.
And then the question comes in is, why do you pack the knife?
Right, because look, me as a kid that grew up with a pocket knife, first off, I always carried my pocket knife in my pocket for one. You know what I'm saying? I didn't stow it away in my backpack. You know, and I carried a backpack too. But you know, even on the day, all times that I forgot to leave it at home, and I would have it when I went to school, it'd just be in my pocket.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the fact that he put it in his book bag was strange to me. You know, it was like he was intentionally trying to, he knew he had it, wasn't supposed to have it, and was trying to conceal it off of his person.
All right. All right. Now, in addition to all of that, it's like I guess the point comes in is, if for whatever reason he felt that he needed to take a weapon with him to school or to this track meet, that shows you that there was some sort of miscommunication with the parents.
Well,
Because
not only,
because if you as a kid believe that you have to take something with you to protect yourself,
then you don't think your parents can do it. That's a good point. Or you don't feel comfortable talking with your parents about the problems that you're having because they aren't going to actually give you the advice to actually solve the problem. You know, because SKC, something I was looking into, something that crossed my mind about it was, what didn't make sense was, okay, so this kid was supposedly from a very affluent neighborhood. They were pushing the narrative that he supposedly didn't grow up like, you know, your typical black kid in the hood and in poverty. Grew up with, you know, the married both his parents, you know, and a nice neighborhood, going to a nice school, you know, away from the criminal element. And I'm sitting here wondering, well, I wonder if all of his friends were away from the criminal element. I wonder if maybe he was getting pushback from kids his age that he hung around with outside of school and extracurriculars. And if maybe this was him trying to show that he was down with the culture.
It's like, now you're starting to cook with fire, because it's like, those are those are a lot of the initial questions that comes with slowing the story down and going from the beginning with it. Because again, if you don't do any of this stuff, the only other thing that people can do is just go with these racial assumptions. You know, oh, white people do this, and you know, black people do this,
Right.
and it's like, no. Slow it down and go from A to B. If you're stating that he came from a good family, why would a kid from a good family pack a knife to school?
That's a very good question. You know,
Why would a kid from a good family, if the family was all that, why would, when other kids were interviewed, why would they state, what did the girl say? Oh, I know, I've seen him, you know, be in fights and stuff.
Right. I never would have expected him to pull a knife out, is what she said.
What are we talking about? That does not equate with, I come from a hunky-dory, you know, everything is going fine in my family type situation.
Well, right. And then on top of that, if this is one of them situations where he felt that he you know, in any way that he was his livelihood was threatened to where he needed to bring that for safety, then that takes away the self-defense claim, because now it makes it premeditated. Regardless of whether or not he didn't know who his target was, he knew he was going to have a target.
There you go.
You know, it's sad that it's like this, because the kid was set up to, you know, have a bright future. He really was. For once, there was a kid that was actually in a position to have a bright future, and he threw it away over what we don't know, over an altercation, someone not wanting him somewhere where they believed he shouldn't be, and him taking a life, all over cultural shit. If you want my opinion, just to be accepted by the culture.
Now, here's another part of this whole debacle, just to slow that thing down a bit. Were the parents from Texas, from that area?
Oh, no. I heard that they actually were from New York or somewhere.
Nah, they're from Louisiana.
Oh, that's right. But I heard that they actually moved from the hood to get there, so their kids didn't have to grow up there.
Okay, so since they moved from an area that was
I don't
more
know if it's true. I'm
predominantly
just saying that's some
no
of the
no
stuff.
that's what the research shows.
Okay.
So if they moved from an area that was more predominantly black to an area that was more predominantly white, why are they claiming racism? You
Right.
chose to live in an area of predominantly white people.
Why are you wanting to do the race baiting thing in general? Because obviously you ran away from, you felt that the area that you were initially in that was predominantly people that looked like you was unsafe for your children.
Oh.
So why are you running to a white neighborhood if you think that why do you have a race hustler speaking for you and trying to make this a racial thing if obviously you believe that a white neighborhood is safer than a black neighborhood?
Wait, you missed the wait. What's good, fellas? You missed the question, Snowman. Let's pull it back a little bit. If you left a dangerous community to go to a safe community, why are you constantly in danger in a safe community?
Ooh. Yeah, why do you want to bring that very criminal element that you were escaping to the community that you were escaping from?
Now here's another part of the equation. When you moved from the element that you moved from, were some of those ideals still instilled in your children?
Oh, they would absolutely. If they were, look, depending on how old them kids were when they moved, there would have to be some of those ideologies instilled in the children. I mean, because most of them are instilled from day one.
Correct.
So could it be that you had a kid that's a teenager that's trying to fit into this area of predominantly white and Asian people,
SKC.
and the way that you do that is you play the hard, I'm from the street, you don't understand who I am,
Right.
I'm from blah blah blah, such and such.
Riverside, motherfucker.
And it's all being done because of, get this, a child suffering from survivor's remorse that doesn't know how to deal with it.
See when you slow the story down and you start to dig into it a bit, the entire element it changes.
It starts
completely.
unfolding. Yeah.
You could tackle that same thing from the other side too. Because I don't think both parties are necessarily innocent in this situation.
Right. Yeah,
like,
I agree with you,
so,
Free Zone. That you have
like
that white kid that grew up in a nice neighborhood that wanted to be down.
Well, no, I there's that too, but there's also the white kid that's the jock, the cool kid of the football squad. They walk through the school pretty much, doing whatever they want to. When they tell somebody to get up, they get up. Hey, squirt, beat it, and then they fucking move and stuff like that. So there's that element as well, and the reason why I think that is the case, I think that the dad's behavior post what happened is rather
which dad?
Metcalf, the Metcalf dad.
Okay.
That doesn't want to make this an issue, doesn't want to, any of that stuff. I think that he knows that his son did something that plays a part in his demise.
Right. He accepts his
son.
He accepts his son's own accountability.
Correct. I'm not saying that they're bad, horrible kids. I think that this was just a situation that happened amongst kids. There just happened to be a knife involved.
Happens every day, man.
That's what I think as well, Free Zone.
You know what I'm saying? And then this is just a result of what happens when, worlds collide.
But I honestly believe that the Anthony family, specifically the Anthony father, really missed out on a opportunity to change, our cultural narrative when the Metcalf father showed up at that press conference. I honestly believe if the Anthony family would have handled that differently, and would have they would have actually televised them sitting down and having a discussion with each other, the optics of that would have taken this country by storm.
The opportunity of the two fathers to sit down and have a conversation was a huge missed opportunity, and you got to,
and it's all because of that race grifter, dude.
The Anthony. No, I have to put that on the Anthony family.
No, I put that more so on their spokesperson, because I guarantee you he was back there chirping in their ear, giving all that Hotepian nonsense, cheering them on. No, we got to stick to this. This is the only way that this is going to work. We got to keep, I promise you, dude. Promise you.
Go ahead, Freezone.
No, go ahead and finish, because I want to tell you what happened. Go ahead and finish.
No, what I'm thinking is that, but at the end of the day, you are the man of the house, and you see another man that shows up and such and blah blah blah. There's police there. At any given moment, it didn't even have to be televised.
Right.
You could have went over and spoke with him, But this putting the mother up to talk for the family, I mean, good grief.
Yeah, I thought that was a bad move.
That was such a weak. But it's par for Das Communita. I mean, it is what it is.
All right, so boom, let me tell you what happened. I hit a panel when this whole situation happened. Oh, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you kind of broke off there for a minute.
Okay. Somebody's trying to call me. I hit a panel when that whole press conference situation happened. And all I simply said was, if I was the dad, I'm pulling up too.
Yeah, I was there on that panel.
That's my son. You see what I'm saying? And you were there. And what did it? Let's build on that, right? I said that the whole panel erupted. Why would you do that? Why would you?
They lost their shit. You already know you're not welcome there. Why would you interrupt? That's not for you. That's not for you. That's for them and their kids.
You're just like your son and all this stuff. And I say, hey, well, for one, I'm pulling up because your son deleted my son. That's the first thing. So I need some answers. Now I was kind of a little bit more aggressive about it, like, anything could happen. But then I said, what if, because the tactic was, if he would have, let's say they would have did something harmful. Mind you, somebody on the panel said, if you would have did that to me and my family and pulled up, my whole family would have jumped you.
Right.
And I remember that. I said, bro, if your whole family would have jumped me, how would that have looked for your case? Everybody got quiet. But then I also said after that, it was what you just said. It was a great opportunity as the fathers who are the representation of order and justice, all that stuff, to sit down, have a conversation, bury the hatchet.
And show that it wasn't going to turn into a racial thing.
You know what? Hey, Snowman, what did they do?
Dude, they chimped out. That's what they did. They chimped out.
They accused me of wanting to start a race war. Because this is one of them. This is what they said. They said, how black people are. So if you would have pulled up, it would have been trouble.
And that's where, if you recall, that's where I had an issue.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Because I didn't
say that at all.
I was like, well, if that's the case, then if you know how black people are, and you know that most white people don't, why are you sitting here expecting a white person to understand how black people work?
Right. And what's crazy is I don't even look at this as a race issue. I look at it as a parenting issue. Me personally, I just identify with a parent that lost their kid. And I can also empathize with a parent whose kid could possibly go to jail.
Dude, I empathize with both families. Because both families, they really lost.
Correct. But not from a racial standpoint.
No,
like that. To
I see
me,
it from
this
a parent.
Case has nothing to do with that.
I'm like you. I see it as a parent. I'm sitting here thinking, this whole time I'm sitting here thinking, how would I react if my son was either one of them? You know what I'm saying? So that's how I've been seeing it through the lens of me being a parent and how I'd react if my son was the stabber or the stabbee.
Correct.
So, go ahead, Frieda. I don't want to end your thought. I just want to be able to segue the thing to our big conversation.
No, let's go. You can have a big conversation. I'm good.
So then going back to the 30,000 foot viewpoint question, Snowman and Free Zone. Law and principle. The law says don't bring a weapon to a school campus or a school event. But what does the principle say?
What do you mean by the principle? Are you talking the principle of the idea or the principle of the school?
No, the principle of that law. Why do you not bring a weapon on school grounds?
Well, generally because kids are already naturally violent to begin with and emotional. You don't need them having access to a weapon because they're going to do something that they're going to regret potentially.
Right. Respect for life. But that principle was not endowed in young Anthony. And that goes back to our stop sign debacle.
Right.
That's another instance of where you don't need a law if you're guided by a principle.
Well, let's be real.
Most people, I don't want to be in a position when I'm harming somebody and blah blah blah. Yeah, I got some issues. Let me talk to these people and try to get this stuff resolved.
Right.
But he wasn't raised that way.
Well, and see, that goes to, I mean, a lot of people have heard me state this and say it before. To me, that goes to the whole idea of why I think that there should be a certain level and element of bullying still allowed in school, specifically for boys. Because there is a such thing as a healthy level of conflict, especially when you're going through adolescence. I truly believe that, making it, zero tolerance for any kind of bullying of any sort at all, any kind of hazing of any sort at all, it takes away from, especially young boys going through adolescence, learning how to deal with conflict resolution in a healthy way. I really believe that they're just hindering the growth of these children, specifically the boys. And that's why they're becoming so violent.
Well, to a certain degree, I think that the idea of taking, having to do all this anti-bully stuff and all that is because of lack of parents. When you have kids that come from backgrounds that are quite different, and they have these different challenges, and they are not taught on how to resolve differences.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I mean, I know just as, being a parent and having kids in school and talking to other parents, it seems like most of the parents today, they rely on a good majority of the school to do their parenting work for them. I've always been one of them parents that I believe the school's responsibility is to teach your kids reading, writing, and arithmetic. If we are lucky enough to have, schools that still teach, things that'll benefit you in life, like, anything trade worthy, welding, metal shop, even some life skills like home ec or, academics of life or parenting and stuff like that. They should give that too. But at the end of the day, regardless of what the school's teaching your kids, it's the parents' responsibility to educate their kids and prepare them for their future.
that preparation work is the preparation work that I think that is severely lacking in a number of people. But I always try to key off on my community anthropology project. There's an old statement that my grandfather that of his day that he used to share with us. You've probably heard it. I actually had the title of my show that today. A stitch in time.
Yeah, I remember my grandpa using that phrase.
Yeah,
Mhm.
stitch in time saves nine. So the very little things, the little lessons about interactions, how to um just character building lessons of interacting with people and being more sociable. That's severely lacking in a lot of Das Community. And the wild thing to me is how people sometimes some of the most unexpected people will co-sign antisocial behavior on the idea of, and they'll almost sound like little kids in that, well, he didn't break any law, did he? And it's like, no, but do you really have to have a law broken to understand that you don't treat people that way? Do you really need someone to break down the principle that if you do this, even where there was no law, if you do this, there are going to be repercussions that could be bad?
I think some people do need those laws to have, some kind of consequence, because obviously our society has devolved to a point to where people don't even understand the laws that we have now.
Right. And that goes into the bigger issue, Snowman. And this is where sometimes back in the day when we would go in totally different angles, and you would say, SKC, he's of the authoritarian such and such, and I was like, yeah, that's what's, because my idea is this: if you have people who do not want to take the time out to understand the very basics of law and very simple principles of engaging in society, and they take on the mantra of being wilder, harder, stronger, faster, more aggressive and all of that stuff. Well, for those type of animals, you need a much larger stick, because that's the only thing that they respect. They don't respect reason. They don't respect mercy. They don't respect the benefit of the doubt. But they do respect a large stick.
Everybody respects the large stick.
Some people don't need the large stick.
Well, some people learn from watching other people get the large stick.
The large stick actually works against high trust societies.
Right. You actually don't want to have to use the large stick.
Right. In high trust societies, the large stick isn't necessary.
I often attribute what you're saying right now with the large stick to corporal punishment with your kids. Usually the first kid that you have, maybe the second one, are the ones that end up, suffering the blunt of the corporal punishment, so to speak, from a parent. And why is that? Because the other kids, as they start, coming along and being introduced into the family dynamic, they witness the mistakes of the older ones, and they adjust themselves accordingly. Right? So generally they learn from the mistakes and they just fall in suit. So you don't have to, hopefully, use the same level or degree of consequence as you did with the first ones. It doesn't seem like that's what's happening with our society right now, though.
Yeah, it begins with simple things, and then those simple things graduate into much larger things. So, just earlier I was showing this little video of this boy who was riding his scooter, and he came across somebody's door where they had some food and that was delivered to them, and he decided to steal it. And the issue is if you don't fix that, you can't have a high trust society. There's other places right here in the United States, and then of course in other places of the world, where people have little, things that they have for sale that's just out, and people will come in and they'll take what they need and they'll leave the money in there, and nobody's gonna go and take all the money or take all the stuff, because they all have the same principle of, no, I'm not going to take from my neighbor.
Yeah, I sell bundles of wood on the side of the road in front of my property. You know, I have stacks of wood for like $5 a stack in a jar out there. You know, it's kind of the honor system.
Yeah, but you can't have the honor system if you don't set up the ideals of honor.
Right. You know what's funny about that is right down the road there used to be a person that sold the farm fresh eggs in a little cooler out by the road.
Right.
Once the egg prices went up, that cooler went inside.
Yeah. But see, this also goes to the low trust societal piece, because here's also what happens. You made an example of the eggs, right? Let's say somebody takes the eggs, but nothing happens. You see what I'm saying? Like, if let's say we have an established principle, and then somebody sees the established principle get violated, but nobody corrects the violation of said principle, and it's available for everyone to see.
Right. And, you know, and that's why I've been sitting here with these situations that have been brewing up that everybody's discussing. My response has, you know, been consistently, what message are we sending the kids that are watching this take place? Because look, we all know that our children are on these platforms watching, listening. I mean, most of our kids are they get all their media from social media. So what message are we really sending these kids when they see grown-ass adults up here, in some cases, saying things that are more egregious than what the kids are saying?
Yeah. That's that whole thing of adults. There was a time where parents didn't cuss around children. Like they may have used profanity in mixed company of adults, but when kids came into the picture, the language ceased. There was a buffer.
Iced tea.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, there was a
French toast and whatever, all that stuff, right?
Yeah,
That is kind of out
was
the
never
window.
allowed to be used, you know.
Yeah, that's kind of out the window. Like, parents cuss around their kids, but then when the kid cusses, it's like, well, where are you getting this from? Why are you doing this?
Yeah, you want to know when I stopped cussing around my kids? When my son Mikey went to his grandma's house and dropped the F-bomb the first time at a Christmas party, and everybody looked at me.
Ooh, how'd you feel?
Dude, I couldn't have, dude, if I had a tortoise shell at that moment, and shame? I could have just sunk my head right down in it. Yeah, shame.
Some shame?
Heavy levels of shame. Absolutely. And you know what that did? That caused me to actually start paying attention to how I speak. I mean, just look at how I speak now as opposed to 5 years ago when I first got on YouTube. Remember how I used to drop the F-bomb left and right?
Yeah. What was that?
That's part of it. Do what? Yesterday's a different story, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll block out yesterday then. All right. Yeah.
But there are still times that when I get into a heated discussion that I revert back to my factory settings.
Oh man.
But I was just going to say, but because of that, you know, I've made a concerted effort to try and change the way I speak, just because of, the way I sound online. When, dude, I don't like the way I sound when I'm cussing all the time. I sound ignorant, and I don't want my kids picking up on it.
I don't know, man. It is like I guess it's just home training. I never heard my parents curse, so
The only time I heard my parents curse was when they were drunk.
Oh, yeah. I've never heard it, so it's just like, why not be true to what I am, man? I'm not a, so. But yeah, that bigger picture conversation that we were having, I did want to ask you about something that I was talking about earlier. This comes out of the ivory tower, and I'm pretty sure it's been diffused down to social media and YouTube and all of that. How many times have you heard the phrase critical thinking?
More times than I can count.
Yeah. When did that start popping up in the common vernacular?
Gee, I don't know. That's a good question. I never really paid that much attention.
Did you hear it as a kid?
Yeah, I heard it growing up. My parents used to ask me if I had critical thinking skills.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Freezone? Oh, I don't know if he's still there.
He might be busy with his kid, but yeah, I used to hear it from my parents, from my teachers in school. That was a common thing when you messed up. Like, do you have any critical thinking skills?
I didn't hear a lot of it. Even when I was in school or college and everything, but I think when people use it now, it holds more of a connotation of being a critic or a skeptic,
rather than actually being able to critically think.
Right. People are talking about poking holes in traditions. They're questioning people's motives. They're dissecting history, trying to say what was right and what was wrong. There's a lot of undermining of all sorts of long-lasting ideas.
Right.
And they're really quick to tear down things, but they're quite absent when it comes to replacing or putting in new foundational things that make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I think that the phrase should be revamped, man, because I don't think that you need a qualifier for to think. It's if you're thinking about something, that it is what it is. Now, I know that there are things that you can associate with other concepts, like sometimes oh man, I saw Stanley in the chat. A thought came up earlier this morning. There was this conversation about good grief, what was it? It had to do with whataboutism. That's what it was. Whataboutism. I think that's a slippery slope when people say, "Oh man, that's just whataboutism," and so forth, because it takes away one's ability to to understand relationships between things, to be able to make analogies, to see the parts, not the whole of what the parts make up, not just the parts themselves. Sometimes I've in the past I've had a conversation, not only with Stanley, but a whole bunch of other people about the whole slavery thing, and a lot of times, I'll bring up slavery as a whole, but they would only want to focus in on
the transatlantic slave trade.
Slavery. Right.
Yeah, only one specific element rather than the actual slave trade, as it has encompassed mankind's history.
Correct. And it's to me, I believe it's a deceptive way to approach the topic because slavery wasn't born in America.
No, it wasn't.
And so to try to relate that slavery has no associating parts with the thousands of years of slavery that happened before America was even constructed as a republic, and that even in that the people who were enslaved came from a continent that had slavery in practice on it. It's like, what are we talking about? There's no relationships that need to be investigated or at least brought to mind. To me that it is such a
Well, the fact that that's overlooked altogether to the point to where most people don't even recognize that slavery is still going on in Africa to this very day.
right
Is a problem. It's a severe problem.
Yeah, and this is just not, like I stated, it's not just I've had this conversation with many of people. I remember way back in the day. You remember old Taz exclusives?
Oh, I do, man.
Yeah, I remember having this conversation with him, and it was the same thing. Oh, we're not talking about such and such and such. I'm like, okay, but how can we not talk about, take for instance, Africa when we're talking about Afrikaans?
Right.
It's like, what are we talking about? We can't draw any relations or lines of reasoning or anything or any lines of connections and so forth. We're actually talking about the people from that continent that had slavery on that continent.
Right. Well, that's different.
Yeah, I've never. It's not just, I would say, frustrating. It's I can never get a clear rationale, or let me back it up. I could never get a satisfying answer other than, well, we're just talking about this, okay, but this was born from that. It's almost like if I was to bring up to someone and say, let's have a conversation about Snowman. And then somebody says, man, I knew Snowman's dad back in the day. We're not talking about Snowman's dad. Dude, we're talking about the guy who birthed him. What are you saying?
Right. How does that not have relevance to who he is?
Right.
I get what you're saying, because of that what you just said, though, that's why I believe that most people, when they're talking about just the slave trade in particular, they can't have an honest conversation about it.
Well, I don't think that it's just the idea of having an honest conversation. I think I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt in this. I think that some people do want to have an honest conversation, but they want to have it within a certain framework alone. And they want to kind of triage African American slavery once the slaves reach the shores of America. And that's it.
Yeah, but which America? Because then you got that whole art thing that we got to discuss. Because let's be honest, the majority of them slaves, even historically, went to South America. They didn't come to North America. So what are we talking about?
Well, even in that, it's like there goes another interesting conversation of drawing comparisons and contrasts. Because oftentimes when people will say, oh, America, well, slaves built America. Okay, well, why didn't they build South America?
Right.
Why didn't South America become a world power if all you needed was a bunch of slaves to do it? Why didn't the Middle East become some super world power. They had
Why the hell is
slaves
Africa
for,
still in the state that it's in?
there you go. They had all sorts of slaves. So it's not just slavery in itself that gives some sort of highway to becoming a dominant and rich society. You can look at other places and times to show that that's not true.
Well, that, you know, because I want to make this comment, but I don't want to actually sit and pigeonhole on the slavery aspect. But I kept hearing everybody when it came to these discussions about slavery talk about the chattel part of it. That's the part they always focus on, the chattel part of it. That made American slavery different than any other slavery. So I started digging and doing some research into that.
Okay.
And what I found out in my research is that all slavery was based on chattel.
Correct.
Because every single form of slavery that has ever been produced by mankind, if a child is born while their mother is under slavery or servitude, that child is born into slavery. Hence
Correct.
the term chattel slavery.
Mm-hmm.
So even in that case, American slavery isn't any different than Roman slavery or the Barbary slavery.
With a few caveats, I would say, Snowman. The one major difference that I find between the different types of slavery that's spoken about, those governments never eradicated slavery.
Correct. If you think about it, America was the first country to eradicate slavery the soonest as a country. We weren't even 100 years old yet. Well, we were just over 100 years old. All these other nations that eradicated slavery, they've been doing it for thousands of years before they finally decided to end it. Says a lot about the American people, if you want my opinion.
There's a lot that can be said about that, man. And here's another, I would say, an uncomfortable truth about the slavery conversation, Snowman. For some reason, it is extremely difficult for some Black people to recognize or accept that there were some white people in America who went against the grain, not out of financial gain, not out of power gaining, but out of principle to help Black slaves. That is extremely difficult for a lot of Black people to accept. Heck, they don't even recognize a lot of those people who made those sacrifices on, days of emancipation and all of that stuff. I mean, my thing, the doggone Quaker Oats man should be a mascot of Juneteenth.
Well, why aren't we taught about the white abolitionists that helped with that shit?
Exactly. They act as if Tubman and so forth, like she constructed all of this stuff on her own and did so without the, I would say, the lion's share aid of a bunch of people who didn't look like her.
Real quick, Samuel, I'm not saying that America abolished slavery first. That isn't what I said. What I said was America as a country, the United States, had slavery in effect the shortest out of all of these other nations at that time. Of a little over 100 years, they had slavery as the American nation from 1776 to it was under 100 years, 1864. Whereas all these other nations across the globe had slavery for thousands of years before they decided to end it. Nobody can argue that because it's the truth.
Concerning the whole chattel thing, I remember having that conversation a long time. I'm glad that you did your own research on it, because it's a fanciful idea for some to believe that just because a word was not created, that the behavior didn't take place. It's
Right.
like it's so fascinating. People say chattel, it was chattel slavery. It's like, okay, um, what was chattel slavery? And then you go into the the definition of it, and so forth. And it's like, was there hereditary slavery that took place in other places? Yes. Were there perpetual slaves? Yes. Were there slaves that were viewed not as humans but as legal property? Yes. Was it transferable? Yes. Did that stuff happen way before American slavery, pre-18? Yeah. Yes. So it's like you go back into all sorts of ancient societies where all of those qualifiers met, but there just wasn't a word chattel. I mean, so it's like, what are we talking about?
Right. I don't know. Well, look, the fact that even when we have a lot of discussions like this, or try to, the vast majority of folks get emotional about it, kind of like anybody trying to, broach anything that, pushes against someone's identity. I mean, I've had to accept that there's shitty things that white people have done that goes against my identity. I don't understand. He said bred like chattel. What do you think they did in the Colosseums, man? They bred them like chattel. Same thing.
I put the
whole
word,
idea of the Greek word for chattel.
yeah. I
Where
mean,
it actually originated from?
No, from the breeding of slaves. They had a word for it in ancient Rome.
Right.
So it's like, what are we talking about? It's like people act as if these quote unquote, these were a special class of white people that came up with ideas that never had been practiced in all of the history of the globe. These were some magical white people. I'm like, come on. It's like, what are we talking about?
Right, because I mean, I remember when I started researching, I was trying to find if it was, if it was actually, significant and specific to just American slavery. And then when I found out that they can trace its roots all the way back to the Roman Empire, that they could actually trace it all the way back to the, the Egyptian Empire. What was it? The Sumerians even did the same thing.
Oh man, you had the Sumerians, the Assyrians would not only capture and sell and all that other stuff with the slaves and with their slaves.
Right.
They would actually play sports games where they decapitated their slaves, and they would play pretty much a game of catch with the skulls.
Right. Well, I know that a lot of the research I did, they would castrate, like cut off the dick of the men. That way they couldn't breed, and only the what was it, the Syrians and the Assyrians and all these people that made them into slaves, only they could breed their women to breed them out.
The Arab slave trade, they had they made millions of eunuchs.
So I mean, I started listening, you reading and really doing some research of the brutality of some of these older slave trades. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So it's like, man, the idea of, and when you slow it down, like we do other things, Snowman, you mean to tell me that nobody else figured out, even if a person was to do zero research into these other historical and ancient slavery behaviors, You mean to tell me that no man figured out, there's this slave girl here that I own. I could have sex with her and have more slaves.
Right. And now I
It's
don't
like,
have to
come
buy them.
on.
And now I don't even have to buy them no more.
Come on.
That's been going on since the beginning of time, man. And you know, the thing is I've talked to a lot of people over the globe, and it seems like here in America, we're the only ones that seem to have this separation from the rest of the world.
Yeah. I think I think there are a multitude of reasons on that, but I think one of the major reasons is that particularly in school, in American school, there's not a lot of focus on world history.
No,
And
I
I
think
think
I
that
only
that
had
has,
that a couple. Yeah, I only had a couple of years myself when I was in high school.
yeah, and I think it has a lot to do with how the American school system was set up on American exceptionalism and so forth. But but yeah, this um not looking at other places um that existed way um before the American nation is, man, it's almost like you're taking a tiny slice of a huge cake and then stating that there's no point of even of even investigating the rest of the case. You'd be like, man, you don't understand. There's some other stuff on
Well,
the
if
other
this,
side. No. This
yeah,
is
they
it.
think if this little sliver tastes like this, then the rest of the cake must be the same.
Yeah, it's like, no, this dude, all you did was just scraped off a little bit of the frosting. It's like you haven't even gotten to the cake itself. It's like, no, that's it. That's it. It's like, man, come on. And the one thing that I find, and I used to get a little frustrated with this years ago, but now it doesn't matter anymore. It's like they're just conversations. But um, I find that the most engaging conversations make room for opening up the conversation wider and being able to make comparisons from different time periods or even different countries. And then you see that not that the American condition, this American chattel slavery, isn't that unique at all, that it shares a lot of the failings of humanity throughout time.
Right. I agree with that. But let me ask you this. Do you think that this lack of being able to, as you said on your Rumble stream, look outside the box and see things from a different angle or through a different lens, do you think that's why we have a specific group dynamic that it actually has issue with taking accountability?
Yeah, I think to a large degree, I think that you have two different subsets of people. Those who may be, and I'm only using this as just an example. I'm not trying to say one
Right.
is smart and one is dumb. I'm just, that's the,
Right. I follow, but
yeah. On the street level of things, I think that people are closer to issues that they don't have real solutions for, and it becomes easier to play the blame game instead of taking on those problems principally, which is, that requires, abstract thinking
right.
instead of reactionary feeling type of stuff. And then on the top end of it, I think there are some people within the ivory tower of academia who they know this, but then they also came to understand that their check is associated with holding the other view.
See, right. And see, that's like, you know how you heard that I got into a pretty heated discussion with one of those race grifting lawyers, race hustle. I call them the ambulance chasers of the race grift.
Oh, tell me about this.
That's what I was, I what I found interesting is the only time you see those guys around is when it's trying to make money off of the death of someone that looks like them. So all they're doing is selling death to the quote unquote community. That's all they're doing. It's the only time they come around. And then when they come around and they sell this death and monetize it and make money off of it, they do it in a way to where all it does is take from the people. It's almost like, you remember how those prosperity preachers used to prey on the poor?
Oh, okay.
That's what I see these types of lawyers doing. I mean, because look, CT had a stream the other day about that kid down in Cincinnati that got shot by the cop, right? Okay. And then 3 days later, his dad ended up ramming the cop car that the cop was in and killed the cop that killed his son. Mm-hmm. And you got this race grifting lawyer up there talking about all this shit about, due process and why the kid shouldn't have got shot and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, at the end of the day, what are you even arguing other than racism and death? Because right. the cop shot the kid's dad took out the cop. So according to the laws of the street, justice has been served. What else are you sitting here advocating for? Because you certainly can't be advocating that father should get off. He knew what he was doing, and he knew the consequences of his actions.
In fact, as an officer of the court, the lawyer should be staunchly against the father because the father prevented due process from occurring.
Right. And look, the thing is like, I didn't get a chance to tell him, but it was after I hopped off and I'm thinking about it. I was like, this guy doesn't want, look, he claims to be a civil rights lawyer and promote social justice, but he doesn't want civil rights and he doesn't want social justice. Because if he got the actual civil rights that he claims to fight for and the social justice that he says that he's looking to make sure people get, then he'd be out of business. He wouldn't have a job.
Yeah.
So this man doesn't want his livelihood. He doesn't want a solution to the problems because that eats into his livelihood.
It's there's so many there's so many small points like that speak against a lot of the mindsets of the pro-black community on those things of, oh, the cops are just out to get us, and people can list these things, but
well, look, SKC, this guy made a comment like, everybody's saying that kid had a gun, nobody saw the gun. I looked at him, I said, so are you suggesting that it's common when a cop pulls someone over for the person to jump out of the car and take off running?
Well, I thought it was a stolen car, right?
Right, but even if the cop didn't know it was stolen, is it common when a cop pulls someone over? Is it common when I get pulled over or you get pulled over? Do you commonly get pulled over and then open up the door and escalate the situation?
Well, obviously not, and
so that's why I don't understand what is grift, what he was trying to get across. Because look, the fact that he got pulled over and the kid immediately jumps out of the car, red flags.
Yeah, I mean, you're trained as a police officer that, if a person immediately flees on foot, that triggers a multitude of protocols. So, and it immediately leads to some sort of, culpability of some crime.
Because I guarantee you, if he was put in that same situation, he wouldn't have reacted any different. But see, that requires you to sit back and actually put yourself in that situation and be honest about it.
Right. But again, now you're talking about a principle, the principle of honesty. So
right, where we go right back to the damn stop sign again, which, dude, has become one of the greatest analogies that I didn't know that we were working on.
it just happened organically. So
It did.
yeah. I mean, it's. I think. Well, the other day I was listening to Sargon of Akkad,
Sargon of
aka
Akkad.
of Akkad. I'm sorry. I just know him as Benjamin.
See, I only know him as Sargon. I miss him on YouTube.
But I was listening to him, and he stated that within Black America, from his vantage point, from over in the UK, it seems as though the culture lacks ethics. And
it does seem that way, even living here amongst it.
And I'm like, I can't disagree. I just can't. I do not believe that ethical training is a part of mainstream Black culture. In fact, I think that there are several elements that are diametrically opposed to ethical behavior.
Actually, I'm looking for a video I just found earlier today that proves that shows exactly what you're saying. And I ran across it. It was the craziest shit I ever saw. I'll share it with you. Nope, that ain't the one. It's this one. Let me share this video with you, SKC, and tell me if this doesn't actually speak to what you're saying.
Tear it up.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this.
And Karen's just about to deal with it. The fuck? Yep, knock all of it down. Good girl. Very good, Naoki.
And see, I don't think that woman realizes that what she's teaching, not just her daughter, but the other girl involved as well.
Yeah, I think that she does.
Because
and that's what I'm saying is I think she knows exactly what she's doing.
You think she knows that she's literally probably going to be one of the faces that is responsible for why that girl might have reservations or possibly even hatred toward people that look like her daughter?
Yes.
So you think she's doing that on purpose? She wants that hatred to be there.
Yes, because she's already teaching her daughter that this little girl who couldn't be no more than probably 8 at max, probably maybe like 6 or
maybe
or 5
she looks like a 4 or
like
5 year old.
Yeah, something like that. She's already telling her daughter that's a Karen,
and telling her to, basically telling her to go behind her and destroy everything that she's doing instead of teaching her to work together.
Correct.
And that's something that, dude, to me, that when I saw this, I was disgusted, because that right there shows you that all this hatred and vitriol, it's all pushed by parents.
And there you go. There you go. So it's like that. This stuff doesn't just occur out of some sort of vacuum and all of that. And then you'll have other people that will try to gloss over these situations as if a lot of the racial mentalities were not taught to the child or children by the parent. They try to make it seem as though from the pro-Black angle of things, they will make it seem as though
it's structured societally that way.
I was just raising a child, and then some racists came out of nowhere and they had their ninja moment, and that's how they learned that they weren't like everybody else in the world. It was nothing that I taught them. Right. Like, no. You've been teaching your kid that from the very beginning.
Here's another example of adults doing the same shit.
Excuse me. Okay.
Hey,
Move your stuff. Move your stuff.
hey.
They already said I can move it, so I really don't care about y'all twice. So y'all gonna move y'all shit? Are y'all gonna move y'all shit?
Hey,
No, I'm not. Then move your stuff. Then move your stuff. Then get it. Then move your stuff. That's fine.
Wow. Okay, that's okay. Levántese.
I already did. Exactly.
Llámale a la policía para que.
You see these people that have this propensity to destroy other people's stuff.
Who does that?
And what it, you know, I was thinking about this the other day, and actually way before this, and I talked to my wife about it, and she had a theory. I tend to agree with it. A lot of people that are very quick to destroy other people's stuff, and so forth, they've never created anything of their own. Like they've never taken the time to, or a slow process of.
Well, they don't even take
something.
They don't even take pride in what really is their own, but because they don't have what they call complete ownership over it, you know, like for instance, a rental property, they, you know, basically neglect the maintenance and upkeep of it and let it go to shit, not realizing that you may not own it, but it's still a reflection of you.
Yeah, like years ago, I remember the boys were much smaller, and the younger one, he was playing around with the older ones, one of his toys, and you know, it was he told him not to play with it. He wanted to play with it anyway because it was, you know, it's a collector's item toy. He had to put it together, and
Right.
he destroyed it. And so we talked about it, and what we did was we got another one, but we made him make it for his brother. He had to assemble it in the whole nine, and blah blah blah. His brother could sit there and, you know, direct him as what he needed to do, and it took him a long time to do it. He didn't want to play with it anymore.
Oh yeah,
because, you know, he didn't want to damage it and all, or do all the work to put it together,
right.
and all that other stuff.
He realized how much effort and time and work went into it, and had more appreciation for it.
And that's what I'm saying, is a lot of these people that are quick to go into stores and destroy stuff, or to take other people's stuff and destroy it and blah, blah, blah. They've never had to create an iota of anything in their entire life. They think that this stuff just grows off of a tree or something.
Well, don't you know, all foods come from the supermarket, not the farmer.
Yeah.
Didn't you know that, SKC?
Get out of here, man. I've been on a farm before. I did bled my own animal and skinned them in the whole nine. So I mean,
right.
Gutted them in the whole nine. Heck, I remember when I was a kid going fishing with my dad and having to clean my own fish, you know. So,
that was a rule at our house as a kid growing up. If you went hunting or you went fishing or any of that stuff, whatever you brought home, whatever your kill was hunting, or whatever you picked up fishing, you know, you had to clean it.
Yeah.
And there was times, dude, that I regretted all the catfish I brought home, because I was out there for hours cleaning catfish.
Yeah. It's like clean them, and you had an animal dressing. So I mean, it's that element of having to do some of the hard preparatory work of anything. My dad, he enjoyed working with wood, and so seeing a piece of wood go from, you know, this formless thing to, you know, a table or a chair, you gain an appreciation for how much time and effort goes into each joint and how they're assembled and the whole nine. And so grabbing somebody else's stuff and just throwing it's like you're looking at hours upon hours of manpower. And you're like, no, I'm gonna be gentle with this. I'm not gonna do that. And then even if it's something that's purchased, it's still that person's money.
Right.
But I think the principle that the invisible principle that goes underneath all of that is respect for other people and their property.
Well, we're not allowed having respect for, or we're not allowed to expect people to respect our property.
Yeah. Turin Flang said Gundam models. That's exactly what it was. He wanted to make some models like mine, and that was one of his first ones. Yep.
I used to there for the longest time. I used to make model cars, build those.
Yeah. Just lately, we've gotten into remote cars, and been having a little bit of fun with those, man. Building.
You ought to get. Have you got into?
My wife is better than I am.
Have you got into model rockets yet?
No. But what I would love to get into is remote planes. That's the one that I want to.
Well, that's the next one that we're working on. As I want to actually start building them big remote control airplanes and fly those. But me and Mikey, we've been building the model rockets for a couple years now. And what I'm wanting to do now is graduate from going and getting the model rocket kits, which are only 1-stage rockets, to I want to actually, me and him, build from scratch our own 2-stage rocket.
Man, it'll be a heck of an event. I mean, I think don't some people do the whole thing where they register and then they get like atmospheric pictures of low altitude Earth and all of that, kind of save it for prosperity?
Some of them that make the great big, there's some people, they make these great big huge model rockets that are like as tall as a 1 or 2-story house. Man, that go up that high. Yeah. And they generally they have to go somewhere where there's nobody around, like out in the desert, or any vacant space that's devoid of people living there, just in case when it falls it doesn't crush or destroy anything. I mean, I'm not wanting to get that big with it yet. I'm just wanting to be able to. So far, we've only been able to shoot a rocket up high enough. Like I said, I want to see if me and him can figure out the mechanics, behind, the one, because a 1-stage model rocket's easy to build. It's just simple, put everything together. Once you get into 2 stages, now you got it. You're talking about, firing a rocket, having one motor fire off and being able to get rid of that motor after it burns off. Right. So the other motor can fire off and not be obstructed by the first one, or have enough space to where you can have both motors beside each other. But then I'm wondering, does the mechanics still work? Is it going to throw it off if only one motor, if with 2 of them sitting side by side, is firing, and cause it to?
Well, is there some sort of exchange or timer that regulates the second stage to fire at some particular time, or that's how that works? Or is it?
I don't know yet.
You have to have the remote yourself and you time it. And
well, see, that's the thing is, how would you do it? Because see, when you fire off the first rocket, you got a lead going into the actual engine, right? And the engine is basically just, it looks like a CO2 cartridge almost, or better yet, it looks like a firecracker almost, with the actual fuel packed down inside of it, and it's got a little hole in it, and you put the leads inside of it, and you cap it off to hold it in place, and then you have a your remote for it has two leads, two little clip leads, like what you'd have on a multimeter, and you clip one on each side, right? And then you have to actually physically, give that some kind of charge for it to ignite the freaking the fuel in the freaking motor. So what you'd almost have to, the way I'm thinking about it is you'd almost have to find like maybe a fuse, like you would use if you're doing fireworks, and run the fuse from one to the other. You know what I'm saying? Which would give you like there would be a time frame, like a countdown where the second one kicked in, from between the time that the first motor burns out, it catches the fuse, and the fuse starts the other one.
Right. That's what I'm thinking. It probably just a long fuse that ignites after the first stage burn. Yeah. And there's probably like a detachment element from there.
Right.
Yeah.
But I just, dude, model rockets are fun.
Yeah, I would think that they would be, man.
Me and him, we light 2 or 3 of them off a year, man. Usually takes us, probably about a month to anywhere between a couple weeks to a month, depending on how much time we have to properly build a model rocket. Because look, if you get, even with those, if you build it improperly and you get your specs off, and you get the, you mount your like your tail wings and stuff that guide how it goes up into the sky. That if you don't put those on properly, it'll mess up the trajectory of how it flies and shit like that.
Said little Elon, huh?
Well, I was into that stuff when I was a kid. He's into he's into the STEM stuff. He more so into the coding aspect of STEM. But I just like giving him. I like doing things that we can do together, but it also he's learning stuff at the same time.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool, man. I like to hear about people doing those type of projects with their kids and getting out of the regular element of because out there, man, there's some really bad parents out there, man.
Well, I finally let him fly a drone for the first time yesterday too.
Oh man, I know that had to be fun.
Well, it was, but it was a little nerve-wracking at the same time. Because I don't want him crashing my drone. Because I've actually gotten really good at flying drones. I've crashed a lot of them to learn.
Man. No, I've only borrowed a few just to get images for certain work assignments and so forth. But I was thinking, I don't know if I'm gonna do it this year at the end of the year or maybe next year to go ahead and get the license for it, so that in certain areas I could, because I'm in a big city, so you could potentially get into some trouble if you fly in the wrong airspace and all that.
Yeah, I actually have to get an FFA license now because I got a drone that exceeds the maximum weight to not have one. I've finally graduated to the DVI brand of drones. And honestly, I'll be perfectly honest. I should have went to that brand right initially, because the more you spend on a drone, the easier it is to actually operate it.
So then I almost forgot, because I don't mean to do a hard turn, but
oh no, you're good.
I almost forgot to ask you this. I know that sometimes people they invoke the name Thomas Sowell. But there's been a bunch of other people who have stated this. There's, of course, been Walter Williams. There's been Clarence Thomas. A long list of a bunch of people,
right,
who stated that abstract thinking and reasoning is something that it seems to be on a short supply within Das Communitas. When I say abstract, I'm talking about being able to conceptualize things that you can't see with your eye, but your mind can form the idea and you can apply it to a variety of situations. Um, you need abstract thinking for a lot of math. It is what it is. Um, One of the things that I've been finding that that I'm finding that within the community, a failing of abstract thinking, even when it comes to verbal reasoning, and I think a problem of that is with the inability to define things, even words. Have you found that a lot of people use terms that have a wide variety of meanings to them, and they just
I have found that people use terms, yes, that have a wide variety of meanings, and they tend to, when they do that, they tend to generally focus only on the meaning that suits their talking points or the propaganda they're trying to get across, and completely ignore the origin or root of the word altogether.
so etymologies don't matter anymore.
Right. That's what I found.
Okay, so yeah, I've been finding that a lot.
I mean,
And
like for a prime example of that is just the definition of racism altogether.
yes,
That's one of them.
People, adding in the whole power thing and all
Right.
that stuff.
Which I don't have no problem. I understand that as society evolves and our social structure evolves, so does the definition of words, that they too will evolve with that. But we have never before in time, erased the root of the word or the root definition of the word, just to focus on the new definition. Well,
Right.
We've always added new definitions to the definition, alternate definitions.
Right. And it's part of a larger project that I'm working on to the side of of my little hobby of community anthropology, of how the change even in language has become not just rudimentary, but it's becoming to a point to where even the most rudimentary words have so many different meanings. Let me put one in the chat. There's a phrase, and it has so many meanings within Das Community. Tell me if I'm lying.
The fuck?
Am I lying?
No, because that's basically like it's like the communitas version of fuck. Because fuck for most of us in slang, that has multiple meanings, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the F word could literally be an adjective. It could be a noun. It could be a verb. It could be a pronoun. I mean, it could be anything you want it to be, really.
And that's my point. I'm finding that there are many words that are becoming so diffused that they can mean whatever you want them to mean at any given time. And which is why I chose the moniker Supreme King Coon, because coon really doesn't have a solid definition within Black America. It
Right,
just
it
basically means you don't agree with me.
Well, that's what I think racist means now, is that you don't agree with me.
Yeah. And so you have all of these, I would say, more abrasive words that can mean virtually anything at any given time. It's almost as if I don't know if you've looked into other languages, perhaps languages in the East, like Thai or and stuff like that, where you're talking about more tonal languages where the tone changes the meaning of the word. I think Ebonics has become that. It's getting to a point to where the tone changes the meaning of the word.
Well, I can see that because a lot of the culture is rooted, quote unquote, in like the whole what they like the kung fu type of movie and lifestyle genre. I mean, now it went from that to anime. Anime is more of an Eastern culture type thing, so I could see that.
Yeah. So another little project that I've been working on, and maybe Free Zone Luke can help me with this one because you know we're all different places all over the United States. Um, have any of you ever came across an Asian restaurant that has tried to fuse elements of hip hop and has survived long term?
I've never witnessed one at all. That sounds funny.
The reason why I ask is because I posed the question to and Free Zone, are you there? Maybe he's still busy.
Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm just walking the dog. I'm trying to figure out what y'all talking about. So I'm here though.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you can maybe able to jump in on this one because I posed this question that time after I visited Soul Providers channel, and an idea popped into my head because I just wanted to I guess the idea titillated me a bit. Hip hop in various ways recognizes anime, but it's not vice versa. Like the studio houses and the culture over there really doesn't adopt and associate a lot with hip hop artists and all that stuff.
Is that true? I didn't know that.
I looked into it because I actually looked at the studio houses of anime and so forth. And there's only like been I think 2 of the minor ones that have ever even done like some small hip hop stuff, and it had to do with Nanjibes and and what's the Wu-Tang guy? I forget his name. But he
RZA.
does like I think he even does like some symphony and stuff now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Japanese folks like that though.
Huh?
It's like especially like the kids in Japan and stuff. Hip hop is like big in Japan. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's the dominating, dominating force of Japan, but it's a pretty big community in Japan.
Yeah, but what I was saying so far is the fusing of the two, because it seems as though because I guess how it all started was this. Some people were telling me in a long conversation in the past about how influential rap is and so forth. And so I was like, okay, you know what? What are some of the major genres of music? And maybe it may turn into that conversation, Snowman.
Maybe.
That are used in anime. And when I did the research for it, it's a lot of classical, a lot of like Asian pop, and then there's some dribbles here or that of certain selections of hip hop beats, never any artistry,
like your newbie beats, like the kind of lo-fi-ish
right
kind of beats. Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah.
But you'll never hear like the artist in the in the background or any of that stuff.
Uh-huh.
So So then that made me go into something else where I was like, so how much is rap and hip hop used in film?
I don't know if I want to play that game, SKC, because
It's
it's
used an
starting.
awful lot.
It's like it. As a matter of fact, man, as the quality of movies, as the quality of movies have decreased, they're
You're
actually
making
putting
my
a lot
argument. You know that,
more.
right?
I know, I understand what you're saying, but yeah, I get you, but I'm saying it's in a lot of stuff nowadays. It's just it's used to like puff up really bad movies.
Uh-oh. So you mean to tell me, Free Zone, that it's not a part of like the grand production film? When you think of the top films in your repertoire, you don't think rap?
The top movies in my repertoire?
Yeah.
No, but no.
What about you, Snowman?
What's that?
Some of your favorite movies of all time. Do they have high elements of rap in them?
No. Only one does, and that's because it's the greatest white rapper to ever live. Eminem's movie 8 Mile. That's the only one that does. Other than that, no.
So yeah, I can only think of and this is just kind of like a favorite of mine. Up until a certain point, Fast and the Furious was one of my favorite like series of movies to watch before it got absolutely ridiculous.
What became ridiculous to you?
Everything. When they shot a car out into outer space, maybe.
Nah, even before that, bro. When Toretto hit the ravine to catch Letty across the bridge.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I was pretty much that was the point of no return for me.
Like you just completely made it all fictional at this point.
Which by the way, like, okay, so I've actually grown to reconsider that, right? I'm okay with movies. I'm okay with movies that aren't based in reality. My thing is, give me a convincing story. That's my whole thing. And for all intents and purposes, though, Fast and Furious has been trying to make the story interesting because they'll have like Toretto turn on the team and all this stuff. Like that stuff's neat, right? But they don't bring it together in an effective way. But my point is, I do like a lot of movies that are like that, and they do have hip hop elements to them. As a matter of fact, the thing that immediately hits my mind is, remember when Jet Li and DMX and Aaliyah did that movie, and it was like the talk of the town. And
was that Enter the Dragon?
No.
What was that? No, that was
Romeo Must Die.
Romeo Must Die.
Romeo Must Die. Yeah. Right. Which was a decent movie. It was a good movie. Kind of like those. But they don't do those kind of movies no more. They don't really. SKC, you're in the movies.
Is it just my end, or did he borg out?
No, he borged out on my end too. You can tell he's out walking around outside.
Yeah, I'm outside. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Are mid-budget movies making a return?
I hope so.
Are you talking about like what are those B-rated movies?
Like a Romeo Must Die, a movie that doesn't take that much to make, but it's a decent movie. Kind
of like the original Halloween movie, how it was a B-budget movie turned into a blockbuster.
Correct.
Yeah, I hope they are. I mean, I think that I have a hope that they may start returning in the future as people begin to recognize that the big swings are are missing too much.
Deacon's calling me out.
Yeah. Stanley's calling me out too.
Yeah.
He says rap music isn't highbrow, high art SKC. This is literally a non-argument a la anti-black John Galt level. My answer to that is I'm not making the argument of highbrow, high art as per right now. I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is that what I find is in the productions that seem to draw the most money, that they're not really featured that much, because a lot of people were stating this idea to me of, oh, rap is so influential and blah 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 blah, it's the most influential music in the world. And if it was, then my argument is, wouldn't a whole bunch of other entities that associate themselves with music, wouldn't they want to use the most influential music that is able to help them make better sales?
That's racist to even think it's
Yeah, okay. What's the most influential movie that's come out in like the last 5 years?
Last 5 years?
Sure.
Can we go back 20 years?
I mean, no. We can start with 5 and then go incrementally back by 5, because I kind of want to see where stuff changed. But
I can't really think of anything in the last 5.
Marvel
I'll take that back, dude. I'll be honest. Nope, you're right. That last Spider-Man movie that came out, what was actually, I thought that was pretty decent.
Home? No Way Out?
No Way Home, the one that had all 3 Spider-Men from the Spider-Verse in it.
I thought that shit was trash, but go ahead, man.
Yeah, I thought it was actually put together pretty well.
Let me see. You said last 5 years.
Oh, another one was, I don't know if you saw the Mario Brothers movie, but it was actually pretty good. The cartoon movie.
Yeah.
It was a great movie, and it had hip hop elements in it as well.
Did it?
Yeah.
How about Oppenheimer?
I haven't seen that yet.
Okay.
Mission Impossible.
Okay.
I've never watched any of the Mission Impossibles.
Doom.
Doom was dope.
The Batman.
Top Gun.
Yeah. That was pretty dope.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like,
yeah.
Those are pretty were pretty big hits, and none of them featured. Yeah, so I'm like, so yeah, and then I took it even from there, from the whole film thing. I said, you know what, I don't want to just be biased, because even in that, you're talking about a lot of American films. So let me go. That's why I said, let me look at anime, and anime, pretty much the same thing. It's like, your biggest stuff is not going to feature a lot of rap. And then I said, okay, well, let me see if I can take it beyond that. Video games.
Dude, I've noticed with video games and big major movies, most of the big ones all have a symphony orchestra in it.
So there we go. I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, if you think about some of the biggest video game franchises, like Final Fantasy franchise, for instance, that's nothing but orchestra music.
Nah, classical and orchestral music is ideal for movies.
Yeah,
absolutely
because
ideal.
it has a wider range of emotion.
Right. The different styles of instruments that they use and blend all together makes it easier for them to, portray the wide range of emotions through music.
Hey, Free Zone, how the heck did we miss Godzilla -1? Turin Flame put that in.
Yeah, very good point. Very good. Shout out to Turin.
Yeah, you did say that was a good movie.
Man, it's one of my favorite movies. It is my favorite Godzilla movie of all time.
Mikey wants to go see that Minecraft movie, but he doesn't want to go to the theater and see it because all the shit he's been seeing online about it when they go to the theater.
Yeah. So yeah, it was just an argument. You know, that idea about the influential thing. I was like, I think you guys are overblowing it, trying to make something more than what it is. But
Yeah, this whole push that black people are the standard for everything is really kind of ridiculous ideology. It's nothing more than self-flagellation.
yeah, I find that to be the case. But you know, I'm biased. I'm a coon, so
I'm biased too because I apparently I'm a white supremacist now.
yeah, I don't know. I think it just having a more balanced viewpoint, and I also find that a lot of people have not even attempted to open themselves up to just other hobbies and worlds that they just don't know. So they're only going by, you know, we all have limited perspectives, but I think some are more limited than others.
What's you and Free Zone's thoughts on this whole it seems like it's been something more of a modern thing that's happened within the last 5 or 10 years that I've recognized it, but this modern push to change everything that we've ever known or been told about, you know, quote unquote black or African American history.
I think it's a bunch of people who since really around the time of the civil rights era, who have been infiltrating academia and wanting to retell stories based upon grievance, in order to kind of substantiate themselves and pat themselves on the back. You have your people like your what was the lady with the 1619 project? Hannah Nicole something.
Yeah.
You know, people like that, you know, just basically make up a bunch of stuff and then when they're called out on it, cry racism. It's like he's literally had a community of top ranked historians who shot holes all through the theory, and you know, pretty much her answer to it was, "Oh, this is because I'm a black woman." It's like, come on, man, come on.
What do you think about that black woman that claims to be the original author of the Matrix trilogy and the supposed Terminator series?
I don't know about any of that. I haven't. I heard some bits and pieces of it, but I've never looked into it myself.
It's absurd. If you look into it, it's absurd.
I haven't heard. All I've heard is that the movie takes inspiration from the book. That's really all. If you actually look into the book that was written,
there's only one reference in the book that's so vague that you can't even you can't prove that it was referencing anything because it's a vague reference. But the book itself that she wrote, it's nothing comparable to the actual Matrix movie. It's weird how they got that.
I'll leave that for you and Stanley to duke out.
I'm not going to duke it out with them. Look, I'm like Stanley with it. I've done my research. I'm standing 10 toes. There's been court rulings on it.
He said there's been court rulings.
Whoa, what?
Yeah, it's been litigated on.
So she was trying to get money out of the movie, and they said no, that's not gonna work.
She sued the Wachowskis over it.
She said, "The white man, they stole my idea."
No, those are white women. Those are white women now.
Oh, get it right. It's ma'am.
Yeah. Come on, man. Show some respect. We're in a high trust society, SKC. Stick to the principle.
Hey, Stanley says you got it wrong on 1619, even though we were all on the stream. I was actually on the panel of that stream when you dug deep into 1619, the history. And we were actually digging the actual history up.
Yeah, I don't want to relitigate that. It is what it is. There's the
people are going to believe what they want to believe.
Yeah, there's been so many inaccuracies about the 1619 project that have been published. These are not my words. You know, these are the words of the storied historians that are world renowned, that have, you know, chop that thing up like like a brisket. And for people that want to go ahead and try to defend it, it came from a narrative that that was biased, and that bias is not accepted by the majority of the world of history. It is what it is. Now, if people want to fight that, hey, go fight the historians. I'm not,
I find it interesting that everything in this country at this point is being challenged. Literally everything. I blame it on COVID.
I mean, I think it's I think it was inevitable. I mean, you had people who literally took on and flirted with Marxist theories, and which it's based upon deconstructing things. So
Right.
Their major purpose is they want to destroy the status quo, and they have these replacement ideas, but they're not founded on anything substantial. Even the very concepts of how they do research is based upon a Western Western concepts.
Mm-hmm.
So back to the stop sign, I will say that my stance on it has now changed to I believe that the stop sign is a necessary thing for the people that don't take pride in doing the right thing, as you were stating earlier, who don't put the right thing first. But I also believe that the stop sign, even though it's necessary, can also be utilized in an unnecessary or unethical way towards its citizens.
Well, let me say this to you, SKC. I will make this argument. If people were principled, you wouldn't need stop signs.
Yeah, that's true. You need laws for primarily for the lawless and for those that are learning principles.
Correct. Because a person that sees someone obstructing their course of travel is already going to stop. Right?
Yeah, because you would see two people that would say, "Oh no, you were coming to the intersection first. You go ahead." It's a given.
But then you could also, now I'm thinking about it, you could also get into the argument of you got several people coming to a intersection at the same time. The whole purpose of a stop sign also is we're taught that it tells you if that happens. We're also taught by the law who goes first in that situation. And
Correct.
Maybe that's what it's still needed for, is to regulate, whose turn to go it is.
Yeah.
Because it's like, for instance, the other day I had to yell at somebody to go because, we three of us came up at the same time, or two of us came up at the same time after the one car in front of me was coming towards me, came and then went and turned. Now, if they would have went straight, I would have just went too. Right. But since they turned the opposite direction and cut in front of me, well, then that meant that the person to the right of me goes now. But obviously they don't teach this in driver's ed no more because this person just sat there like a moron.
Yeah.
I understand.
I mean, there's some practical uses in what you're talking about, and I think you and Free Zone bring up separate ideals. I think what Free Zone is talking about is kind of like the overarching thought of, hey, in an idealistic world, you wouldn't need laws because principled people really don't need them. They know how to to treat each other. And then on top of it, even if there was something of you got to an intersection at the same time, two principal people one of them would say, no, you go ahead. I'm cool. You know, I'm such and such, and the other, but oh, no, you go. No, okay, I'll go ahead and get out the way. There you go. And it's over.
Right.
But you know, we don't
Correct.
live in an idealistic world. So yes, we're going to need certain items and laws that are going to help smooth things over. But I think one of the major
I mean, I
issues
can what about your dystopian example? I could have even extended to that which I thought was very interesting, like stopping at a stop sign in a dystopian world where you're the only person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I'm thinking, I hate to make the movie reference, but I'm sitting here thinking of I Am Legend. I mean, there were zombies there. That's not applicable, but you get my point. Like,
yeah, the idea, I think the idea behind it was him
right.
stopping at the time was to preserve
what humanity he didn't have left
of his mind of what he came from. He
did that shit as a survival tactic.
Correct. Because if you step off the ledge of anything goes, then that also starts to destroy a lot of internal principles within you.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, to that point, one of my favorite scenes of the movie was when he walks into the store. The fact that my favorite part of the movie is the fact that he has dolls and mannequins and stuff like stashed through the city, so he could give himself some type of simulation of normality in a world that's chaotic. Because if he didn't have those things and all he was resorting to was smoking out zombies, he would lose his humanity.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is
he was
only preserving his humanity there.
You know, it touches on another idea, Free Zone, I don't know if you've ever watched a lot of war movies and so forth, but sometimes in a war movie, there will be a character or two who preserves culture. He holds on to something that is, or teaches the other people, you know, something that had to do with their culture or something that of high culture.
Like Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder?
Well, I don't know about that, but it keeps them grounded.
I couldn't help myself.
It keeps them grounded and willing to fight for something, an ideal that's larger than themselves. Actually, in World War, I think II, I think that was the whole purpose of the Monument Men.
Correct.
You know, going around and preserving those high cultural items, because destroying those destroys something within the soul of a nation. It would hurt dramatically for a country to attack the United States and destroy the Statue of Liberty.
Right.
Or to destroy the Eiffel Tower. There's something that is connected to the soul of the nation with such cultural icons, and that's why I think when people talk about high art and all that other stuff, that's its importance. And to a certain extent, I don't think that people recognize how important those things are until, you know, they're gone.
Yeah. That's also why I have an issue. I'm conflicted on the concept of questioning everything, because on the one hand, questioning everything does resort to possibly good things happening. I mean, if you like, I would imagine that the idea of questioning things, it's always been a thing. I mean, why else would you get on a boat and ship off to an unknown land without the question? Where I get conflicted on is, at what point do you question something and then the question gets answered and you close the book? Why do you have to constantly open the same books to question the same things? It just seems It seems like a
Give
huge
me
waste of time.
my abstract mind isn't working. Give me a concrete idea of what you're saying, or an example. He's like, easy slavery. We know what happened.
You know what? I did not
You know
want to
what?
say. I'm trying to think of a different example
Another good
because my
example would be
mind is
9/11.
primed based. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I was trying to overcome the priming that happened with the conversation y'all were having. That's insane.
9/11 is a perfect example of what he's saying.
Okay.
Because if you look
Yeah.
at it, there's a narrative that's been pushed by, the government, and a narrative pushed by the conspiracy theorists, but there's never no clear-cut answer. And we're constantly looking at the same information over and over and over again, but not coming to a general consensus.
Oh, yeah. I think what the one I think that there's some points of agreement that everybody can come to. I think everybody can come to the agreement that somebody lied.
Oh yeah, I can agree to that.
Yeah. I mean, well, if history is written by the winners, and the winners are writing from their interpretation, there's probably gonna be some things that aren't true in there.
Well, I just know I've seen people tell fish stories. We all have. The old man that every time he tells the story of his biggest catch, that catch keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah. I have a bone to pick with the history is written by the victor thing. I know what you're saying, Free Zone, but I think that is people use that so frequently on a multitude of happenings throughout a time that I don't think that they thought that platitude through.
Well, yeah, I mean, the reason why the reason why it's seen the way it's seen is because who questions the history? If the winners are writing history, who's questioning the history?
Well, what I'm saying is that take for instance, if we were to go back in time, right? Let's say we went to ancient history.
Where at in ancient history?
Okay, let's say we go to Greece or Rome. Let's say Greece.
Okay.
Alexander the Great, he fights some battle. People make it seem as though the only people that existed at that time were the Greeks and the people that the Greeks were fighting. And they act as if the Greeks weren't trading with other people, that the people that the Greeks were fighting weren't trading with other people, that those people weren't traveling from place to place, observing things and writing about things and so forth, as if we don't have records of what they had to say on the matter, even if it was a duly note of hey, I'm from, I don't know, this land over here, and typically we would have been able to have our trade route and make my sales of this and that, but there was the war that was going on between the Greeks and so, and we weren't able to make the shipment, so we went to this place over here to sell it to these people. That gives you a date and evidence that war took place. And they may even add in stuff of, oh yeah, so and so won, so we couldn't even sell to them anymore because they were destroyed. They're slaves now. There's all sorts of tidbits of thoughts throughout history that state things. Take for instance, there was a conversation this morning. I don't know who. I'm not trying to fight anybody on it. I'm just saying the conversation came up. 3/5 compromise. 3/5 compromise.
Well, I had that discussion with someone the other day.
What are we
SKC's
doing?
channel.
It's like, what are we doing? We have words from ex-slaves about the 3/5 compromise. We don't have to do guesswork on it. We have the words of the people who were actual slaves.
Well, that's the thing that bothers me is like that. That's another one of the things that race grifting, ambulance chasing, race hustler was pushing. He said, well, we know that the Constitution, it didn't even represent or recognize people as or black people as even human beings, blah, blah, blah. And I looked at him and said, what are you talking about? He's like, the Three-Fifths Compromise. I was like, dude, you ain't even got that right. The Three-Fifths Compromise was all about voting power. That's all it was about.
And that's what I mean.
And if anything, it humanized the slaves more than it dehumanized them.
That's what I mean. It's an interesting conversation. I just think that when people say, going back to the original thing of, the victors write the history. Okay. Was Frederick Douglass a victor?
I would think so.
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
Who did he defeat?
Obviously, the rhetoric and ideology of then and today. That's what he defeated.
Yeah, I'm saying, who did he defeat?
I don't know specifically who he defeated.
Because he was a man that lived at a time. He didn't feed anybody. He didn't fight any wars or overtake any nations or anything of that nature. But he was able to write history according from his viewpoint as an ex-slave. We have that record today. Heck, we can go to his home. So this idea that the victor writes the hit, it's like, come on. Look, do you take, for example, a long time ago, there were these wars that were happening between Africans on the African continent way before any Europeans got there. They would raid each other. They would destroy their artifacts, and they would take the women and the children and the kill. And they Shaka Zulu was putting people's bodies and heads on spikes, on pikes, destroying family histories in the whole nine. There's a lot of stuff from Africa that the only reason that we even have a record of it was because the colonizers went over there and preserved a lot of the art that they had, whereas other Africans that was fighting it was gonna take it and destroy it.
Stanley didn't like my comment about the Three-Fifths Compromise, even though it's a fact. Said, bring that BS on my panel so I can mock you. What's the mock? What's the mock? That's the Three-Fifths Compromise. Literally was because the South was mad because they were not getting equal representation in Congress, and they weren't getting the same voting power because the slaves weren't considered actual citizens or people because they were considered property. They weren't. The government didn't recognize them as citizens. Therefore, that's why they compromised and said they were 3/5 to count for the voting block and to have congressional power in Congress, have proper representation. That's what it was about. If you don't see that, then you're just ignorant and you want to you want to live in a place based in nothing but inequality, victimhood, and racism.
You know something? I went and grabbed my little book on this because I have just a little notation book on this. Because it went to the page. Frederick Douglass. This is his words about the Three-Fifths Compromise. He says, the Constitution reads no property in man. The Three-Fifths Clause operates against slavery and not in its favor. That's from a person who lived in slavery, who was born in it. I don't need the ideas from modern Black people on whether the Three-Fifths Compromise was good or not when I can read probably one of the greatest minds that came out of slavery that says that it operated against slavery, not in its favor.
I mean, if I'm considered property and not a human being prior, but then I'm considered 3/5 of a human being, that's actually humanizing me, is it not?
Like I said,
And I'm not saying that it was right or wrong. That's not the argument. See, the people that want to focus on that, they keep focusing on their emotional attachment to it rather than what it actually was.
right. It was a stage that made forward progress from
He said Douglas was being rhetorical. That's funny.
From the it was a stage from total slavery to freedom. That's what it was.
Hey, you gonna drop the link for Stanley or what?
You want me to?
You know something, before you go and do that, let me riff and get this off, man, because there's an underlying principle
after you, I'll drop it after you get it off. But the only way I'm dropping the link and letting Stanley up is if he actually respects that you aren't going to interrupt people when they talk. If people let you get off what you got to say, then you show the same respect. This ain't your panel.
Mother chucker, I'm Stanley. I'm gonna do whatever I want to do up in there. I just play. But the underlying principle of it comes back to what I was telling you earlier, Snowman, that you're gonna have a certain segment of Black Americans who will never, ever, ever give credence to the idea that there were white people who sacrificed not for power or money to help Black people out of goodwill. You have a lot of Black people that just are never going to accept that, because it works against their idea of, well, the white people, they made the Constitution only for other white people, and it's like, well,
it pushes back against their narrative that they freed themselves without any help.
Yeah. You ask that question, how did the slaves get free? And then you get all of this. You get Mr. Bojangles and Sandman on the talking and stuff when they just cannot say.
Which I don't understand why it's so difficult to admit that there were white people that actually helped and wanted to see the finalization or the demise of slavery in this country.
Yeah.
Well, I said, that's fine, Stanley, but if you're going to have a discussion, you can do it, and you can do it respectfully.
Yeah.
If you're going to interrupt people, I will drop your ass.
I also kind of want to, after we get through this too, I kind of want to know Stanley's take about your. I know he didn't hear your stream because it was on Rumble, but what you were talking about, SKC, in regards to principles and laws.
We've touched on it before, but just around the edges of the plate, as it were. But so far as like the Frederick Douglass thing, at the very beginning, when Frederick Douglass was more of a hothead and more of the William Lord Garrison type, he was against the 3/5 compromise. But then later, after he started to read, he later came to the idea that it wasn't an insult to Black people, and that it was a tactical disadvantage towards slave holders.
Well, like I said, you know what my grounds are, Stanley, and I will drop you. I'll show you the same. I'll conduct myself the same way you do on your panel when you don't like what people are doing.
The same kind of love. Same kind of love. You'll show him the same love he shows you.
Right. But
level of deference.
That's the one thing I dislike about people is I'm not coming to discuss. I'm coming to correct. Well, no, you're not coming to correct because you're coming to give us your pseudo intellectual opinion about something you obviously don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll shut up. I'll just listen to his opinion.
You got the floor, sir. Stanley, you got the floor.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Stanley, what's up, man?
Hey, Free Zone. Let me first off, the 3/5 compromise was was developed during the Constitutional Convention. Congress wasn't even formed yet. Okay, as far as the way it happened, and I've read Madison's notes for starters on the Constitutional Convention. It was literally a compromise. It really had nothing to do with the well-being of slaves. The South basically wanted power. So the election stuff, the voting power,
Yeah, they wanted equal power and representation in government.
No. They
because they
wanted,
still had
they
a
did not
Continental
want-
Congress. They still had a
Okay.
Continental Congress at that time, Stanley.
No,
And a Continental Congress was formed by the
it was
population
not the
density.
Dude, the Constitutional Convention, when they wrote the Constitution, the 3/5 compromise was part of the Constitution. Okay, it had nothing to do with the Continental Congress.
No, you're saying that the government wasn't even formed yet.
Congress
That's
came up with the Articles of Confederation. Totally different document.
Jesus fucking Christ. You're saying that there wasn't even a government yet, and that's where I'm saying you were wrong.
It was the Articles of Confederation are what the Constitution replaced. This is fact.
And there were still and we still had a government at that time.
No.
Was there still a Congress?
Nothing to do with the government.
Why did they
the
put
Constitution formed a government?
Oh, Jesus fucking.
The Articles of Confederation, which basically existed before 1789, when the Constitution was ratified, formed the government we have today.
Yeah, Turin, you can come up here if you want, man. I'll let you.
Okay, dude, this is literal history. I'm not making.
I know it's literal history, and what you're saying is you're also doing the same thing everyone else says.
Okay, dude, I'll leave it because
compromise
dehumanized
people.
I am not going to discuss actual history. This isn't philosophy. This isn't what Stanley thinks. This is literally a timeline. If you don't know that the Constitution replaced what the Continental Congress created, then there's no reason for me to have this discussion. That is literal American history.
Compromise. Continue on. You got the floor.
So
the three here and look, dude, a simple search. The 3/5 compromise was an agreement made in 1787. Constitutional Convention that allowed Southern states.
Constitutional Convention
That allowed Southern. Will you shut up?
Okay, dude.
Shut up.
This is why.
Shut up. I'm reading. It said agreement made at the 1787 Constitutional Convention that allowed Southern states to count 3/5 of their enslaved population for purposes of taxation and representation. This effectively gave the Southern states more power in the House of Representatives relative to the Northern states. The compromise was enshrined in Article 1, Section 2 of the United States Constitution. It literally says exactly what my claim was.
No, it did. Dude,
yes, it does, dude, because it was all about making sure that they had more representation.
You literally mentioned the Continental Congress. Where does it talk about?
All it said is it was a compromise. Dude, all it said was it was an agreement made at the 1787 Constitutional Convention. That's all it says.
Can I ask you a question?
What?
Is the Continental Congress the same thing as the Constitutional Convention? Are they the same?
Who said it was the same thing?
You did. You mentioned.
No, I said
you.
Because
did you not
said
mention? Did
Stanley,
you not
stop fucking interrupting me?
Okay, damn it. You know what? This is why I don't come up to talk with people who don't know American history.
Because you want to constantly interrupt and overtalk.
Okay, blame it on that. That's exactly what
it is, dude.
I asked you a question. Can you answer it?
what are you guys trying to get at? I'm confused.
I'm trying
He's
to
trying to say that he's trying to say that what I said about the 3/5 compromise is incorrect.
It is.
So let me
what
just
did
try
it
to get
do?
Understanding. So one is trying to say
first
that,
off, the South was not worried about equality, voting equality. It was worried about having more power than the North. There was nothing about equality.
So you're telling me that the Britannica is wrong? Then.
Okay, the Britannica didn't use the word equality for starters. Now, did it?
They wanted more representative power in the House of Representatives.
That is not the same thing as equality.
No, I didn't even say. I said equal representation in Congress,
you know
dude.
What? You literally used the word equality.
I said equal representation.
Okay,
in
they
Congress.
did not want equal representation. They wanted more representation.
So fucking what?
Okay,
are you really going to sit here and argue fucking semantics and cherry pick? You knew exactly what I fucking meant.
Okay, no, damn it, that's the problem. I have to decipher what you mean instead of you saying what you.
Maybe if you just listened.
Dude, look, I know that you know a lot about American history. I'm just going to be blunt about it and say I know more. Okay, you are not teaching me. You're coming to correct your misconception.
You're not teaching me anything. You're not correcting anything.
Okay, I literally said.
I literally just corrected you with what I read.
Okay, you literally did nothing of the sort.
Well, really quickly, Stanley and Snowman, if possible, could we just hear Stanley's viewpoint completely out and just go from there?
Sure,
that way,
he'll actually give it.
Yeah.
Okay. All I want to point out is that the Continental Congress had nothing to do with
what was the 3/5 compromise for.
Can we start there?
What was the 3/5 compromise used for? What was it for? What did they even put it in there for?
Basically used for the South to get the political upper hand in representation over the North. There was no equality or equal representation involved. The South wanted more representation than the North.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't think anyone disputes that the South wanted more power.
Right. So equality of representation or equal representation is a concept that they were not trying to do. That's my point.
Yeah, they were just trying to get more power. I think we can all move on from there. The South wanted more power than the North.
And that's all I have to say about the 3/5 compromise. It was constitutional. The Articles of Confederation preceded the Constitution. There was indeed a loose confederation of states, but not a strong central government. The Continental Congress was 1775, and I think there was one before it. Nothing to do with the Constitution or the 3/5 compromise.
Okay, I'm curious as to. Okay.
That's what I have to say about the 3/5 clause.
I'm trying to see how that's really any different than what I said.
Oh, it's way different. The devil is in the details, and you know what? Sometimes the devil is actually in the details.
Because what I said was the 3/5 compromise was they actually made the slaves to where they could be counted. Exactly. That way they could get more representation.
Exactly.
In Congress.
Exactly. However,
that
representation, the slaves weren't voting. They just basically counted for representation purposes. That we agree on.
There were a lot of citizens that weren't slaves that didn't get to vote either because they weren't property owners.
Well, no, by the time the Constitution came around, that property owner thing had gone by the wayside.
No, it hadn't, dude, because
the Constitution.
They actually removed everyone has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. It didn't used to be happiness. It was property.
I know that. And how is that relevant to what I'm saying?
Because property owners were the only ones that were given the right to vote. for the longest time.
No, you had to have assets, property. You could have money in the bank and not own land and be
So there were a
eligible to
lot
vote.
of, my point is, there were a lot of citizens that were counted that weren't given the right to vote.
Okay, what does that have to do with the 3/5 compromise again?
Well, it has to do with the fact that you were sitting there
Okay,
trying to make
no,
an
it's
argument about them being counted
whataboutism
but
is
not
what
being
it
able to
is.
vote.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I said what I had to say about the 3/5 compromise. SKC, you probably know this, but Frederick Douglass changed his mind. He and what's his name, Garrison, actually saw the Constitution as a slavery document. And this is just my opinion, and there are actual academics who would agree with me. Frederick Douglass changed his mind about the Constitution being a freedom document. It was more rhetorical. It was easier to convince people that slavery was wrong if you convinced them that the Constitution was a freedom document. To me, it was a rhetorical device. It wasn't a deeply held belief.
Well, it's interesting that when you read of Douglas, when he stated that he changed his mind on it, he stated he changed his mind when he broke from Wood Lord Garrison, and he stated when he actually read the Constitution for himself.
I totally agree with that statement. I said it was my personal opinion, and there are actual academics who agree with me. It was more rhetorical because
So then you weren't correcting
you can
him.
read
You were taking your opinion.
you can read the Constitution as a slavery document too, because it talks about the 3/5 compromise and the well, I can't even think of it. The escape slave clause. I can't even think of the name of it now. I'm having a senior moment. The only two places it refers to slavery, because of course it doesn't use the word, it uses like persons of service or something like that. The escaped slave clause, there's an actual name for it, but I can't think of it. And the 3/5, if you read the Constitution that way, I personally don't think it was a freedom document, even though what it called for in 80 years was an end to the slave trade. And the Virginians wanted that because they wanted to develop an internal slave trade. That's really the reason behind getting rid of the African slave trade. It's all in Madison's notes.
And that's fine. All I'm stating is that from a reading of
Look, I've read as
Frederick
much
Douglass
Douglass as you have.
and reading his speeches, he has stated in several occasions that
Yes.
he was convinced that the Constitution had no guarantees in favor of slavery.
Understood.
And
Now,
he even stated that in its letter and spirit, he found it to be an anti-slavery instrument.
I understand, and my opinion. Did you read Douglas Blight's the latest biography of Frederick Douglass?
No, I've just read.
Okay, well, I did, and I've read, his two autobiographies and speeches and stuff. I'm not disagreeing with you. You make a solid case. There are many academics who will agree with you. I'm saying I don't buy it. It was really more, in my opinion. I'm not saying it's fact. It is my opinion that his support and reading of the Constitution and stating that it was a freedom document in his writings was more performance art than a deeply held belief. Again, that is my opinion. And there are academics who would agree with me. That's all I have to say about it.
How is that a correction then if it's an opinion?
And my
Well, fuck
thought
you,
on it,
Snowman. I said I was correcting you, not so much SKC. And if I said it, I was probably just being funny. I actually meant to correct you and just tell SKC my thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, my thing is I take it more literal, because for a person to pen their own words and say, this is what they believe, this is the story of their life. Especially as an ex-slave, and in his character on a multitude of other subjects, he was quite direct. Heck, one of my favorite lines from Douglas is when people were trying to question him about his second wife, and he out front stated, "What business is of yours? What what the color of my wife is?" That's the kind of person that he came off to be. So for him to play some sort of rhetoric when he stated that the Constitution reads no property in man, I'm like, come on. It seems to me to be a reach, but that is my reading of him. And I haven't read a bunch of other people's opinion upon Douglas. I've just read Douglas himself.
Okay, well, you know what? Like I said, I can't come out and say you're wrong. I give Frederick Douglass a lot more credit. I think he could be straightforward, but he was also a master rhetorician. I think and again, maybe, when you read stuff, you tend to kind of read your personality into their words. So I don't have a comeback other than it's my opinion. And I have read Douglas and I have read biographies of Douglas. So I think he was deeper. I think he was deeper than just all I can do as a former slave is be direct. I think he was a master of words.
Oh yeah, I think it was much more than that, but
and thus
he was
master of rhetoric.
I think he was quite honest in his opinions on a multitude of
Okay.
things. I mean, he didn't play the rhetoric game with Lincoln. He told him exactly what he thought at the moment. In fact, I don't really find many instances of Douglas playing a rhetoric game at all.
Okay, well, maybe you haven't read enough. But I, on the other hand, think he was a master rhetorician. He changed his mind for starters.
Yeah, I think he gave the reason for his change of mind.
Okay. And
stated,
again, I didn't come up here to debate this. I just came to present my thoughts on the matter. The debate is unnecessary. You believe what you believe. I will believe what I believe. So that's pretty much all I have to say.
And I would say beyond all of that, Snowman and Stanley, I think that there were many other Black people during that era that also read and commented on the 3/5 Compromise and had a public and written approval of the 3/5 Compromise as a good thing for Black people.
And you say that for what reason?
To say that a lot of times when people in our day mention these things, they make it sound as if it was like some evil thing, when you had people that lived through it who did not share that opinion.
Right. So I literally, if you'll recall me saying, a lot of times when you read things, you read your personality into it. You recall me saying that?
Correct.
Okay.
So when I read something and I'm reading the
no,
thoughts,
I don't see the Constitution as a no property in man sort of deal, because it didn't come out and say no property in man. I mean, what is the Constitution but rhetoric? There's a lot of gray area written into the Constitution, and I think there's enough gray area that you can disagree whether it was a freedom document or not.
I think the gray area is
slavery without abolishing it.
I think the gray area is purposeful in that some things you would need to leave open so that the country could be able to grow. But a lot of the viewpoints were based upon the certain mentality of what the founders assumed the people would have.
The founders or the framers?
Both.
Huh.
What they believed that the people would have a general concept in. They truly believe that the majority of people were going to be religious minded people.
Well, that's because people were.
Correct.
I mean, it was a safe assumption.
Correct. So there were a lot of ideas that did not require a bunch of writing, like the South African Constitution, which is what 10,000 pages long and so forth, because
Right. Well, I don't
basing
know
things
enough
off
about
of.
I don't know enough about other constitutions to even put up a cogent argument. What I will say is
they were
that
basing things off of more principled actions from people,
right, but
based upon their religious ideals.
Right, but one of the reasons I don't see the Constitution as a freedom document is the South Carolina and Georgia, literally saying we won't even hear, because they also wanted to get rid of slavery. That got talked about. As a matter of fact, it was probably the most contentious thing during the Constitutional Convention. Georgia and South Carolina basically said, if you even hint that slavery is going to end, we will walk out of this Constitutional Convention. Okay, so to keep Georgia and South Carolina there had to be compromise. And the compromise wasn't going to be, hey, in 80 years, slavery is going to go away. Okay, there was no hint in that Constitution about slavery ending. And my icing on the cake is it took a war to end it. Okay, it wasn't a voluntary, hey, we're going to give up slavery because we have seen the light. It took a war. And for the people who want to talk about, well, America was one of the first to do it. No, it took a war to do it. It wasn't like, a kumbaya moment. And that's why I don't think the Constitution is it was a compromise over slavery. Lincoln is the perfect example, if he can save the Union, etc. So I will not see the Constitution as a freedom document. And, it's just something we'll disagree on.
Yeah. I don't know. It just, I guess it's like a glass half empty thing, because just as you can make note of the people who wanted slavery pre-Constitution, I can make same list of people who did not want slavery and put it in writing as well. So it seems as though when people want to take the position that the Constitution is not an anti-slavery document or so forth, they want to look at only a part of the people that had an influence on it, and they want to disregard the other people who
do you think
who had many and plenty of anti-slavery ideals that are well documented before the Constitution was.
Oh, absolutely. Now, do you think I'm discounting them? I'm taking them into consideration.
I don't think that you are.
Okay, well, you can think that all you want.
Because
I know about the anti-slavery society and all that jazz. What I'm saying is there would be no Constitution if Georgia and South Carolina had walked out. And they were going to do it if they were to be believed. Their compromise was you keep slavery. That was the compromise. I don't see all the people who want to write about it in their beliefs, who literally don't take into it's almost like, well, hey, what was said at the Constitutional Convention and what the outcome was doesn't matter because we think it's a freedom document. That's what I'm hearing.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
that's what I'm hearing.
You stated that there were two colonies that did not want to, that were going to walk out.
South Carolina and Georgia.
Right. And there were 11 others that didn't.
Okay. However, before you go there, how many states would it have taken to ratify the Constitution? Okay, because if Georgia and South Carolina walked out, so is North Carolina.
Okay, I'll give you that one. Three of 13. That's the ratio that you're talking
I'm
about.
sure Virginia would have walked out too. All the
Okay,
slave states would have walked
13. 4 of 13. You see what I mean?
Okay,
It's still you're looking
it
at
took was
minority
it 9
rather
or
than the
10?
majority.
Was it 9 or 10 to ratify the Constitution?
I believe it was 9.
Okay, and by the way, South Carolina had outsized influence because of, it was a rich colony. And believe me, if slavery had been abolished, all the slave states, South Carolina and Georgia, were going to walk out. But I can guarantee you, Virginia and North Carolina would have too. That's all counterfactual. I don't even want to get into it. All I'm saying is that it's when the rhetoric is you keep slavery or we walk out, that basically to me means this ain't no freedom document.
I understand that, but what I'm looking at is this: the majority of the population was in the North. So
right, that's why they wanted 3/5.
Correct. So the majority of the population was in the North. So when people look at this situation and they don't recognize that the majority of the people who had no qualms about getting rid of slavery, that's the majority of the country before it was born.
I'm not sure. Slavery was legal everywhere. There was plenty of slaves in New York City, for instance. I mean, New York had a decent slave population. Slavery was legal everywhere. Maybe Massachusetts by that time had outlawed it. Vermont, I don't think, had slavery, but there were plenty northern states where slavery got abolished after the Constitution was adopted.
Right. But
So I'm not sure. Again, it's a counterfactual. I'm not so sure I would agree that, hey, if the North decided, hey, we don't want slavery by a vote or something like that, I'm not so sure that it would have been abolished by a vote.
How did okay. How did
I have my doubts. It's a counterfactual. I can't argue either way, but I have my doubts, is all I'm saying.
Right. But the only 2 colonies that were willing to stand up in the convention and state, if slavery is off the books, we're walking out of here, was those 2. Now, and
what's your point? Tell me what your point is, because I'm not getting it.
My point is that you're looking at the minority of the people.
Okay,
then placing the minority of the people as the heart and soul of the document.
Dude, I think he's gone, man.
No, I dropped it. No, I dropped him so SKC could actually get his thought off.
No, what I'm saying is he's looking at the minority of the people as the majority, as the heart and soul of the document. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, it doesn't make sense to you. I hear your argument. I acknowledge your argument. I think you're out to lunch on that one.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And you can jump in if you want to, Torn.
Oh, well, I really didn't want to talk about this particular subject as much.
Right. Well, we can move on. I'm pretty much done. I really just came up for those 2 topics. So I will see y'all later.
Right on.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, I can't complain.
Doing all right. I'm doing all right, man. This it's I don't know term, but what I found with the majority of people that I wouldn't say hold that opinion, but similar opinions, is that it's very difficult for them to concede any sort of goodwill from quote unquote white people towards black slaves.
towards blacks, period.
Towards black people, pre Constitution and post Constitution and post Civil War. I mean, there were plenty of individuals that were outspoken that weren't going to gain an iota from taking up for black people, and they did anyway.
Well, it's true that they're across the grain, cut against the grain. But, you know, the prevailing attitude for humanity hasn't really been very kind to the outsider, like throughout human history. In fact, like the idea of like being fair to like a slave population or to any kind of foreigner is pretty new. Like basically like Jesus, right? And that, like, most people didn't really put that sort of stuff into practice, even in Christian nations, until, you know, more recently. I don't know, how long is the history of humanity? I don't know, maybe like 1,000,000 years. So it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't really matter anyway. Like everyone that was involved with writing the Constitution, and in all the years between then and now, like they're all dead. Like, like even if you read their writing and stuff, that's not the same as like talking to them face to face.
Yeah. But I think that there are certain inferences that we can gain from reading the material. Like take for instance, Stanley, he jokes with me. He says when I was talking about, you know, in each time period there were people who were anti-slavery, and they had you know, and he says not a majority, but yet I can bring up something like the Northwest Ordinance, and that was, you know, that was passed before the Constitution. That was what I think that was like under the Articles of Confederation and so forth. And that would ban slavery in Ohio and Indiana, in Illinois, Michigan and Wisconsin. All of that law was adopted unanimously. That means all.
Yeah. Yeah, people could be persuaded by moral arguments. And in fact, everybody that's ever argued against slavery did it from a moral point of view. Most of the time when people argued for slavery, it was from a practical point of view. You know, like a modern analogy for that is the petrodollar, like the oil trade. The entire world economy is based off of oil. So people make a moral argument like we need to get off of oil because it's pollutive to the planet, or whatever type of reason they come up with, right? It doesn't really matter if any of it's true or not. It's like a moral argument they're making. But the practicality is that if you were to just like stop using oil suddenly, it would collapse the world economy and would cause chaos and destruction. So, like, in order for you to like change like an entrenched system of governance, or you know, like an institution, it requires like some sort of drastic thing most of the time. Now, it doesn't always happen that way. You know, like when voting to end slavery happened.
I'm sorry, too. I haven't seen Stanley wail like this in a long time, man. I haven't, man. Okay. Turin, Free Zone, Snowman. I just want to make sure that I'm not going crazy. Does this statement say Northwest Ordinance was part of why there was a Revolutionary War?
Yeah.
Okay, Northwest Ordinance was 1787. When was the Revolutionary War?
1776.
What are we talking about?
You know, whenever I hear whataboutism, like whenever I hear anybody say that, the image that comes to mind is a fedora tipping, overweight, gay race communist. And I just can't shake that.
An overweight gay race communist. That's quite an
crazy.
image.
I usually just address the whataboutism if it applies. If it doesn't apply, I just say, what the fuck I gotta do with what I'm talking about? Kind of like Stanley. That's why we're a kindred spirit in some sorts. I'll be quick to say, hey, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Because that abstract thinking, like people, bro, a lot of folks suck at analogies, man. A lot of people are just terrible at them. Terrible.
Yeah, that's true, but look, that's a skill that has to be cultivated from a young age, using your imagination. Because that's kind of the bottom line there. It's like, did you cultivate your imagination growing up as a kid? Because if you didn't, you're not going to be able to do it when you get older.
John Amos Comenius.
Yep.
Learning differentiation. So I mean, yeah.
You know, speaking about imagination, there's like, we were talking about movies earlier, like, and we were trying to mention, what was it, like the most influential movies in the past 5 years? Actually, I think the most influential movie wasn't really like an entertainment film. It was probably that documentary that guy made about the trannies. That's, I don't know, like, as far as having influence over people, because movies today, they don't really have influence over people. They're just too dumb, and they're not like, you know, there's not any like real feeling or emotion involved. Like, and I'll give you an example. There's a whole genre of movies that doesn't exist anymore, and that is the boys' adventure film.
Yes.
And those were all really good. Like here's a couple of ones. Like the two Australian ones were like really good. One was called The Earthling, which is about this little boy that was going camping with his mom and dad, and his mom and dad drove off the side of a cliff while he was out in the middle of the forest, and they died, leaving him alone out in the middle of the forest. And at the same time, there's this old man that was dying of cancer, and he was going to go out into the forest to die. And this little boy, he's like 6 or 7. He's like a little kid. So he has no chance of survival. This kid somehow finds that old man. And that old man's like not in the mood to deal with the kid, right? Because he's dying. And he just wants to do his like walkabout thing, like to get out in the woods and die. And so, you know, like they form a relationship subtly. He's a cranky old man, doesn't want to. And basically eventually they form a friendship and a partnership, and the boy learns some secrets about how to live out in the forest from the old guy. And like, that's a really good one. There's like a lot of deep emotions in that one. And then there's another one called Frog Dreaming, which is about this kid that like there's this weird thing in a lake that keeps coming up out of the lake. And like one guy died of a heart attack from it. And so this kid is like, goes on like this personal quest to try to like solve the mystery of the thing that keeps coming up out of the lake. And so he builds like a diving suit to go down and fight like a sea monster thing. Yeah, like that movie's great. Boys' adventures movies.
Or like the Goonies, or like the Outsiders.
Yeah, the Goonies.
Even like
yeah.
You know, there was a and it goes back to that conversation you were bringing up, Freezon, about the return of the, you know, the B movies and everything. And those boy adventure films. I remember this one film that had Kevin Bacon in it. I think it was called White Water Summer or something like that. And, or even like Karate Kid and things like that. They don't have those anymore, man.
Yeah, Karate Kid is a perfect example of that.
Actually, they're coming out with a new Karate Kid movie.
Yeah, he's Asian.
Yeah,
Well,
but doesn't
it
have the
doesn't
original.
matter.
It doesn't have I'm pretty sure it has what's his name, the guy that plays Danielson in it.
Yeah, he's in it. The guy, I forget his name.
Ralph Macchio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, The Land Before Time is another movie like that. That's the cartoon about the brontosaurus baby whose mom gets killed by T-Rex, and so he has to like walk to like the Sacred Valley. You know, that's a cartoon.
I tell you my favorite one, and I don't even think it's that deep of a movie, but Jumanji is one of my favorite ones. I used to watch that all the time
The first
growing
one
up
was
with
pretty
Rob.
dope.
Yeah, that
Yeah, bro.
anything with
With
Robin
Robin
Williams.
Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my favorite of those would probably be the two back to back. What do you call that? Back to the Future
Yep. There you go. There you
and
go.
1, 2,
Ferris
and 3.
Bueller.
Stand by Me. Stand by Me. The one written up
Stand
there.
by
That's
Me.
a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to. I watched Jumanji all the time. Man, I wanted that game so bad. I didn't care if it tore up the city, bro. I wanted to roll some dice and then end up.
Those board games. Board game theory.
You want
Hey,
to
I got that.
family.
a
Hey,
cosmic
man.
We have that
crisis.
game at home.
Yeah, man.
There
It
was
doesn't
another
take you to another
movie.
place though.
There was another movie I remember where like this boy and his sister, like where they were in Africa with their dad, who was like a game warden, and he was guarding these elephants. And this dude that he knew betrayed him and murdered him and their mom, and tried to murder them so that they could kill all these elephants that were on the range. And these kids like walked across the desert, and like they came across like this guy's like stash of ivory tusks and destroyed it, blew that fucker up. Like, God, that was a satisfying ending to that movie, because he murdered their parents and they blew him up. And it was because he ran in to try to stop the explosives.
Right. Now, hey, Torrance, now tie that into what we were talking about abstract thinking and principles and that stuff.
Yeah, and
Why
dealing with harsh
why are those
realities.
types of movies? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's dealing with harsh realities of life and practical things, and dealing with your emotions. You know what I mean? And it's like learning like the basic stuff that you need to know as a child so that you could become a young man. And that's specifically what it is. It's not for girls. Girls have a different categories of movies. Right?
Who
These are
remembers
young
that?
boys movies.
Who remembers that movie in the late 80s called The Wizard?
I vaguely remember it. The title seemed. Who was in it?
It was
You know?
it was a movie where they go to a National Nintendo game off.
Gotcha. Yeah.
That 13-year-old kid takes off. I forget his name. But that's where, if you recall, that it was that movie where they also released the Power Glove in it.
Yes,
For the
and
first time.
Mario 3. They
Yeah,
showed bits of
it's
Mario
got
3.
Fred Savage in it. That's who it is.
Mm.
But that was the boy's journey right there too, type of movie.
You know, when you say that, Turin, that, you know, there's certain things that were just not for girls. I think that's where they really messed up Indiana Jones, because it really isn't for girls. I mean, heck, probably the best of all of this series was with him and Sean Connery. You know, the father-son dynamic.
Yeah, that movie was great.
In a lot of ways, that movie, The Blues Brothers, was the boy's journey.
You know, I never really watched that one too much. In fact, I like have trouble remembering what that was about, because I only saw I think bits and pieces of it, because I wasn't allowed to watch it. I really don't remember what the deal is with it, but I never really saw that one.
Oh man, another one of my favorites of like the coming of age and the story and the family and all this stuff. I know a lot of people didn't see it, but I read the book as well. A river runs through it, man.
Dude, that is one of the greatest movies ever.
Mm-hmm.
That, and have you ever seen that movie Meet Joe Black? That's a good movie too.
Yeah.
Meet Joe Black is good.
Of all of the
There's
baseball
two.
movies,
Oh yeah, the baseball
favorite,
movies.
my favorite of all time is always going to be The Natural.
You know, there's two movies that
That's a
we're
good
all
one.
thinking of, but nobody wants to talk about them, and that's Where the Red Fern Grows and Old Yeller.
Uh-oh.
Like,
Nobody likes Old Yeller, man. That was a horrible movie.
yeah, and Where the Red Fern Grows is just as bad.
I never watched that one. I mean, my horror movie that's kind of a man's journey is Deliverance. That is a horror flick.
Yeah, I
journey.
couldn't. My brother and I snuck that movie. Like, we rented it from Blockbuster because we were like, this is a movie we're not supposed to see. So we like said it was something else and like snuck it in the commotion, and we like watched it in secret. And as soon as like a certain scene came up, we just turned it off, and we were like, nope, never watched the rest of that movie. You know what scene I'm talking about?
Yeah, the horror part of it.
Yeah, we couldn't handle that. We were too young. We were sneaking the movie. And
I'll be honest with you, I'd never watched the movie till I was about in my mid to late 30s. And I wished I would have, after watching it, I would have went the rest of my life without watching it, because now I can't even appreciate. Dude, I don't have the same appreciation for the dueling banjos anymore. That's like, you know, a freaking intro theme to some kind of gay nightmare.
Yeah, like I found that particular scene was very confusing to me. I could not understand what was happening because they were playing the banjos, like playing the guitar and stuff, and then all of a sudden the kid like it's like he went to shake his hand, he just turned his head, and I was like, "What the fuck's going on?" Like, I just didn't understand it. Then the other scene came up, and we were like, we've had enough of this. And to put it in perspective, we had seen Platoon and that other one where like the guys in boot camp, Full Metal Jacket, and Apocalypse Now. We had seen all these war movies, and those didn't really bother us, right? Because it was pretty cut and dry. It's like, oh, like, you know, it's violence, right? It's pretty cut and dry, right? It's war. But that we were just like, no, I'll tell you a movie that I fucking love.
I've never seen Deliverance. I'll have to check it out.
Don't do it, dude. Don't do it. But real quick,
it's not worth it.
Real quick.
That's a Burt Reynolds movie, though, isn't it?
Shout out to Uncle Tom with the $5 ball. He said, "See, white guy, you have a negra supporting you. What's up, conservative?"
Like it's a bad Burt Reynolds movie.
No, it's a movie that you should not poison your mind.
Dude, don't ever poison your palate with it.
Yeah, don't look. Dude,
if you ain't watched it, don't torture yourself, dude. Have the same joy for dueling banjos as you do now, because once you watch that movie, you'll see that it's totally different. It won't be the same no more.
Dude, the juice is not worth the squeeze. Trust us.
Gotcha.
Like the hype, like my brother and I found this out the hard way.
I found out the hard way.
Yeah, just because like it's a forbidden movie and it's like, oh, they're not allowing us to watch it. Let's watch it anyway. That was a bad idea. But you know, it was a great movie that we snuck that way. Tremors.
Tremors is fire.
Yeah, Tremors is
the first Tremors is all right, but everyone after that is a joke.
Well, yeah, but I only ever think about the first one. The first one was great. It's so awesome. Like Bert, like the graboid busted into his compound and they just like shot it to death with their.
But I don't want to get off into the weeds and going down a bunch of talking about movies we watched. Let's relate it back to the topic.
Okay, well,
I had a question. Just when I had a question, Snowman.
Uh-oh. You know what? I'm good. I'm good. I just read the description of the movie, and yeah, I'm good. That's all I needed was the description.
I was simply going to ask, though, what is the oldest film that you've enjoyed?
The oldest film?
Yeah.
Oh, I really got to think back. Man, that's a good fucking question.
It's probably King Kong because that's 1933.
The racist in me wants to say Birth of a Nation, but I've never seen it. But
You just had to do it, huh?
I had to. But I think the oldest film that I can remember watching is what's that? It's that Christmas one with what's his name? The one where every time a bell rings, an angel gets its
Beautiful.
wings.
It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah, we watch that every year around the holidays. It's kind of tradition now.
Yeah,
I think that's the oldest movie I've ever seen that I actually like.
I would have to say, I don't know how old it is, but I just know it's like old as hell. The original Nosferatu.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. The problem with the silent movies is that they're silent though. Like, it has to be a movie you really enjoyed. Because I've seen a bunch of movies from the silent era, but I never enjoyed any of them.
Some of today's movies could do to be silent though.
Yeah,
You know, it's crazy. It's the only reason why I saw it was because I was in a public place, and I just happened to be, you're in a waiting. I believe I was. I forgot why I was at the hospital because it wasn't for me; it was for somebody else, and it wasn't even serious. But that whole time I was waiting, it was on the TV, and I really didn't. I didn't at first. I didn't even know what it was, but once I saw like the legendary scene, I later realized what it was. And I saw a big chunk of that, and then it was so good. I had to leave, and I missed like a part of the movie, so I went back and watched it later.
My two oldest are Red River and Seven Samurai.
Damn, how old is Red River? What year is that?
I know it's pretty. I have to look it up. I know it's pretty old because my grandpa used to watch it all the time, and he said he.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
1948. You love them westerns though. You love you some westerns, man. I don't blame you.
Hey, dude, I like westerns too, though, man. I grew up like reading the Louis L'Amour books and Zane Grey books.
Yeah, man.
But even before that, man, I mean, there's stuff that I enjoyed even before that time. Like, man, I was in the radio.
You
show.
ever seen Metropolis?
No, I've never seen it.
I tried watching that once, but it was like a slow crawl. Like I was like, Adolf, why do you like this movie so much? It's like I can barely stay awake. The anime is much better. I don't know if you've seen that, but there's like an anime version of Metropolis, which is much better.
I have not.
No, I know the art of it because there's been a lot of revamps of it throughout time, and some of the classic scenes in it and everything. But I've never just sat down and watched it.
I've never even heard of it.
It's a very early science fiction film. I think it's from like 1927 or something. It's a silent film. Adolf Hitler said it was his favorite movie, but I couldn't tell you why. Like I couldn't even follow it really because it was just so boring. I kept falling asleep.
The other the only other old movie that I like that I've watched numerous times is, believe it or not, The Wizard of Oz. But I've often watched it, with other ways that you're supposed to watch it, not the traditional way.
My man seeing colors. My man seeing the colors in black and white films.
You know it.
And he's in 3D.
Yeah.
I was watching it in 3D before they knew what 3D was.
Well, isn't there like a thing you could do where you play like a Pink Floyd album?
Yeah, when the lion roars the third time, that's when you start The Dark Side of the Moon, and you play it along with the movie.
I'll bet you is it kind of like a Dario Argento movie then?
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
He's an Italian filmmaker. He made like Suspiria and well, like some other Italian horror movies from back in the day. He would put these like synth soundtracks into his movies. They're pretty like filling. It's like very filling sound in his movies.
Yeah, I think aside from I think it was called the what's that Charlie Chaplin movie where he was? I think it's actually called The Dictator.
Yeah, he played Hitler in it.
Yeah. Aside from that, he has like a couple movies before that were actually pretty good. One is called City Lights, if I remember correctly. I think it's called City Lights. I'll have to look it up. I think it's called City Lights. And then I forgot the other one. Modern something that I had seen. Like old as hell. Like his original, like before he got, before that Great Dictator movie came out. I enjoy Charlie Chaplin films. They're like, I like that kind of quirky. I just like that, man. I like that. I like all kinds of weird stuff like that.
If I'm not mistaken, he did all of his own stunts, right?
He did.
Yeah, and like he did really dangerous stuff, what was it? I think that when he was a little kid, he used to do shows with his parents, and they sewed like a handle on his overalls, and they would like throw him into the crowd and stuff. So he knew how to fall down.
Yeah, he did a lot of his own stunts. Absolutely.
He did that one where he he was kicking the wood off the train tracks, and he just got scooped up by the cattle pusher on the steam engine. And he did that one where he was walking away from the building, and like the side of the building fell down, and like he was like right where the window was.
Yeah, it's crazy to look back and like realize that he did all of his stunts himself.
I'm sorry I took y'all into the weeds though.
Yeah, you sure did.
No, it's all good, man.
I mean,
it's all good.
I'll do a free zone. So how does it get back to the whole thing that when we're talking about the philosophical thing? Because I think that's what free zone really came for. He was like, man, I want to see this.
The father,
I like
the father of the stabbed boy recently. I think that what he did was like an extremely gracious thing, and he was doing what he thought was best for himself and his family. Because honestly, like, you could either choose to like take that personal and let yourself get filled with vengeful thoughts and rage and hate, but that could destroy your entire family, and he was responsible for that. So he was trying to like not let his son's murder become or killing. Like, we don't even know the details of what happened really. All we have are just people's like opinions that they're saying loudly about it. We don't have any real facts about exactly what happened.
Correct.
But
I talk more about the press conference than the actual situation because I don't really know what actually happened.
I don't like the fact that he was treated that way. Like, that was not the right thing to do. To like snub him and like shove him the hell out of there. He didn't go there to start a fight. He made that very clear. So there was no like him having an altercation or something. Like, he was coming there with like the highest possible energy, right, in that situation.
I think it's very telling that the other people saw it as an act of aggression.
Well, it reminds me of a PSA film that I saw when I was a little kid. And this isn't like me going back into movies. This was a PSA. And the PSA was this boy was going to receive a .22 caliber rifle as a Christmas present. And he knew about it. And he went and snuck it out. And he went shooting with his friend. And in the course of doing that, he accidentally shot his friend. And, he was a little kid. So he like buried the kid and then like tried to hide the gun, like tried to put it back, and he was all fucked up.
Mm.
And like the movie was basically about police investigation where they were investigating what happened, and like they were talking to the father of the boy who had been shot, and like they figured out that there was that kid that did it, and like the guy like immediately was like, I need to go talk to him. And so like he walked over to the house where that kid was, and like the cops were like, well, we kind of followed him because we didn't know what he was going to do. And like what the guy did is when he confronted the boy, he didn't like yell at him or hurt him or anything. He like hugged him because he knew that his best friend had been killed and his son had been killed, and it was like a bad situation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like basically the moral of the PSA was like, don't give your kid a gun for Christmas. But I didn't feel like that was quite the moral of the story. It was really more about, to me, how you react in times of bad things, right? What's like a good way to react to bad things happening, and an understanding way to react when bad things happen. And of course, they didn't put a contrasting result because that's more what happens anyway.
Yeah, I don't think the father wanted his son to be martyrized as some sort of and connected with a whole bunch of racial stuff. I think he wanted to remember him as, you know, his boy, and, you know, whatever fond memories they had. And I think he didn't want his twin brother to fall into that either.
I can see that absolutely.
His family is forever connected to racial tension now, though.
Yeah, but he didn't help that. He can't help.
There's nothing
that.
he
Like,
could do about that.
Yeah, that's what other people will do. But from his point of view, he said no, don't do it. He said it very clearly. He even told people that were protesting, like, don't do it. Like that's a bad thing. Like, it's against.
Dude,
my
he told
wishes.
that white dude that was protesting up there that he was basically a worthless piece of trash.
Yo, that was crazy. And then he turned around and said, "Yo, what do you say?
You're weak.
Something about you're
white
weak
guilt.
and
It's
your
like
white
you got
guilt."
white guilt and you're weak, and it's like,
I'm like,
dude,
bruh.
his son's dead. He's trying to like hold his family together. Like, they shouldn't talk to that guy at all.
Between him and the spokesman, those are really the egregious people in this situation to me. Just trying to take advantage of a situation like this against the parents' wishes and stuff. The other part that really pissed me off about the press conference is the way they did the dad. And I've asked other blacks about it on panels, and they're like, why would he speak? He's going through an emotional time. It's like, what? So that means that the mom got to speak. You're saying that the father is less strong-willed.
The mother
to
has
speak
more control
than
over
the mom?
emotions than dad does.
And then it turned into like it's more it's strategically from a legal standpoint, it's more of an advantage if she speaks. It's like,
I disagree.
I don't know about that one.
Well, they have a very different problem from the other guy. Their son is not dead and has been charged with murder and faces prison. So
That's who he was talking about, was that kid's parents.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Exactly. The sort of decisions that those people have to make are very different from the father of the boy that got stabbed. And who knows what they were thinking, because they're also in a great deal of distress.
Correct.
Because, like I said, we have no idea what actually happened. Maybe it was a defensive stabbing. Maybe it wasn't. Like, I used to take a knife with me. I know.
Yeah, that's what I told SKC. I used to carry a knife to school too, though, but it was always in my pocket, not in my book bag.
Exactly. Well, who knows why he did that way or what? Like, I know why I carried a knife, and it was so that I could shave my pencil down with a knife, because I just kind of was attracted to the idea of hand sharpening pencils. It
I
was
carried a knife because it
Yeah,
was
I used to
literally
do
a
that
tool that
too.
I used every day.
yeah.
You could
I
use
was
a knife for
yeah,
for a
exactly.
lot of different things.
I
It's just
think
a useful tool.
I think
Exactly.
one of the issues that's going to come up is that, and I could be leading into this one, but based off of what I heard from the other kid when they interviewed her, and for the first thing that she mentioned was that he had been in a lot of fights, and like, good grief, like, it almost seemed like you had a propensity for violence.
Well,
Did y'all
if that's so, we'll find out. We'll find out
did
for
y'all
sure.
hear that there was a live stream a couple days ago? I didn't watch the live stream. Apparently a friend of Carmelo hopped on a live stream and started talking about what happened. I don't know if it means anything. I don't even know if that person was. They were claiming to be like a friend of Carmelo, and I don't know. I don't know the details of it, but
The only one that
I don't
I've
know. Do
seen is
y'all know anything about it?
I haven't seen that one that you're talking about. All I've seen is the one where that supposed dad hopped on a live stream on TikTok out of the blue and started talking about it, but nobody knows who he is.
I seriously doubt it, because if there was, one of the first thing that the legal team would say, let me put a list of people that people that they're going to put together an exhaustive list of people that they know, people who could give input on his character and interactions with them and so forth. And then they would call all of those people and let them know to not talk to anybody, because, that could harm how they could be able to build their case or defend.
I'm going to say this: the jury pool for this one is screwed.
Oh, that's exactly what I was thinking. That any jury pool that they get is going to be corrupted immediately because the whole thing blew up, and because of the unfortunate incident that happened with the father of the stabbed
incident?
kid.
The one where he went the press conference.
Yeah,
I don't see a problem with that.
No, what I mean is that, like, any jury that saw that, there's a possibility they could be, basically get like a bad impression of the stabber because of that incident.
I think that's exactly what they should get, is a bad impression.
Well, either way, like,
because look, dude, the truth of the matter is, Turin, is if that family really wanted to make this something that was peaceful and done right by the letter of the law, they would have took that as an opportunity, because how often does that opportunity present itself in public?
It was very strategically stupid to have reacted that way, because like they have to make decisions for the welfare of their son who's in under charges of murder. It's going to go to trial, and then they decided to like do that. Ugh. This is bad decision making right there. It's a very unfortunate set of circumstances, because whether that kid actually stabbed the other kid in self-defense or not, like, they're not really able to determine that. It's just his word against whoever's, because as far as I know, there isn't any video evidence about it.
Well,
so
even if it was self-defense, it negates itself when you look at the equal force clause of their self-defense.
I think one of the best things that family could have done was went up to the father and, like, embraced him and hugged him.
Yes, absolutely, because both of them families are losing their sons.
Even if it was just for a few moments and so forth, because then they would be able to, if they were to take the stand or give any sort of thing, they could state, we raised our son the right way. We didn't try to, get him into any sort of racial anything or blah, 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 blah. But now,
yes, not to mention the unfortunate comments on the Give, Send, Go.
Good God, man. The comments, not just on that, but on anything that was posted social media about it, man. I've never heard or read so many god awful comments, man. It was insane.
But
I
I
think
would
that
like
these were coming out of the mouths of parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, adults. It was crazy.
well, possibly. Let's keep in mind the fact that the Chinese military pays thousands of little bot companies
Look,
to put
I
millions of
believe it,
bots
Turn,
up.
because I was on panels where I heard it firsthand come right out of the mouths of black people.
Well, I'm not going to deny that, and I'm not going to make excuses for that. All I'm saying is that, like, the sheer volume, it could be we could be getting sort of a false impression of the volume because of that. Like, that's a factor to include in. But that's really nasty, and it's very eye opening. So those people that have taken that point of view, they obviously are cool with escalating the heat in the room, whoever those people are. And, I think that the net result of that is going to be escalation in a direction that nobody wants, but we're more than likely going to get.
It's insane.
Because the other story that's like tangentially related to this is that lady who said the N-word in a park.
Well, the spin around and the backlash on that is is rather ironic, to say the least, and the irony happened faster than I could have expected.
Yeah, I dropped it in the back, bro. It says Mark Anthony, 10-year friend of Carmelo Anthony's dad. Sorry about that. I got that messed up a little bit. So he's been friends with Carmelo's dad for 10 years. And there's like a live stream he hops on and he starts talking about the case.
I have seen that. Dude, that's an hour-long video.
No, that's for, save it for later.
Right. But yeah, I have seen some of it. Not all of it, but some of it. And he did kind of randomly pop up out of nowhere. You're right.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know what to do with it. I'm waiting to see video or something. Otherwise,
all I know is on the legal side of Free Zone, like that is something that a legal team's like worst nightmare.
And what happened with Free Zone? I missed out.
So Carmelo's dad has a friend that was on a live stream. He's been friends with him for 10 years. And he just hops on the live stream. It's probably about like an hour and some change. And he's talking about the case and talking about his relationship and talking about Carmelo's family, stuff like that. I haven't watched the whole thing. I just seen pieces of it. But I do know he said some stuff and people are like leaning more towards like, oh, this buries Metcalf. And, I don't know.
It's disrespectful to call Caramello by the wrong name.
Is that his name for real?
No, it's Carmelo, like the basketball player.
Come on, man.
But, Free Zone, as the debate's over, man. When it comes to to that group of people, to the descendants of John Kasich. That's what I call them, the descendants of John Kasich. I'm gonna be trying to be politically correct on Snowman Stream, and respect the fact that Stanley's up here. No beef today.
He's not up here anymore.
Oh, all right. The defendants of John Kasich. Free Zone, man. I don't even know if you showed Snowman your Twitter post and about what Mark Lamont Hill said. But these people can't read, man. These folks are illiterate. So they can't do basic comprehension of law and order.
Yeah, I sent it to SKC. He played it. I think he played it today, as a matter of fact. I didn't think I was going to end up in an argument with somebody else that I did not know about how hard reading is. I didn't think that was going to happen today. But
this is where I look at, the good blacks, as you want to call them, and like the Mark Lamont Hills of the world. That day, Mark Lamont Hill almost, came out of character and was like, he probably said to himself, what the fuck am I doing over here supporting these monkeys? I hope that paycheck is good for him.
maybe the part that got me, he didn't even say reading is hard. What he said was that you can get lazy. He made it seem like reading is like riding a bike, And like if you haven't ridden a bike in some time,
You be
I don't know,
skipping
man.
over the
You
words
just
and
you just
stuff,
you just
man.
you just forget. Like you just forget what words are because you haven't read a. I don't. I've never had that happen, man. I've just never.
Mark was. I didn't know if that was Mark. I forgot, man. I couldn't even listen that long to it. It was so egregious. But Mark Lamont Hill, we know. Well, I don't know, man. As far as like how rough the hood was, you was growing up. But growing up where I grew up, Mark Lamont Hill would have got mud stomped every day he came out his crib.
Mm.
Yeah, he would have got stuffed in the lockers where I went to school.
Yeah, so it's because I'm from I'm an honor student, straight A, all that, gifted and talent, whatever you want to call it, and growing up it's comedy. 99% black neighborhood, 90% black school, and I'm in the honors classes with 90% of the white and Asian kids, the few that were there. But I had that hood swag to me, that scariness to me, so I didn't have nothing to worry about. But I saw what happened to the kids I was in those classes with, being bullied by the savages,
That's
and
right.
I know
Wait.
Mark
So
Lamont Hill being one of them.
are we to suggest that there's a connection between bullying and activism for a group that you're not even like with? Like you're advocating for this group, but you're advocating for it from over there. And maybe if they had put you in more lockers, you probably wouldn't be advocating for them.
Yeah, he probably was putting those lockers, man. But right now he's getting a check. Somebody's writing that check.
Oh yeah, there's the check. I don't think they put them in lockers, bro. I don't think they did.
You think he
What
got
would
away with the shit?
Trey,
Maybe.
what would have happened if Mark Lamont Hill was in the 757 trying to tell people men can have babies?
Damn.
Bro. Man, they probably would have just thought this nigga was in late '80s, early '90s. They probably just thought he was a crackhead, straight up.
Yeah, that's a fair statement. Actually, I found a Instagram post where this lady was filming some dude, her son talking to some dude, and the dude said that her kid asked him, "Are you a man?" He said no, and so he asked him, "So are you a girl then?" He said no. And he said, "So what are you then? A crackhead?"
Uh oh.
Fair question though, right? If you ain't a man or a woman, what else are you?
You know what's funny? I think it's funny that a group that is anti-individual, that wants to advocate for a collective, constantly fragments themselves down to the individual when they're doing their activism thing. So it's like, yes, you helped this part of me, but you didn't help this part of me. You advocate, okay, you did something for for the black part, but you didn't do anything for the man part. Oh, you didn't do anything for the what about the blind part? It's just like you go through this rigmarole of being anti-individual, only to fragment your victimization focus into the individual while still trying to play like you're doing this collective thing.
That's because they're intellectually insane.
Are you talking about the Mark Lamont Hills or the Savages?
Well, speaking of intellectually insane, all right, if I can steer the conversation, 'cause I'm a bit late.
What up, Ortho?
What's up, brothers? How y'all doing?
What's good? What's good? Shout out to you, Trey. I didn't say what's up to you. Just
Oh shit! I didn't even notice Trey was here. I'm so tired. I worked out very hard before I went to sleep, and I'm drained. So I don't even know everybody who's over here. I'm half dead. How y'all doing
Oh, it's Ortho. What up, bro?
today? Hey, I take umbrage when and I don't care who does it. Whenever we're talking about something that happens in the U.S. and its repercussions of U.S. stuff, and they go, but China spends so much money in disinformation campaigns. Do foreign operatives, like, do they antagonize and mess with us? Sure. But in America, we have so many problems that we have refused to address, and it's 100% on us. And this race issue is one of them, and it is 100%
On
our
us.
fault. Even if they are, and I guarantee you they're not, because I've heard this time and time again from both sides. The thing about democracy is they try to socially engineer you and tell you that the repercussions are within your system, but they're not. If free speech had repercussions, i.e., civilians could hurt you or harm you, our founders would have said something about that. They don't, because in that way, speech would not be free. Just like I can, if I snatch you up and I imprison you, I get an extra charge for violating your civil rights. They allow these things to happen because it allows for the social engineering to take.
Hey, real quick, Trey, I had to mute you that because there's feedback when other people talk when you're not.
No worries.
But it annoys me when I hear, oh, well, China is disinformation. Nah, bro, this is straight up. At least 90% of those people are real blacks, and 90% of the people that are talking on Shilohs are real whites. And when I say that, I mean people from America that are part of those ethnic groups.
But the thing is how do you expect us, people to react when they feel as though they've been slighted? And I'm talking about white people right now.
Not only slighted, not only slighted, but I grew up. I grew up in between millennial and Gen Z, right? I'm the couple years right before those generations are separate, right? And for the middle generation, and from what I hear from Gen Z and most millennials that are younger, is we grew up pretty much, our childhoods were post-racial. We grew up watching, I never really liked sports ball, but I do like Neil deGrasse Tyson. So we grew up watching famous black folks. We grew up watching black entertainment. We grew up having the most interracial friend groups. And then all of a sudden, when we become teenagers and preteens and then young adults, basically that extension of friendship between the races gets smacked away and we get spit in our face. That's going to make you a violent, vitriolic racist. Especially when shit like Austin Mitchell happens.
I could say that I agree.
They're gonna put you back in chains.
Children, like back in the '90s, like the late '80s and the.
I'm not even talking chains, brother. Like no offense, I ain't trying to interrupt you, but somebody made a joke. I'm not even talking about chains with this one. When I talk about violence and vitriolic, like real shit, this is how genocides get started in human history. If you look it up,
we're in Jim Eagle time.
Well, and thankfully, that good old Second Amendment and all these boys up in the hills with guns, we won't have a Yugoslavia 1994 situation over here. But not in the United States per se, but in some of these major liberal cities, they are powder keg, for Sarajevo, excuse me.
Here's the thing. It only in this day of information, and the person who was talking before I rudely interrupted, and I do apologize. I would like to finish hearing your point. It doesn't. Here's the thing. I love studying history, and I love studying the human mind and the reaction to how things happen. It doesn't take but one powder keg of many to go off. And honestly, it doesn't even take the entire powder keg. The powder can start burning, and people can see that, and they'll freak the fuck out. Because it only takes a little while in the grand scheme of in the history of nations to have one group act up and kind of be biased for their group, and this is in multi-ethnic societies. Period.
Well, if I could respond, Ortho, real quick to that, what you're saying before Terrence Bling or L.A. Thorne, y'all sound alike.
We do.
Is that Turin?
That's Turin.
Man, y'all two sound alike. But if I could just respond real quick to Ortho. One of the reasons that we're taught all this bad stuff about Uncle H bad and that era, it's because nobody's alive to talk about it. You've got some 100-year-old grandmothers, who they'll lock up if they start speaking the truth. When we have right in front of our face people who lived, through Bosnia Herzegovina, people who lived through the Houthis and Tutus, through why we really had apartheid South Africa. We aren't taught those things. Those things aren't mainstream because they'll polarize what's going on right now. We're taught boogeyman bad, 1930s, freaking Germany.
Well, and these things are done to minimize casualties and suffering on both sides. This is why I hate liberals. This is actually why I have disdain for liberals. If you've ever watched me on Raging Tomato the past couple of days, there's this guy Ryan, and I like talking to him. He's smart, but he's a snarky little commie who doesn't want to
He's a
admit he's a
crybaby
commie.
soy boy. Let's keep it real. I'm surprised he don't get fucked in the ass.
And I come at him kind of hard, and I went on his show, and I think I BTFO'd him. But I BTFO'd him bad, big time. And I pointed out all the things that leftism do, and like authoritarianism, it's done for a reason. And he's one of those leftists that carry on about democracy. I'm like, you realize, and he brought up the Greeks. And I'm like, you realize that the Greeks literally said you cannot have democracy in multicultural and multi-ethnic societies. Because
I think that the Greeks pretty much proved that democracy, as they tried it, doesn't work at all. And that's why the founding fathers had such disdain for it. Like, we don't really have a democratic civilization. We have like democracy used as a tool to elect, like, essentially like your parliament, your king. It's like a faux king
are
parliament.
democracy, but not all democracy are all republics.
Yeah, like we're in agreement. Democracy is not this good, like, high standard thing. Like, it's basically mob rule. Now, if everybody agrees, that's not so bad. If you're living like a tiny town where people don't have like major conflicts, it's like, yeah, you can vote on like the simple shit. But the reality is that sometimes the masses of people in a nation don't want the chaos of a democratic society. Like, for example, if you were to put it to a vote in England today, whether or not like they should have a democratic society or just put the king back in charge, the Muslims and the royalists in England would probably vote on that referendum. Yeah, end democracy, dismantle parliament, and just put the king back in charge because of the chaos. There's some times where people make decisions like that. And you could judge it based off of the results, which if you judged our society based off of the results, like, you probably wouldn't like it.
Judged our society and found it wanting.
Yeah, you'd find any system wanting if you like really dig into it, try to deconstruct it and shit. The fact of the matter is that the most stable situation that human beings have found for a government is to have a king, is to have a dictator. Because
my brother in Christ, we don't even have to use this deconstructionism to see our system and many like it. Like, you can literally look at the rot that proliferates within it. You don't have to use deconstructionism.
I mean, keep in mind,
I am a firm advocate in authoritarianism.
Well, I mean, like, it kind of just depends on what shape it takes. Because if your dictator that you have is a nice guy and has the best interests of your country at heart and is wise and knowledgeable, he's going to make decisions that will actually like coincide with the will of the people. You know, the king's not going to be like, it's my way, and even if all of you people don't like it, fuck you, I'm just going to use force. No, that's not the wise way to do it. The wise way to do it is to like make everybody happy, keep everything stable.
Before you referring to oh, my bad.
Before you go real quick, Snowman, you see how we went full circle, right?
Yeah, I do. I see that.
Right, we're right back
at
the beginning of the question between Hobbes and Locke.
Yep.
And it looks like I don't know, my first time interacting with the space guy, but it seems like he leans towards Hobbes, like myself.
Well, I reject libertarianism in general, whether it be Hobbes or Locke. So I'm an authoritarian. I'm just not a totalitarian.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer myself in the benevolent dictatorship. You know, like what Mr. Bukele is doing down there right now. You need that firm hand, but also, you know, one hand has to be firm, the other hand, you know, soft or whatever. However you want to look at it.
Hey, I'll be right back. I got to go deal with these fucking heathens real fast. Thanks. I appreciate you hopping up here, Cyber.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh shit! No, go ahead. Go ahead. I thought you were done.
I was gonna say, but benevolent dictatorship works in a somewhat homogenized society. You know, if we just take El Salvador for example, all the people, regardless of whichever ethnic group or melanin shade in El Salvador, they just have like one goal, and that's for El Salvador. You know, regardless if you're criminal, good person, policeman, mother, daughter, it's all about El Salvador. You don't have this other entity, you know, trying to destroy the patriotism within the company. So benevolent dictatorship works. The people, you say to the people, hey, I'm going to lock the criminals up so your country will be safer. Okay, sounds good. Start doing it, it works. However, when you have a society that's so against authority, so against patriarchy, masculinity, and supports dysfunction so much, the only way to rule that country is with some kind of freaking Idi Amin type dictatorship with an iron fist that, you know, will crush any of that. And you have to basically make good behavior the rule of law for those communities.
Yeah, there's a lot of advantages.
It's worth noting that the people who want ultimate power would encourage, allow, and incentivize bad behavior until it gets to the point that everyone has that attitude. And they'll come in the disguise of we're going to make things better, when what they really want to do is just make things their way. If you want to look at authoritarianism, look at 2020. That's a good example of authoritarianism gone wrong. Now, authority and law and rule of law, those things they should exist. They should be respected.
I have to interrupt and ask.
But you always have to interrupt.
Oh crap!
So
about it.
go
What
right ahead.
authoritarianism went wrong in 2020? There was a complete lack of law and order. There was a complete lack of will from the government to do anything about 2020.
End of 2020, not middle of 2020. Cyber is referring to.
You know,
the hopes.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's something that I'd like to point out about all that, and that is that the government didn't actually use force to force people to go along with things. They used lack of comfort, the threat of taking away your jollies, like intimidation. They basically, like, if you just, anybody that said no, they just applied like a bunch of pressure on you. But if you just stuck to your guns, they ended up not being able to do anything. They weren't like executing people that went against them like they do in China.
Well, they use feminism, bro. They use feminism, Turin. Basically, you know, strong and independent women are dependent on the government. And through 60 years of the pussification of men, you know, you have these cucks that just bow down. And like a lot of them, these hardcore conservatives, you know, Ben Shapiro types, yeah, take the jab, wear your mask.
Oh, but
you
Ben
know,
Shapiro's a patriot of another land. He's not an American patriot.
Can't have dual masters.
But here's the thing: how many of these cuck conservatives are still out there? Woohoo! You know, for that star, that dude Daoud.
Oh, dude,
you
there's
know?
enough of them that if things get hairy again, they're gonna cuck right away, just like they did last time. We already know.
Yeah,
we already know that it's like if ever things get hairy again, no matter what form it takes, it's going to be us that said no during the pandemic. They'll be the ones saying no then. And we'll just outlast the storm.
People have a tendency to believe that something is what it's called. That's not the Star of David.
Yeah, I know. Like that's typical like commie rhetoric, newspeak shit.
That's where the Star of Brink fan. and it was spoken against in the book of Amos.
About that, man.
There's
Everybody
warning.
here survived the pandemic. We all said no. We're all on the same page here.
Yeah, I think regardless of our ideological belief, because we're not leftists, so we're not in an ideological cult, we can come together and we can actually talk about these things, and I do think we are in agreement. See, I think the left is in an ideological cult, and the right is in a cult of personality with Trump.
Yeah, unfortunately, because Denolje, he's getting old. He is starting to lose it. It's not as bad as it is for some other people. Not as bad as it was for Joe Biden.
When I told that leftist, he made me explain, and I told him, I said, okay, so there's going to be, and somebody tried to say I was wrong because of leftist infighting. I'm like, right wingers infight all the time. Infighting is going to happen when people are jockeying for power. The thing is, the left, if it's anything near Marxism or anything near leftist liberalism in general, they're okay with it. They'll push it. They'll obfuscate for it. They'll make excuses for it. And the same thing happens in a cult of personality, but just for that individual that they're being a cult for. And this leftist, you're wrong. And then somebody brought up China, and he was basically gobbling on China. I'm like, bro, you, but yet Hitler's bad. Because what do you mean? And I go, China's in the middle of a genocide right now.
The issue that I was referring to when I said 2020 is not exclusive to America. That was all over the globe. And there are other places that handled that issue in a much more fitting way to my example of authoritarianism gone wrong. China is a great example. And there were plenty of places, even places in America, that would fire you, that would fine you, try and send you to court because of a mandate that they expected people to follow when it was never legislated. And that simply, in America, is a great example of them trying to impose themselves as the authority, the people that get to tell you what to do, and you don't even have any ability to actually decide who the authority is going to be under authoritarianism. And what I was saying before I was interrupted is that authority, the rule of law, and rules, things like that, that people should follow, should exist. But under authoritarianism, no one gets to decide what those things are. No one gets to do things any differently. And it's basically a cult practice. And people must adhere to. It's the ism part that I don't like, not the authority part. Because I look to authority when it is exercised as a higher standard. God is the ultimate authority. I look to that as a higher standard that none of us can meet. And it's very important to have standards, especially ones that you can aspire to reach that you've not reached yet.
Well, that's
Believe it or not, I agree with cyber.
But any kind of force like that, as in like a dictatorship force, it's always going to create a dichotomy, which they feed off of that, and they get more and more power by allowing the misfits, the miscreants, the people who don't respect it to run amok. So the lax enforcement of law that we're seeing nowadays is with the intention of getting people so desperate they cry out for authoritarianism. And that's what. And here's I'm going to end with this. I'll end the plane with this. It's a fucking bait and switch.
Well, that's where I disagree with you, because if you look at the rise of Nazi Germany, Hitler wasn't part of the government. The National Socialists weren't part of the government. They were actually part of the miscreants. And when you have lax laws and you have these issues, you're like, people don't realize literal Antifa was in the streets fighting and shooting and committing terrorism in Weimar Germany. And the Free Corps, and like a lot of the veterans back then from World War I in Germany were part of Antifa, but a lot of them also joined the Free Corps, and the Free Corps put a stop to that, and people saw that the National Socialist Party was the one organizing militias, one stopping terrorism. I don't think that this chaos. I feel like it's very conspiratorial, and I don't think that this chaos is something that the government wants because it's not profitable for the government. And see, that's the one thing libertarians get right about humanity and nature and capitalism being part of nature. Because if there's not a profit motive for an individual, organization, or a nation, they're not going to act that way. I think that this chaos that we get is inherently natural due to the decay of multi-ethnic societies or societies who lose wars and have a bad government. And I think that this authoritarianism that we get is the antibody, so to speak, of that.
Well, the Ottoman Empire was very authoritarian.
They were also a multi-ethnic empire. Here's the thing: the Greeks, when they spoke on democracy, and I referenced that Plato said that you can't have a democracy in a multi-ethnic nation. It just expand upon that, and I'm still paraphrasing. I'm not quoting them directly. Plato also said that the multi-ethnic societies and diversity is that of the tyrant. They rule through deception, defeat, and chaos. So in a way, cyber is correct. But what we're seeing in the modern world due to technology, it's just the natural occurrence of these things. It's not that the tyrant is calling them in saying, hey, get over here, let's make this a problem so I can be the solution. It's happening, and then they offer the solution, and
They
the
allow it to
question.
happen.
Well, here's the thing. Let me jump in this. And like cyber man, we talked about this for hours upon hours. In regards to what Manning Johnson said about this.
Yeah,
Um,
the Gulag Van crew.
yeah, it's if you remove, excuse my language. I mean, I'm not even gonna use bad language. If you remove the Negro, the bad Negro class from this argument, I'll just call them the bad Negroes, the bad dark people. If you remove them from the argument, the liberals, the authoritarians, they don't have this weaponized group of World War Z type miscreants to usher in, authoritarianism. Like the group, whoever they are, they're using these bad behaving blacks, as I'll call them, not even as a Trojan horse, because they're not being shy about it. When you have the way that this, Black America has turned into like pro criminal, anti morals, just disgusting society, that they just ride right in behind it. And we know what, say they win, say liberalism, authoritarianism wins. We know what happens to these dumbass niggas, excuse my language, when it's all over. It's not going to be us conservatives over here, us good Americans. They need us to work. They need us to go to work and go to work and keep making them money. The miscreants, oh, they're getting slayed down. They're getting slaughtered. They're going to CCOT. They're going to New Alcatraz, or they're just getting shot in the street.
Well, I have a question for you and all other black men on the panel, right?
I'm not black, man. Don't ever call me that again.
Well,
Thank you.
African American descent. I mean,
Do not. That's even worse, bro. I'm
Well,
American. My
I
mother
don't.
was Jamaican. My dad's
Well,
American. Don't ever call me
there
that.
isn't. I don't. I'm not trying to be rude, but there is an
Yeah.
ethnic difference. Whatever
But
that ethnic difference
there
is.
is no ethnic difference from me, man. I'm American. There is no nigga
Well,
in me, none whatsoever. When I lived around black people, I was cosplaying to survive.
I mean, fair point. But I'm asking this to, and you can answer. You don't have to. All people who are not white on the panel. This is what this is for. If let's say a right wing authoritarian came to power, right? And there's like, we got to deal with this. We got to deal with this crime. We got to deal with this because just because it's authoritarian don't mean it's left. Don't mean it's liberal. And there was this law and order candidate that came in, and they started cracking down on the black community. But whenever you have a crackdown like that, when you have a high crime community, and many of you admit that that is a high crime community, how many, how much of a crackdown would it take for you guys to feel ethnically attacked? Because I have a theory. I have a theory that if you try to deal with these problems the way conservatives or liberals
Let
deal
them
with
answer it before you give your theory.
well, they have to have my theory to know why I'm asking the question.
No, they don't. Just
Okay.
I'll start off, bro. I'll just give the example of this. Back, this is alternate history, rabbit hole stuff. But there were some, melanated black Europeans, you want to call them, who would pretend to be savages and go around and slay them. And freaking, good white people that are getting slaughtered like the Shiloh Hendrickses and Austin Metcalfs, they couldn't do nothing with these savages. So they recruit some good old white supremacists of color like myself to go around, hey, you want to go blend in and slay some of these motherfuckers? Well, good. What do you know? Why not? Bro, I could give two shits, man. Point them out. Have fun. Man, pass me the popcorn. Like, I don't mind passing the sniff test now, but it would be nice if I didn't have to. So I can give a shit, man. I don't believe in any ethnic stuff. It does. It's make believe.
Well, okay. Is there some method available?
hold on. We got two other blacks up here that didn't answer that question.
Okay.
I like how you said that. Say blacks again, Snowman.
I refuse to answer the question because you said it like that.
God, the way he said black.
Yeah, I don't
Damn.
even remember the question. What are we doing?
You can ask the question again if you want.
If there was a if there was a leadership that you agreed with on your like principles that decided to crack down on the black community because of high crime, but they did so in an authoritarian manner, where they tried to distinguish between, you know, bloodthirsty savage criminal and incidences of like self defense and stuff. But by and large, because this is what happens in history, by and large, anybody that committed a crime or even had a whiff of committing a crime was punished either in prison or execution. Like how much of that would you have to see before you decide that my ethnicity is being attacked and a white man is evil, or this country is evil, it hates my people?
I don't know how to answer that question. Um, my immediate response is go full bore. I don't know how to answer that question.
So
Um,
I'll refine the question. Are all the black men on this panel okay with potentially seeing white hands extrajudicially executing gang members and other blacks who are associated with gang members for their crimes?
Have at it. Bulldoze in grandmother's houses.
Snowman,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
could I
I don't have a
I'm
problem
I'm
with it.
I'm cool. Cause I mean, even thinking about it, like even with the Bukele thing that Trey brought up, a lot of like the city is pleased with it. They love him for doing it, but a lot of folks got swept up that had no, they resembled, but they weren't necessarily part of the group, but they may have had, tattoos resembling or something like that.
Well, this actually plays into my theory. I'm glad to hear it
Uh huh.
because I've always had a theory, because I'm a eugenicist at heart, that eventually the black crime rate will get so high that it has to be dealt with in an authoritarian manner. It's not just black. This happens in any multi-ethnic society, but we're talking about America. And while
Like
the
another
major
crime bill, like crime bill
no, no,
2.0.
no, 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 no. I'm talking about it's either social collapse or it has to be dealt with extrajudicially, like free core style shit in the streets. Like it seems like we're heading to, because the law paper isn't going to fix what's wrong with our country, and that's just a fact. And I've always thought that the majority of black folks, no matter how on my side they seem to be, would eventually see, oh, they're hurting my people, da 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 da. This is just an excuse to hurt black people. Now, I think there would be a small majority that is black, that has lived around their own people, lived in their own society for a long time. That's like, nah, I agree. This shit is evil. This shit needs to be dealt with for the sake of my children and my children's children, and for the sake of us. It has to happen. It's an argument I use when I talk to liberals, and I point out how whites and Asians during the medieval ages kind of eugenicized their own populations by basically capital punishment for every crime that was imagined. So,
Orthodox. I've myself and altruism. We've spoken upon this. We call it different things, but it's basically come down to where there's this gene, and I theorize that. I don't know if you're familiar.
Yeah,
with
it's called Negro nucleic acid is what SKC or not SK but CT has deemed it as NNA Negro nucleic acid.
Yeah, but I call it they're descendants of Anthony Johnson and they're descendants of John Casey. And you know, Anthony Johnson was the first black slave owner. He first slave owner in America, European descendant. You know, his brother that came over from England. John Casey was a savage from here. First slave, first documented, chattel slave here. And when you look at the writings of the time, we're talking the mid 1600s. It reads just like what we're dealing with now when you talk about, the good melanated folks versus the monkeys. And I theorize that there's this gene inside of the savages that just makes them the way they are. Because between the brothers you got on the panel, I've talked with these guys for years. There is nothing inside any of us that will make us say, oh my God, poor George Floyd, so bad. Or, oh my God, that's so horrible, Shiloh Hendricks calling a little nigger, stealing out of her bag a nigger. No. Honestly, I don't know about Free Zone, but myself and SKC have experienced niggerism firsthand.
Well, Trey,
very personally.
If you want to keep it a buck, I guarantee you that 5-year-old has heard far worse said to him by his own mother than that white woman ever said.
That's Somalian. Don't get me going on nationalism, and that's another thing.
I'm just saying that just as well as I do that there is a bad habit and in the black community of them sitting and wanting to villainize people for saying shit that they say the day that I guarantee you that the moment that baby came out of his mom's vagina, he was hit with the N-bomb.
Yeah, well, maybe it's this, Snowman. Maybe it's the fact that me and you are more related than most people because, unlike most of the melanated folks, I can dig back to my great-great-grandfather is a white boy from Ireland. On paper, documented. White as snow. Bro, you saw my great-grandmother on the wall and you were talking shit. I mean, you were talking shit, motherfucker. You said she looked like a white version of me with a big nose, you fucking cracker.
I know. I still question the validity of that Photoshop picture.
As someone who studies genetics, I don't disagree with that. You can tell European admixture in certain people by the way they act.
Sir, quit pandering to the help.
Look, I just want to find a method that would be successful, that would help convince certain people to change their behavior that doesn't involve extreme violence. Because I don't think that's going to go very well here.
No, it's not going to turn out the way they want it if it becomes a race war. I can tell you that much.
It's not going to turn out how anybody would want it to turn out. I'm sure it would be terrible. It'd probably be the worst chapter of history on this continent.
Well, when in history has the minority group went up against the majority group and ever won it when it comes to war?
Okay, well, I don't even know what to envision for how it'll actually be. But I do know how that type of ethnic conflict plays out. and it's extremely nasty. And I don't like that. And so I would like to try to convince people to change their behavior some other way.
Well,
So
Turin,
can anybody? Okay.
yeah,
I know,
I
know
have
that
an
there would,
example.
I know that there would be a lot more sellouts than people say, because I'm one of them.
I have an
No,
example.
if you look, 1 second, Tiber. If you look at the ethnic conflict that we have history of, especially when it's white and black specifically, there are, and I don't even call them sellouts. They're looking for their best interest. There were blacks that were on the side, like black tribes that were on the side of the South Africans and Rhodesians,
There
and
were.
they were punished just as harshly. And it's funny because we have actual statistics and evidence. Like whenever these black groups would go and fight other blacks for um instead of like the white soldiers, right? They would capture a lot of blacks and they'd capture a lot of weapons. In the Bush War, the blacks who fought for the white guy or what the white side, they on average were higher intelligence. They perform better, and like when you captured weapons from like the communist blacks, because that's who funded these revolutions in Africa, by the way, they would get the guns from these. I don't know what ethnic group actually. 'Cause I'm not a master class in African ethnic groups. They'd get these guns from the side that opposed apartheid, and the blacks would ask them like the blacks themselves would ask them, why is the sight on your gun all the way up? And they would reply, it makes it shoot hard.
They would.
And that is a documented fact that you.
Why
can
did
find
you have
with
to bring that up?
documentation? No,
Why did you-
I don't. Here's the thing. I don't want race war because innocent white men, innocent black men, innocent children, innocent white women, innocent black women would be killed. I don't want that. I don't think, and I do think the bloodshed would be horrible, especially in cities. I don't think it would be apocalyptic, and I think that you would see the incompetencies from both sides, and I do think that it would be good for both sides to get rid of their incompetent, stupid people, but it doesn't make it worth it because innocent people die. Horrible shit happens for no reason. And I don't think that black folks that would side with Whitey on this are sellouts. I think that they're doing things that are best interest of them and their family.
I agree, because despite what certain people might say about people that might discuss this type of topic, it's not about the color of people's skin, and it never has been. Like the the total sum of a man isn't just like skin deep. It's like all these things, like your beliefs, your culture, like your memories from how you were raised to how you grew up.
bone structure?
Yeah, like your values and stuff. So like I never thought growing up that racial conflict was going to be possible in the future, because when I was a small child, like this goes back to something that you were talking about earlier, Orthodox guy. I looked at the race conflicts as something that happened in the past, right? I didn't think that it was something that was like going to continue into the future if it was still around. Like I thought all the KKK guys were gone. I thought all like the black terrorist groups were gone. Like I thought that was all over with, right? So however things are starting to spin out of control now, like it's being driven by some sort of like nasty factor, and I think that like absent that factor, like we could all learn to get along again. And that's why I'm wondering if there's like a a surefire method to get there, because
by shining a light on what they're doing so that more people will be interested in knowing who's doing it. A good example would be a book called The Bubble of American Supremacy. Oh, what's that about? Well, it's obviously about trying to create this image that America's bad and thinks they're better than everyone else, even though it does have a much higher standard for many other countries in the world. Well, who wrote this book? Well, it was a guy named George Soros. Oh, you mean the guy that's been funding the Antifa riots, helping ship in pallets of bricks and all this kind of stuff? Well, yeah, obviously they're trying to sabotage our country with many different things, like the Cloward Piven strategy, crashing the economy by incentivizing people to get on welfare and not be productive. But to go back to the question that you posed, I would refer to something Sun Tzu said, which is very relevant, I think, which is, I think it's in chapter 4. He said, "The great generals of old first put themselves beyond the possibility of defeat, and then waited for an opportunity of defeating the enemy." So the reason they keep us distracted with all these racial issues and gender wars and such is to keep people off base and on the attack instead of defending their own and keeping themselves beyond the possibility of defeat. To, as he said, antagonize the enemy's generals into making a mistake. Well, our enemies want to antagonize us into a reaction or into making a mistake when they're trying to lay siege to walled cities. And you can't just lay siege to walled cities and be victorious, not without great numbers or great loss. And America and what it stands for is a big obstacle to the globalists. So they're intentionally trying to sabotage the good things about our country. And they're getting us to fight each other while they do that.
Okay.
So by shining a light on what they're doing, getting people interested in knowing who's doing it, we can build numbers and get more people interested in applying proper strategy to the proper enemy.
Who is the proper enemy?
The proper enemy are the ones that are trying to sabotage good things like meritocracy by including it in with exploitation and things like that under the banner of capitalism. That's why they coined the term.
So the entirety of the current liberal world orders, not just the globalists, because the conservatives and right wings are doing that as well. And I agree with you, but I think it's a racial stance. Bumpkin knew me from a show called Waffen House, another white nationalist things, well before we ever met.
Well,
That doesn't sound white. That doesn't sound white nationalist at all.
A lot of people are just fools. A lot of people are just fools, and they think they know what they're doing. They have no idea what's really going on behind the scenes, how they're being used. They're the useful idiots.
Well, hold on, Bumpkin. Did I not tell people time and time again that all white nationalists and white people had to do was kick their feet up and watch this stuff happen, and people would come to our side?
Yep.
I got so much hate for that because these people, the average person is stupid and knows nothing of strategy. You are correct if that is what you're saying, because they're easily provoked. And I've done nothing, but I think I've remained the most consistent ideologically out of anybody that I've known or talked to in real life or on the internet that has this. And
You're on drugs.
I personally think that partially of what you were saying is correct, but there is an ethnic issue. There's a genetic issue. There is a globalist aspect to it. Those people that you were talking about are part of it. But if you look at the entire world order we have, the entirety of liberalism, the current right wing, conservatives, libertarians, the current left wing, communists, Marxists, it's all from liberalism. Liberalism is the problem here.
Yeah, I would have to agree. The bedrock on all of Western civilization since the Enlightenment has been liberalism. And if liberalism wasn't fundamentally flawed, then things wouldn't have spiraled out of control so fast. Like, think about it. It's only been like since the 16th century. And look at us. Like we've had massive world wars, like countries have come in and out of existence. Like if you were to just look at like Europe before the Enlightenment, things didn't change very fast. Like, things stayed stable. Now, I'm not saying that that's like perfect. There are disadvantages to things being that way, and major advantages to, like the technological progress we've made in the past
I was
100 years, for
just about
example.
to say. I was just about to say, technology is the only thing that didn't stay the same because technological advancement throughout human history has always doubled at an exponential rate every 60 years.
Exactly. But societally, like we're not facing any of the deep human questions today uh, for the first time. The very first civilizations faced all of these same trials and tribulations. They didn't make it, right? I'm talking about like the Indus Valley civilization or whoever it was that built Göbekli Tepe and those other structures in Turkey, or whoever it was that built the Great Pyramid. Like they probably even faced some of the technological hurdles that we face. Like I can't say that for sure. But the point is that liberalism, the ideas that came out of the Enlightenment, that's the new thing, and it's failed catastrophically. Like, and so I think that we're just going to have to re-examine all of the assumptions that we've made that were based off of those being the bedrock, like the Enlightenment ideas.
Reject the Enlightenment, boys.
We are going to have to reject the Enlightenment because here's the problem. In the most quote unquote enlightened cultures, we don't we don't look at China. And when I hate mentioning mega projects because people automatically think about the pyramids or some king's vanity project, right? But we don't manipulate the planet to our will and our desire and our needs under liberalism. We slowly decay so that individuals can become super wealthy instead of having wealth distributed not equally, but wealth distributed in a manner where you don't have a billionaire being able to buy your country. Like liberalism in my opinion is Luciferian.
Well,
In essence.
a lot of those liberals, those billionaire liberals, the elitists, they are a collective. The
Yeah, it's
majority of them.
There's
yeah,
nothing wrong
it's,
with collectivism. You collectivize and organize. The Spartans didn't beat back a million Persians by going,
The Spartans
brothers.
were all also
Oh,
homosexuals.
well, you know what? You wouldn't call him a faggot. I guarantee you that.
I
also
would do,
the
and I'd take my ass whooping accordingly.
also
He'd
also
fold
I
it over,
would
he'd
like
grab you and
to
be like, "You about to be a faggot now, boy."
Also, I would like to point out that a lot, and I mean a lot of like the Spartans and Romans and even down to the Greeks, like a lot of that is hyper inflated with how much of them are actually homosexuals. Like, please, for the love of God, please, guys, actually look into any of the sources that people quote saying they're gay, and you'll instantly be like, oh, this was
Well,
like
the same
one,
thing with the kid diddling, like Plato and Aristotle, and a
yeah,
lot of
same
these
thing.
people wrote on how disgusting homosexuality and touching kids was.
Yeah, literally, they're like, yeah, we should beat them in the head with rocks, and
Well, the thing that I see wrong with collectivism is the same thing I see wrong with individualism or authoritarianism, which is the ism part suggesting that this is the way things must be for everyone. And I don't see any problem with people working collectively. And if people are allowed to work collectively by choice, then every one of them is going to be putting in full effort. People that are forced to do something are not going to be putting in their best effort. They're going to be putting in as little as they can get away with in anything.
From my understanding, and I don't, I have nothing against you, Cyber. I really don't. But from my understanding, like the only thing that I would agree, because it's not that deep. I know you're trying to put ism as if all isms are bad. I get it, but one thing that I do agree with you is people should think critically. And I feel like that's ultimately what you're trying to push, or I hope that's what you're trying to push. But someone's knee-jerk reaction to their government or the system that was designed to help them should not be, oh, I can't trust it. Now, on the opposite end, it definitely shouldn't be, oh, I can trust it implicitly. If the government or someone gives you a vaccine or gives you food, you shouldn't immediately go, oh, I don't trust this. These people are out to get me. That's bad. But if your first reaction is, oh man, I can trust them implicitly, and you eat it or you eject it, that's also bad. I think the
Well,
happy middle is saying, hey, what's in this? Well, what does it do to the body? Why is it in there if it does negative things?
right. And why does Obama say that they've essentially clinically tested it on billions of people worldwide in 2022, when in 2021 they were telling everyone it was 100% safe and effective? How could they say that?
Well, there hasn't been a
It,
lot of people dropping dead from it. My mom took it, and she's just fine.
I know people
Same.
that are sick and dying right now. One of them is my boss's wife,
I
and
still
she had no problems before that.
do we actually know that? Are they people that went and got
Well, do
medically
we
checked
actually
up?
know that your mom is just fine?
She is.
You do.
She's not just fine. But she's not. What's wrong with her isn't because of the vaccine. Like a lot of these people from COVID and the vaccine had already predetermined issues, and the
Well,
problem with the problem with America and this quote unquote individuality that Americans push is it causes you to not take care of yourself. It causes you not to go to the doctor. It causes the doctor not to be able to share medically relevant information with statistical analysis companies that are trying to get up what are data research companies that are trying to get up to the point of what these things do. Like at a certain point, you have to ask: is your privacy worth letting everything else go to shit? Most people would say yes because they're individualists. But if you have like, they don't have to put your fucking, they don't have to do it in a way where it puts your asshole or your colonoscopy pictures online for everybody to see. But if you do have a issue where you're getting vaccines for something, the government should be able to use the data that your doctor collects to cross-reference it with everyone else to be able to understand what's going on with that vaccine. But we don't have that in this country. Same reason that we have to have 55,000 different fucking identification cards, because conservative lunatics are like, well, that'll get in the way of my privacy. So instead of having one identification card with your social, your picture ID, and you've got a social security card number, you've got a fucking driver's license, you got an ID, you've got this, you've got that. It's fucking retarded.
Well, one thing
And
we
then,
do know.
and then these people obfuscate with going, "Oh, you're obeyers or you're bootlickers." No, bro, I'm about efficiency.
One thing we do know for sure, because it's on video on Stanford FSI channel under the title "Challenges to Democracy in the Digital Information Realm." We do know for a fact that Obama said, now that we've essentially clinically tested it on billions of people worldwide, I don't appreciate anyone telling people that something's 100% safe and effective just to get them to unknowingly engage in a global clinical test of something.
I agree with you there. That's unethical.
Why the deception? Well, for one, it's not what they call it, because it's not actually, I'm trying to be careful my words because these stupid fucking standards and guidelines, but it is not what they're calling it. It's something else because it's a completely different form compared to all the other ones. Now, I'm not against pokes that actually inoculate you, but we've got a lot of evidence, even more coming out now, things that are actually being presented in Congress now, whereas before they were rejecting it. They're actually looking into it now. And it's not what they call it. Just because they call it that doesn't mean that that's what it is. But once again, people just follow right along with whatever the name is, if it sounds good, and it could be something completely opposite of that.
I, by and large, agree with you on the big coof vaccine, because it was not tested enough. They lied about it. They wanted you to take it for whatever nefarious reason. But when you and I, and the people on this panel, and maybe even most of the audience are intelligent people. We're not sheep. We're not retards. The vast majority of everyone else is retarded, and they're literally this whole conversation we're having. It causes people to question vaccines and inoculations, and there's always been, like Clue said, my brother who never got a seizure in his life, like before the 2021 vaccination. I've known a black woman who's never had a seizure in her life, and then she had one, and all of a sudden they have them. That was before the 2020. People have these underlying genetic issues that can sometimes just pop up, and when you have a world-changing event like COVID, and then you have these things where they have to, like, that doesn't change anything. We don't know everyone's genetics.
Right. You want to hear something else very interesting that Barry said in that same speech, relevant to what you said about people losing trust? He said, people don't have to believe this misinformation in order to weaken our institutions. They just have to spread enough dirt, plant enough conspiracy theorizing that people no longer know what to believe. Once they lose trust in their leaders, in their institutions, in the media, in each other, in the possibility of truth, the game's won. Now, he was projecting that, saying it's over here, these people are doing that, but we know how these type are. He said those words.
Hey, Cybertoxin, I'm sorry, I have to go now, so I would like to just say one last thing before I go, if y'all don't mind. I believe that that you're right, Cybertoxin, in a certain respect. The mRNA trainer that they changed the definition of vaccine so they could call it a vaccine was not a safe product, to say the least, because they put it out there and it killed a bunch of people. However, they gave that like relatively untested, relatively ineffective mRNA trainer to probably more people in a shorter amount of time than any other vaccine that I know of that's ever come out in the past, like any actual vaccine. And so, like, there's a certain number of people that'll have a negative reaction to any drug or any pharmaceutical product, no matter how benign. Like, shit, there's a certain percentage of people that are like allergic to weed. So if they smoke it, they'll get their lungs all tight and they suffocate.
I have a buddy who's allergic to it and he goes into seizures.
Yeah, so
I truly believe that it was just a test to see how stupid people are.
I think a lot of it had to do with that.
Like, test.
Yeah, most of what I think was going on with that was exactly as you say. They were trying to see what they could get away with. More than them trying to test different things on people, which they could have done. Like, they probably did do that. More than trying to give people a clot shot that'll kill them. They probably just didn't care how many people died. They didn't care how effective it was going to be. They clearly weren't concerned about how deadly the virus was. They already knew everything about it. They paid to have it made.
Like, I'll tell you something scarier about it too, is this. I guarantee a lot of these third world countries with a population that's mainly low IQ, melanated folks, they probably got a placebo. Whereas, these Western European companies or countries with high trust systems, they're the ones that got the super, the clot shot.
Well, I mean, like a certain percentage of people did get blood clots and seizures and other side effects that have been known to happen.
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
Well, from the A.D. Biderman report of 1956 shared a chart called Communist Coercive Methods for Eliciting Individual Compliance. Now, on this, he has complete or partial isolation, group isolation, restricted movement, demeaning punishments, insults and taunts, denial of privacy, prolonged interrogation, overexertion, threats of abandonment, threats against family, mysterious changes of treatment, occasional favors, rewards for partial compliance and promises, confrontation, taking complete control over the victim's face, and enforcement of rules.
Well, there you go.
1956.
I mean,
Free Zone just put a good link in the back.
Clearly, the whole 2020 event was more related to that type of thing than the vaccine or mRNA trainer. Because a lot of people took.
Hey, SKC, thanks for coming through. I enjoyed the conversation, by the way, too. We'll have to do it again.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I didn't really have a problem with the shot until I started seeing jobs start to fire people for not taking it. When I started to see that systematic, if you don't take it, you're screwed type thing. That was like, all right, time to stand on business. I am never injecting this in my body. You know what I mean? It was
Dude,
just
when
one
they
of
started
those
having
things.
lotteries with it, like 3 people in this state, if you get the vaccine, could win $1 million.
Yeah. You remember when they said that it was being spread mostly by asymptomatic people, implying that those who didn't have it were the asymptomatic?
Yep.
You remember shortly after that how they proved that getting that thing, all it did was prevent you from getting symptoms. It didn't stop you from catching it or spreading it.
Yeah, which would make them.
Do you remember how the media pointed that out?
The spin. But here's the thing. Nothing ever. I've never looked at the shot as something I would put in my body. Like I said, maybe it's my freaking Irish genes kicking in, or my freaking far right genes kicking in. But as soon as they announced it, basically my whole brain, was like, I ain't taking that shit. Ain't nothing wrong with
Same
me.
here.
Fuck that.
Same here. And I wouldn't let nobody in my house take it.
Yeah, I was
simple as that.
I was like, I was like, eh. But then as soon as I started being heavily, I didn't take it, obviously. I was still on the ropes. But as soon as I saw it heavily start being mandated, I was like, yeah, nah, I'm good, Chief. I think I'm
Well, and Snowman, this is around the same time when all the crazy race stuff started happening with the red pill space, the manosphere, and when it started really getting injected until the race started getting injected. And you saw big creators like Alan Roger Curry and Kevin Samuels, older, somewhat close to boomer black dudes. I got to take my shot. Now look where they both at.
Yeah. Can you imagine if our government actually had the authority to force everyone to do that? I'm reminded of something Manning Johnson said in his farewell address before he mysteriously died of a heart attack. He said, some of the liberals and the communists and all of that ilk, along with the NAACP leaders, have been demanding more and more federal power. They want laws to turn the FBI into a Gestapo to hunt down everybody who disagrees with integration. Now, forget the specific context of integration. Think of the concentration of power. Said they even propose laws that give the federal government the right to step into states and arrest governors. They want to take away all power from the states. And when this sort of thing happens, then we're on the road to dictatorship. And once you've given the federal government that power, it can be used against you. Depends upon who seizes control of the federal government. Today, you may have men of goodwill wielding that power. Tomorrow, you might have men of ill will and ill repute. So you have to be careful.
Let's play this video real quick. This is supposedly what happened in the courthouse regarding that guy that killed the deputy that killed his son in Cincinnati.
To go as he is walking into the courtroom right now, if we're going to be able to take this live at this moment.
What the fuck's going on outside there?
And I was about to ask you, Snowman, what in the monkeyness is going on?
Yep. And they're not even escorting him out to be rude there. The sheriffs are escorting him out for that inmate's safety. Crazy.
Okay, so let's try to armchair quarterback what we believe is going on here right now. So Hinton was escorted by police from Claremont County into the courtroom right here. There was some sort of commotion right outside with police officers then quickly escorting Hinton back out, likely for his own safety. His attorney remaining in the courtroom there with the judge. So this, of course, the man accused of hitting and killing that retired sheriff's deputy, making his no bond appearance. Okay, now we're listening outside.
So obviously words being exchanged right there
Words that we
between,
can't put on TV, so we need to kill the mic there for just a little bit.
right, but you're still taking a live look. So this is just outside, kind of giving you a perspective here. This is just outside of room A. So this is down in the Hamilton County Courthouse there. You can see obviously a number of sheriff's deputies. They were there on Saturday lined up. They're there today lined up as well. And now at this point, obviously, you know, folks very emotional over this
very
case.
high in this.
So they did have to remove Hinton at this point. And if you recall, Hinton actually, as we mentioned a couple of minutes ago, is being housed in the Claremont County Jail because...
Why they keep letting that dude aggress on that other sheriff there? Why haven't they arrested him?
Because it's a black female and she's trying to calm him down because them niggas only listen to mama.
Of security reasons, because of these tensions that are likely, I mean, still occurring. This is a live look. This is not even recorded video. This is what we're looking at live. So obviously what they're going to have to do, at least remove the people who are getting too emotional right now. However, I'm not sure if they're then going to bring Hinton back.
They may. I believe that, this is very classic police work, what they're doing here. You notice the officers remaining calm. It's a very tense situation, trying to allay any fears.
Yeah, hold on. Snowman, can you pause that?
Yeah.
And this is what, I was telling the guys about the mainstream media. I think it was yesterday. Bro, I don't see I don't see this freaking cop killer in any defense. Why was he removed for his safety? The only people acting the monkey in there are his supporters. There's no threat to his safety. Zero.
Yeah.
Well, my question is what are they out there outside the courtroom advocating for? Obviously, they're there in support of the guy that killed the cop. Are they really trying to advocate that guy should get off on killing that cop?
Mm-hmm. Yes, bro. Social media, the savage side of social media is.
That is insane. That kid's dad knew exactly what he was doing and what the consequences are when he did it.
It was premeditated murder on someone that he knew was law enforcement. Specifically did it. I don't care what anyone says. That an assault on a officer because he's an officer, that alone is like an AFL. Okay?
Okay, everybody over here is in agreement. But Snowman, you see how your beliefs are? And you're very, nigga adjacent, Snowman. You got a lot of friends that are niggas. You cool with them and all that.
I know.
But that right there, that belief system of yours right there makes you look at them like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all creatures? How can you think that way?
What the fuck is wrong with them?
Yeah, and it's why I tell all my Casper friends that, hey, look, I know y'all grew up in the hood around niggas, just like I did. But let me tell y'all something. The protection I have from them is my skin color. You guys have zero issues. When they go full savage mode, it's going to get turned on to you.
It is.
I cosplayed in order to survive.
Just like they cosplay in order to come and scope out your house and potentially rob you in the middle of the night.
Yeah. And, bro, this is why I like
your friends.
Yeah, I encourage all white folks, stay the hell away from ninjas right now at this time. Even your closest friends, give them the sniff test. Quick, fast. You know how I changed it from the Candace Floyd test to the God, you got me calling him Caramello now. The Caramello Floyd test. But I'm changing it again rapidly. I'm going to call it the Shiloh Carmelo test. You ask black folks their opinion on both and see how they react. If they're not vehemently against freaking Carmelo and like it's just a word when it comes to Shiloh, stay the fuck away from him. I don't care if you grew up with him. Stay the fuck away.
Yeah, because let's keep it real. The real truth of the matter is a lot of these folks that are mad about that word have no problem saying whatever the fuck they want to you. You know, they'll call you whatever fucking racial slur they can come up with or make or invent or which has been historically accurate to them. And they don't give a fuck about what you think about it and think that you're supposed to sit there and fucking eat it and get all kinds of inner feelings once you fucking drop that M-bomb on them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just gotta Clue Studios. If y'all stop believing in race and gender, none of these puppet shows will work. Yeah, race cares about you, homie. I don't care if you don't. It's like people that say I don't care about politics, as politics launches nukes at their general direction. You know what I mean? It's kind of like it's a ridiculous notion. Okay.
Well, Bumpy, you got me up there. Clue got that from me, and this was years ago, and that was directed. At a time when I was trying to, wake some black men up, when I was part of the, SYSBM movement, trying to help them, then I realized I was just too far right for them. The way I look at race is this. Race to me is telling white people, hey, open your fucking eyes, pattern recognize, and sniff test the fuck out any melanated person, you come against. He might be Indian, look like Special Ed, the rapper, or some fucking, bald-headed Pajit. But still, or some Sri Lankan dude is just nappy hair. Make sure he ain't a savage before you associate with him. Even me, Bumpkin, if you ran into me in the streets, you don't know if it's Trey the MBD or Trey the nigga. Make sure. That's the way I approach race now.
Okay.
Free Zone said, Bumpkin, you speak as if caring will prevent that rocket from launching.
If more people were actually politically inclined, we could prevent that rocket from launching. Absolutely.
That would require more people to be aware of what's going on and actually stand up for what's right.
I know.
But hey, Snowman, I don't know about you, man.
Good.
Like, I know we got y'all three up here, and I know, like, when I see like a mud shark or a white girl that's fucking with Pook get beat down, black-eyed and fucked up like Bad Baby, what Chief Keef did to her, bro, I just laugh. It cracks me the fuck up. I don't know. What about y'all when y'all see it?
Me too.
I think that the worst of both sides gets way too much spotlight put on them to sit and basically put a bad spotlight on an entire group of people. That's what I think. And I think that it's portrayed on both sides entirely too much and that the media is the culprit for it.
Well, and this is where I agree with Clue. The sides are completely made up. When it comes, and this is the problem with the Shiloh Hendricks case. You basically have American on American violence. There's no ethnic groups. There's nothing like that. They're just American. At this point, we're all bastardized. We're all mutts. We're just different shades of mutts. And it's just...
Said I'm not, but go ahead.
He thinks he's still full-blooded Aryan or some shit.
There's no Aryan in you, Bumpkin. Man, you're too thick, Bumpkin. You got that... Aryans are like tall, blonde, blue-eyed. Man, you got too much of that, what do you call it? That rotundness that the girls like. You got too much of that cushion on you, Bumpkin. You might as well accept it.
What do you mean? Well, tall, for starters. I'm like 6'1". All right. Secondly, Aryans does not mean blonde hair, blue eyes. Aryans is bro.
I'm fucking with you, bro.
You know this. You know this, right? You know this. You know this.
I know.
Yeah, he does know this because he's got Aryans in his fucking bloodline.
It just cracks me up, man. That Americans are turned on each other, for some silliness. Hey, okay, let's look at this. If we just look at a completely melanated society, how the fuck did a Hutu know a Hutu was a Hutu and a Tutsi was a Tutsi when they started jabbing each other? Or look at Bosnia. How did a white Muslim, or a white Croat know to go chop each other up? How do they know the difference?
Same way they did in Scotland
Oh.
with the different clans. The colors that they wore.
Yeah.
They were, yeah.
You know,
I don't
my
want to hear
mama
any. I don't
told
wanna
me
hear
I
any
was a
Scottish hate.
Hutu.
I don't want to hear any Scottish hate. All right, in this chat right now. Okay, don't want to hear any of it.
So no mention of Scots.
We can mention them, but no hate.
Okay,
you're Scottish.
I just
The
mentioned.
McGregors deserve everything they fucking got. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
So Snowman. So the crazy part is, me and you are probably more blood related than you and Bunkin.
Probably. I'll give you that. That's
I'm
probably
like-
more of a factual truth than anything
like-
right now.
11% Irish, so probably.
Yeah, because I'm more like about 60% Irish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's wild. Me, I'm what? Oh, what would that be, man? My 25. Yeah, like 25ish percent. And yeah, something around there. Yeah.
Well, you know the Scots and the Irish have a common ancestor, right?
Yeah, it's called the Vikings.
No, it doesn't called the Viking. They're called the Gaels.
Yeah, I know.
yeah.
I'm being facetious, dude. But I
But,
mean, you could say the
oh,
Vikings too, because the Vikings, basically raped and pillaged both fucking continents.
Yeah, they did,
And they did try to breed out both races with their own.
and it didn't work.
I don't know, man. But the good thing they did was they got rid of their miscreants. The niggas of their society, they were like, y'all gotta go. We gotta get rid of y'all in whichever way possible.
What are you talking about? The Irish have always been the ninjas of the world.
They have been. Name me a bloodline
what
that
I'm-
the Irish haven't been involved in. You can't, bro.
No, I mean, as far as, okay, I'll put it like this. They got rid of their criminals. They locked them up. Like most European societies got rid of their criminals. The ones that acted the way that niggas do right now, they got rid of them. But they overcorrected to where you have this extreme pussification of what we would classify as white men in the United States.
I agree.
Okay.
I can't find no flaw in your logic there.
So what's this stop sign conversation?
It's been a discussion, started out as a debate that me and SKC have been having for going on 3 years now.
Are you
What's
in
it
favor of
about?
not having stop signs?
It's about whether or not the stop sign is actually serving a actual legal purpose, if it's doing anything to benefit society, or if it's just there to generate revenue.
Would you say the same thing? Oh, stop sign. Same thing for stop lights, right?
No, stoplights serve a greater purpose, obviously, because usually those are placed in severely high trafficked areas.
Okay.
Stop signs are generally.
Well, so
my original premise to the argument was this: if you're driving down the road and you're running late, and because you're running late, you come up to an intersection, and rather than coming to a complete stop, you have clear line of sight. You see that there's nobody coming, there's no one around, you're not going to harm anyone, and you just go ahead and blow through the stop sign. But there's a cop behind you about 3 miles that just watched you blow through that stop sign, and he comes and pulls you over and gives you a ticket. Is he justified in doing so, or is he just being a tyrant, a road pirate generating revenue? Because my thoughts have always been the state can't claim victims.
Okay, because
I understand that. I got to dip real fast, but I will.
well, look at it like this, though, man.
I'll be back.
Right on. Now, granted, my viewpoint on that's changed a lot over the last 3 years, though. But go ahead, Trey. You got it.
To me, the stop sign. Yeah, I look at it differently as a truck driver. The stop sign is just another extension of white supremacy. We know what white supremacy really means: a highly moralistic, high trust society.
Right.
But that's what that's what the African American History Museum refers to it as. But in a high trust, because a high trust society is okay, there's a low probability in a rural area that you can see 5 miles each way that anybody is going to come into that intersection. But just out of common courtesy and just to check, just to be on the safe side, you're going to stop there. You're not going to blow it. So you know what? Okay, it's my common duty because I've been raised as a good young man from my youth to know that, okay, I got to check. I don't want to cause harm to others. And that's the way I've been taught. Whereas in another previously high trust society I lived in Germany, there, if you come up and say, when I lived there, you basically, what you described, if you come to an intersection and you could clearly see you're in a rural area, nobody was coming, you could completely blow it. Would be no issue. The problem comes is when you introduce these miscreants into those societies that are morally corrupt, that follow a different value system. Therefore, you know what happens? We can't have the good things anymore. Now, the authority, not the authoritarians, but the authority, they have to crack down on everybody in order to prevent the miscreants of society from running buck wild.
Well, that's where it goes to, like, SKC argument has always been, like the spirit of the law type thing. Are you following the law, or do you believe in law and order, or is it like the spirit of the law should prevail type thing? And really, he as I've gotten older and as I've watched the world change, look, I understand the purpose and the necessity of the stop sign, because the stop sign isn't there for you and I, because we automatically understand that there's rules and there's order, and there's got to be things that deter retards from doing retarded things, right? So therefore, that's there for them. The other problem that arises, though, that I still hold fast to, is the fact that laws like this could potentially lead to the introduction of even more aggressive laws that actually start affecting law-abiding citizens by no fault of their own.
Yeah, and it's the gray area that, okay, when men were men, like, honestly, when we were a country of based men and we had segregation, it was natural segregation, not forced. We had cultural segregation, we had intelligent whatever you want to call it. When women were in the kitchen, it didn't really matter. You as a man knew that, okay, I can look both ways and nobody's coming, nobody's going to stop me. And the cops were pretty much knew the deal as well. All right, no harm, no foul. But the more these communist, effeminate, pussified men and women were introduced into our high trust society, into the ins and outs of daily life out there driving on the roads, now you have to enforce these things in order to try to maintain your high trust society.
Right, that's fair. And Friesen, I'm not necessarily saying that it would from a stop sign. I'm just using, you never know, the stop sign doesn't work. So now they're, doing something even more intrusive on you. Like
stoplight cameras?
Yeah, exactly. Or stop sign cameras, where every intersection you come to, you're under surveillance and shit.
And honestly, I believe that's one of the reasons they're mad at Bukele. But if y'all get a chance, man, like, visit El Salvador. It's insane. It's kind of different from y'all perspective, because I was there as a soldier when it was like the hellhole of earth, and then I went back for vacation, and I'm like, holy shit, you could like eat off the floor in this country.
Yeah,
what the fuck did he do?
We don't have any previous experience of it to compare. I mean, just word of mouth, really. But
yeah,
I knew a guy, a pastor, that was from El Salvador, and I kind of wonder what he thinks of it now, because this was like 10 years ago or more that I knew him, and I
have no desire to go to El Salvador.
He would tell me some things about what went on there. Really nasty stuff.
Well, okay, so Snowman, Cyborg, Ortho, y'all are good, y'all are good upstanding American men. And we all know of times past when America was just a great place to be.
It's always
Would
been a
you
great
be
place
okay
to be
with
my life?
No. I'm saying though, like what we knew when we didn't have to look at the shit we're looking at now on TV and the internet and these idiots talking on panels. Would you say, man, if you wear a red Cripper Blood bandana, you got some kind of gang, O Block or whatever current gang tattoo on your face, we're going to lock you up and send you to Alcatraz or one of these supermaxes around the country. If you so much as sneeze, gang related, you get locked up wholesale. And we locked up, say, 300,000 of them, 400, a million of them. Would you all be okay with that?
Absolutely. They need to go.
I mean, we definitely need more practice of an enforcement of authority according to the power that they have already. But I'm very hesitant in giving more and more and more authority to people who aren't doing their fucking jobs in the first place.
That too, though.
And
well, see,
I believe wholeheartedly that the reason they're not doing their fucking jobs and getting people to give them more and more authority are one and the same reason. That's why they're not doing their jobs. Because they want more authority to do whatever the hell they want.
I could see that.
That's why they're not
enforcing. Well, Free Zone put in the chat, when was the U.S. a high trust society? Growing up in the 80s when we went out to the country. We, went out to the country to see families.
Dude, where I grew up as a kid, there wasn't a single person that locked their door at night or when they left to go to work during the day. Everybody's doors were unlocked. Everybody's.
Yeah.
And you don't see that nowadays.
Honestly, 80s and 90s, when you got away from these liberal meccas that have always, because I always used to wonder when we go see family when we would go from New Jersey back to Virginia to see family or down to Mississippi, all these rural areas, everything was just so nice, sweet, chill. Everybody was friendly, nobody was like looking at you strange for shoplifting or anything like that. You could pay for gas at the pump. You could pre-pump and then go in and pay.
I remember that, dude, when you would pump your gas and then go pay for it.
Yeah.
And it's crazy that our kids are never going to understand just that practice right there where you actually get your product before you pay for it.
Yeah, it's wild because I know Free Zone is like a younger millennial, and it cracks me up to say, damn, he'll never experience that kind of United States that, we grew up in.
Back in the day when your mom could write you a note to go pick her up a pack of cigarettes and bring home.
Fuck yeah.
That type of trust because they trusted that your parent actually wrote that note.
Bro. Man, it's facts. Your parents sent it with them cigarettes. My mom smoked some Bel Airs. My mom sending me to the store to get some Bel Airs. Nasty smell of cigarettes.
My mom always smoked them turnies. But you are right. I mean, the average civil society, the structure of it has changed so much since just when we were kids. It's crazy. It's night and day different.
Yeah,
and the kids are night and day different. I mean, I understand to a certain degree why the cops are always on alert because these kids are violent as fuck.
Yeah. We're talking preschoolers now. Well, shit, 5-year-olds fucking stealing out of young moms' purses on playgrounds. When you just look at that, when you just say it, before I dip out of here, y'all, when you just look at it face value, there was a 5-year-old stealing out of a young mom's diaper bag on the playground. You just take race out of it. Any sane, moralistic person is going to be like, where the fuck are the parents of that 5-year-old?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. I had a clip that I if I can remember where I put it, where they were talking to a 5-year-old, a literal 5-year-old, and this dude was talking like he'd been on the block for 20 years.
Oh, I dropped that into the one I dropped in the Telegram, the little kid in like New York. Yo, this is my block, son. You know what I'm saying? This is my block.
Yeah, that one.
Bro.
That's just crazy, dude.
Yeah, and like, what if this the little Somalian little nigga that was on the playground? Now, okay, let's change that scenario. Imagine if he was stealing out of a young black mom's purse. What the response would have been?
Oh, she would have called him worse than a little ninja.
It's called, man. She might have like
She would have beat the
killed him.
brakes out of that kid. But dude, let's be honest. I mean, like I said, even with the Shiloh thing, the ironic twist of what everybody was saying about if this was the other way around, you know, the blacks that are advocating for Caramello would still be advocating for him if he was also the victim. It's a fact, because look, the kid was literally in somebody else's property trying to steal something. He should have kept his hands to himself, right? He should have kept his hands out of someone else's property, right? The mom had every right to defend herself and her child, right? And all she did was use words.
She was being vandalized.
But for some reason now, all of a sudden, because it's a white woman and she used the N-word, which we don't even know for sure. All we know is that the Somalian fucking child molester that was following her around with the camera was the one that asked her to say it, and she gave him what he asked for.
And I even like talking to some niggas the other day, played the benefit of the doubt. Okay, let's not call him the P word or the grape word. Let's just call it what it is. He's a freaking grown-ass man that lured us, convinced a 16-year-old girl to have sex with him and his friend. Him and his friend freaking tag team. Him and his friend, one like 20 in his late 20s, one in his mid-30s, tag team a 16-year-old runaway. This is the same community that's been going ham on age gap relationships for the last couple of years. And this is their hypocrisy.
Yeah, I agree. That guy should have never been in a position to where he was in that park, because he should have been hanged for raping.
Well, if it weren't for double standards, some people wouldn't have any at all.
Here's the bottom line. I'm sorry, but here's the bottom line here. The time of the American Republic, as we've known it, is already over. Because guess what? We're not in the American Republic that the founding fathers created. We're in 16th century Venice. It's a chaotic hellhole of political intrigue and violence and chaos. You know what the next chapter of American history is going to be? It's going to be the foundation of an American empire, where we're going to have an emperor. And I'm telling you this because Donald Trump, despite all of his flaws, actually understands that this is true. That's why we're going to annex Canada and Greenland and Mexico. We're going to annex those territories and make them part of the empire. That's how it's going to be.
Honestly, if the world went through this huge balkanization, that is the best outcome for the USA, Canada, and Mexico. When NAFTA was tossed and the MCA was introduced, all three countries freaking thrived financially. From 2016 to 2020, the USA, Canada, and Mexico, all three, went leaps and bounds ahead when they got rid of a lot of these freaking financial tariff between the three countries and said, hey, free trade, fuck everybody else. All three countries improved financially. But what but racism. How do we stop these three countries from getting along? Racism. A jab. You're all going to die from some mysterious disease.
Don't pity me.
I have to say that the last 100 days of Donald Trump's third term as president have been the best 100 days of any presidency of my lifetime. And the more harsh he goes on America's enemies, the more popular he gets. So I think that we understand what the winning formula is here. Yeah, there should be like just like the way they did in El Salvador, where they built the giant prison and just threw all the fucking nasty people in there. We're gonna end up doing that with Alcatraz, I'm sure now. I mean, I kind of didn't believe
Let's
it
fucking
at first.
go.
Yeah, but honestly, what it's going to take to do, they can't just renovate Alcatraz. They have to level the whole thing to the, like, erase the entire historical site and build a brand new facility
Why?
from scratch because it's rotted. It's like
No, Alcatraz is a Tartarian structure, bro. That structure is built better than any building, modern building built in the last 100 years. Because, you know, it was built prior to the last reset. And it's just like, who cares what the conditions are? Build some offices there for the staff that are, but if it's like moldy, cool, let it be. If water's leaking in where the prisoners are at, cool.
Stop it. Get some help.
I don't know, man. Like, I
Yeah,
feel
that's
like
kind of crazy, Trey.
I feel like the most superior empire on earth should have like the most like badass prisons that have ever been made. Like, our standards should be so high that people would think that we were on Mount Olympus. And so having like cruddy looking third world-esque prisons where people are just rotting like of like sores and shit, I don't really see that. I see something more like we just put them there to get them away from us, but not to like cause them any like severe heinous harm. Like, I don't care what their lifestyle really like, so I'm not like crying about it, but I would prefer it if you know, it was the highest possible standard, like higher than the highest possible standard. Like, I'm ambitious. Like, all of the North American continent should be the USA, and the entire moon and Mars and all of the outer planets' moons all should be the USA too.
Man, we need our own Palpatine.
We should have gold-plated toilets.
Hey Trey, if they rounded niggas up, would you be okay if you were included in that bunch?
So be it, man. If I'm doing something, and I'll use the El Salvador reference.
Nah, nigga. You talking authoritarian, bro. Come on, man.
No. Well, you're talking more of that's not authoritarian. What you're talking more is of something of a more of an African, the continent of Africa type, you know, authoritarian. Whereas I'm talking more of El Salvadoran type. We know who the gangbangers are, and I'm not just including like the niggas. I'm talking the Mexicans and the white boys too, but just per capita wise, we know it's just gonna be a whole lot of niggas. And so be it. But here's what happened in El Salvador, bro. That's why I said it won't happen to me. If we have a more fascist type authoritarianism that we're talking about, fascism is great. That's what Bukele is. El Salvador, they locked up about 77,000 people. 70,000 of those dudes were gangbangers. The other 7,000 just happened to be some judges, you know, some corrupt college professors, the Mark Lamont Hill types.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with that.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to take umbrage with fascism because that's really just like a mutated form of socialism. Where
socialism is not bad in of itself. It's when you are a Marxist.
National socialism is fine.
If you are a Marxist who wants to make the abolition of private property and the enslavement of tradesmen a thing, then yeah, you're a retard and evil.
What kind of Twilight Zone did I just walk into?
What's that?
The one where every nigga gets rounded up except for Trey and an authoritarian government, and we have somewhat of a okay with socialism.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, so here's.
I never thought I'd hear Trey.
Just a little pinch, like salt, like a pinch of salt, like yeah.
I'm not arguing for socialism in the Marxist version. I'm arguing for socialism in the fascist version, which is National Socialism, which is more of just. Here's the thing: Uncle H, Uncle H was basically trolling with the term National Socialism. He was making it a jab in the face of Marxists in the Weimar Republic. All he meant to say was that what we're going to do for Germany is make Germany for Germans. If you want to participate in this, you have to be all about being German for Germany. Regardless of your ethnicity, skin color, whatever, you better be German for Germany. If you ain't, you got to go. If you're one of those people.
But wait a minute, that's not what the fascist system was. The fascist system was corporations that were like hand selected by the government to work in tangent with the government. That's a system we have now. That's the crony capitalism. That's
no, we don't.
That's Lincoln. That's
okay,
Lincoln,
bro.
Shit is what we already have that, man.
Bro, we don't have what German. We're talking patriotic socialism. Which I said was a troll.
Look, if
you're anti National Socialist Germany, aren't you, Tori? I'm 100% for it. Like,
all I'm saying is that like the disadvantages to what they did were so great that if they didn't go to war with everybody around them, so they had a wartime economy, they would have just gone broke and ended up just like Venezuela. I mean, that's
incorrect. Incorrect, Turn. You're going on what the school books and the Rockefeller education system has said.
I'm not going off of what anybody said in school books about the Germans.
No, that's what the school books say. But that's exactly what the school books say, Turin. You're okay. You tell me.
Advocating for the system that we have now, they explained like the system that the founding fathers had, and then lied about.
Okay, show me a translated speech. Show me a translated speech of the founding fathers, Turin.
Well, let me go look that up. I mean, like
a translated speech where you have the video and audio of the founding fathers.
Well, I don't have that, but we got the Federalist Papers.
No. Actual, see it, feel it, touch it. We have video. We have a couple people still alive. We have the translated speeches from German. What you're saying did not happen. That is all part of the hijack, bro. That is not real. None of what you're saying about post-Weimar Republic Germany actually took place. That is a hijack to convince, all these Ben Shapiro types conservatives out here to be like, oh, that Germany bad. No, that was just a hijack.
Look, all I'm trying to say here is that there were severe disadvantages to what they did. They didn't really become apparent because they went to war. That would have become apparent had they not gone to war. And they're the same disadvantages that we're facing today. Like, look at how our fiat currency system is like melting down. Like the
currency system in Uncle H's Germany was going the opposite way of fiat currency in the United States today. It was the complete opposite. We are in
off of the what was it, like the value of the labor that people did. So it was essentially tied
within
to like industrial production and like agricultural production and stuff.
Inside of Germany, not outside. Basically, because here's the thing: fiat currency, we all know it's just made up.
Yeah,
fiat currency is they could just print it on demand. That wasn't the system of post-Weimar Republic, Germany. What you're describing is kind of almost where we're at now. Biden under Brandon, that was Weimar Republic, United States, and now we're at the point where basically, 45, 47 just got out of prison, and we're like implementing this Mein Kampf plan.
Well, okay, here's some of the similarities between our country today and the fascist Germany. You had
there is none. We're more than Weimar Republic.
No, like think about this. You had the German government, right? And then closely tied to that government was like Rheinmetall and Messerschmitt and a bunch of other like giant companies that were like affiliated with the government. Like the government hand selected these like specific companies.
No. I have to correct you. They were not affiliated with the government. They were a part of the government.
Exactly. Well, and think about the way we have Lockheed Martin. Look, we have Lockheed Martin, EG&G, Boeing.
You can't make that comparison because those companies, the American defense contractors, are not a part of the government. They are highly paid by the government, but they are not directly.
No, they're far superior to our constitutionally set up government. Look, they have got flying saucers and all sorts of other weird shit underground. Technology that could fucking get you out into Star Trek level shit. Money, they control like amounts of money that is just fucking staggering and shit. Like, if you want to look for whoever they are, it's the people that are like involved with those companies and shit.
Oh, okay, Torn Flag. Well, we still have Porsche, Audi, Mercedes, BMW. Like I could Adidas, Puma, Trader Joe's. Like what's the other one? Audi. I could go on, bro, of German companies that have influenced the Autobahn, the national highway system, comes from Uncle H. All these things are influences of post-Weimar Republic Germany. And what you were told and taught as a child, young adult in the United States and all over the world is, oh, him bad. But when you start translating, thank God AI is around. When you start translating, how is him bad? Why did we implement everything that he implemented in post-Weimar Republic Germany? We implemented here, and it was working for us until they set the Marxism on us. Why are we using all of his systems then?
Look, if we were using all of the systems that the National Socialists in Germany set up, then the track record for success leads us to this point where the whole thing's fallen apart. So that argument doesn't quite pan out. Like look,
bro, if we were using all the systems, we'd be thriving right now.
Well, not only that, my brother in Christ, I think, see, you can be in the right and lose, especially when like 2/3 of the planet is bombing you. Like, here's the thing. I think the success, and this is the biggest argument that has turned black, white, liberal, conservative. This is the argument I use that really makes them think and has turned them to my way of thinking. Because I am a national socialist. Never hit that back. And I say, a country the size of Texas, with presumably the same size population, held out against the world and on a two-front war for, what was it, 5 years? 6 years? And I think that speaks to the strength of their institutions, the strength of their ideology, and the fact that going on 100 years, communists, libertarians, capitalists, every form of government in existence today and every form of economy in existence today is so deathly afraid of this ideology making a comeback. I think that those two things speak to what it is, and I don't think that that's a negative.
And the thing they use is the same way they're using George Floyd against us now is how they used Anne Frank back then. Well, Anne Frank was George Floyd then.
No, look, what I'll say about the burnt offering is that what was going on there was that they needed a bunch of people to work for free building the Siegfried line and manufacturing goods because all the men that they trusted were in the Army or the Air Force and stuff. So, they built housing facilities.
They were at war.
They built housing facilities next to railroad tracks. And then towards the end of the war, because they built it by the railroad so they could transport the workers.
Okay. Who declared war, Torin? Who declared war on who?
Well, Germany declared war on the United States.
No, incorrect, bro. Who declared war on who to begin all of that crap that took place?
You're talking about world Jewry.
Technically,
Yes, they declared war on Germany, bro, because they locked up Mr. Rothschild and kicked the rest of them out.
Yes, I understand that.
They
But
kicked their
technically,
banks
like,
out of the country.
but as far as that like impacts the United States never declared war on Germany. Germany did declare war on
come
the
on
United
now.
States.
They did. They just didn't do so openly
Yeah,
because
they didn't.
like
We did, but
the
we did,
second
however,
largest population was German Americans.
but
Here's the
but
thing
we did,
about
Okay,
declare
Why?
war on
Why? Hold on,
Japan.
let's make. I'll make it a race issue. What point did it serve for millions of Christian white men to kill each other for?
I
What
don't think
point
that
did
that
it
was good.
serve?
Well, I think that was a very terrible mistake.
so
Honestly,
I
I
think we're
think
all
getting
on the same
involved in the
side. We're
First
just
World
arguing
War.
semantics. I mean semantics.
Look, I think getting involved in the First World War was a huge fucking mistake. And that happened for the same reasons that you're alluding to now, in terms of American involvement. Like, I know what's going on with that shit. And I was trying to spell out that I understand the burnt offering story, right? Like, when all your food gets bombed and you don't have any food, people end up not getting fed. And when they don't get fed, they get starved and they get typhus, like disease and stuff. And that's what happened with that
But I look
situation.
at this, man. I got one more thing, Bucket, before I disappear, Bucket. If I just put this,
This is
look, man.
orthodox.
When you
Do all
got
white men sound the same to you? I'm just playing.
Arthur, my bad. When you got all these transgenders, like prostitutes roaming your cities, when your kids are being molested, when all these books with all this LGBT stuff is in your schools, when your women are being, raped, when you're forced being starved by every major country around you, when all these liberal and communist ideologies are forced upon you, as strong Christian, I'll say it, Aryan men, what are you to do? Just sit back and keep taking it? Is that what you would have wanted, National Socialist Germany to do?
No, absolutely not. I don't like how that situation is panning out right now in the U.S. And if I was German in the 1930s, I wouldn't have liked how that situation was panning out either.
I mean, they'll tell you they burned books, but they won't tell you what books they burned.
Yeah, they were porn.
Yeah, they were porn and the same transgender studies and gay
Yeah, I
studies.
know. The first transgender surgery happened in Weimar, Germany.
Yeah,
What do we need any other country for?
No, well,
what do we really need any other country for if we related to us?
Us three are on us three. No matter what we say, we're in agreement. I get that, but I think that the issue comes with the educating the masses on that they were lied to about World War I and World War II.
Yeah,
because
I agree. There's a full and complete story that doesn't make anybody look good. The whole notion that we were the good guys and they were the mustache twirling bad guys, it's completely ridiculous when you examine the facts. Because the facts are that was the worst catastrophe in the entire history of the human race, other than what may have happened prior to Göbekli Tepe situation.
Yeah, like extermination. What should have been extermination events?
Like things that happened that we don't really know what happened, but we have a lot of clues.
We know they happened. We just don't know what they were.
Yeah. As for what I think, I would prefer to not use like the same sort of advertisement and the same sort of style that Germany did back in the day. I'm more into like Galactic Empire type stuff.
I sort of agree with you, but
where we
as
have
a
like
German American,
gold encrusted doilies on everything. We have like teleportation devices and flying saucers, stuff like that. I mean, that's what I have in mind.
I see. As a German American, right, and I'm gonna obfuscate a little bit. Whenever I hear people going, "But the Native Americans, they lost their culture," and it's all these liberals are talking about Native Americans. I don't give a fuck. As a German American, I don't care. We were white, and we were not allowed to maintain our culture within this nation. It was forcefully repressed. So like, I don't care. And as a German American, I like the aesthetic of the Third Reich, but I also kind of agree with you. We need a new American aesthetic. For the coming of the new empire.
Yeah, well, I'm not like advocating for it like I know what's going to happen, or like I have like some specific idea about how I want it to work out. But the writing's on the wall. Like what happened to Rome when their republic stage was over is they became an empire. And they lasted.
We're leaving the republic stage now. I wrote that last night somewhere. I can't
Yes, and like the territorial expansion, that's going to happen. Greenland, all of Canada, Mexico. I'm not sure if that'll extend to South America or not. I don't think so, because there's sort of a geographical choke point. But like I'm pretty sure that all of the North American continent is going to be the United States empire. And we're not going to have to worry about China or Russia or any other foreign power on Earth for a couple of 100 years, because we're going to be so powerful and so widespread. Like, I don't just mean on Earth. Like I said, all across the solar system, at least. Like the first like major star power on Earth.
I do agree. I do tend to agree. I think the next world war will be a literal world war.
Well, I hope that we don't have any more world wars at all. I'm hoping that.
Unfortunately, it's going to happen. The more we expand our control, it's going to happen.
Well, what I'm counting on is that the level of stability that we're going to reach is going to make that type of thing obsolete. And also, we can't take that kind of attitude with us out there. Because what if we just start doing the same shit that we've done here on Earth to other people that aren't doing that?
Well, that's the thing, my brother in Christ. Without conflict, without competition, and this is why I hate the whole Star Trek notion of replicators and all this, because like all this gay luxury space communism and socialism only works with mystical, magical technology and make believe, and so does this pacifism. Unfortunately, without conflict, and there will always be conflict in our society, regardless of our technological mysticism, but it doesn't work. When we do find planets with water that can sustain life, because space colonization will be the biggest test for libertarianism. You will have to have a fascistic National Socialist society that pushes you to the stars, and then those individualists who want to go be rugged explorers, they will go do that when they have the ability to do that. And you will see where just landing on a planet, that's your claim, however square many miles you can defend from wildlife and or other people.
Look, the kind of technology that allows you to even get to another star is the kind of technology that lets you make the Earth just disappear.
No, I don't agree with
like
that.
the amount of like what
we're already
what you're talking about is dematerialization.
We're already experimenting with teleportation and faster than light travel, and and these technologies, they will revolutionize how we operate, but they will not make us any closer to getting rid of the universal truth that is scarcity. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. Even when we're able to dematerialize things and change them on a chemical level, there'll still be scarcity.
Well, I always kind of thought of scarcity as like an artificial thing.
No,
Because in nature, you have all these things that are like self-replicating systems. For example, one tomato seed grows a tomato plant that grows many tomatoes, each tomato having many tomato seeds. Mm-hmm. Each tomato...
And the scarcity within that system is living space, fertile soil. that they're also having to compete not with just other tomatoes, but other living organisms. Sunlight, even. That's why plants grow. That's why plants grow upward, because they're competing for sunlight.
Well,
Just because we don't understand the scarcity doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And I'm not trying to talk down to you. I know that sound. I realized how condescending that sounds, and I apologize for that.
Well, I would like to point out that although I really like the Star Trek movies from the 80s, I am not a very big fan of Star Trek. I actually like Babylon 5 a lot more.
I haven't got into it, but I do like Babylon
Dude,
5.
Babylon 5, okay, Babylon 5 ranks as the best television show ever made.
What about Firefly?
You guys got 4 minutes to
No,
talk
not
about your
even close.
sci-fi bullshit.
That's all I'll say about that then.
Well, you don't like Firefly?
No, I'm saying, have you not been reading? I've been counting down. Started at 20
Yeah, no,
minutes.
I've been reading. Hey, you shut it down when you want to shut it down. It's your show.
Yeah, I
But no-
apologize for talking about annoying subjects.
No, dude. I just, it isn't that it's annoying. I just know that those discussions end up getting turning into long form discussions, and because I'm wanting to end the stream here in 3 minutes now, I don't want you to get into a long form discussion.
Yeah, he's a nerd too. Don't let him fool you.
Yeah, but I do believe that, like, yeah, the next phase of America isn't looking backwards to what the founding fathers built. It's trying to adapt what they did into a new type of
Imperial
structure.
setting.
I'll be honest with you. If I see it as if we don't get our shit together, I don't see America. I don't see any of what you're projecting. I see America being splintered into 4 new countries.
America won't balkanize for the simple fact that its economy and structure is too resulted on each region that it operates in. That's if you look at how our economies ran, it's really.
No, what I'm saying is, if we don't get our shit together, there ain't going to be an America anymore.
And we will. I have faith in this.
It's not even that.
I lost my faith in humanity.
No, I'm not talking about humanity. I'm talking about.
Well, it takes humanity in order for Americans to get their fucking heads out of their collective asses and decide what's more important.
Look,
we will end up with a citizen-based empire. We won't really have a king, but we will have a despot or a singular leader.
Yeah, we'll elect. Look, there's no way it'll be a bloodline. The American people rejected that idea a long time ago.
We will also keep the majority of the Constitution, like the Second Amendment and the ability to question the government.
The original
actually, Torrin, we didn't reject that. We offered that up to General George Washington, and he refused it.
Yeah. I kind of feel like that's part of the Washington myth, though.
I'm not really sure about that, but all I can say for sure is that we will have an emperor, but he's not going to be like some family that everybody has to lick their, like the Habsburgs' boots.
No, we'll have exactly what we still have, a collective of families that continue to run the country.
It'll be an oligarchy, but it'll be an oligarchy.
Because if you look at Congress now, the vast majority of the members of Congress are all prominent members of families that have always been members of Congress.
That is so.
Well, you have elites within your country.
Like that's not something you can get away from. But what you can do is you can enforce a culture in your elites that values the stability and longevity of your nation. And they don't right now, which is why they're going to be purged.
Yeah, the current elites now are definitely going to be purged when this happens.
Yeah,
and it happens throughout human history. And that's why I think that we will be an imperial system with an oligarchy, but it maintains the traditions of the Second Amendment. And I honestly think that this imperial system will respect the Second Amendment more so than our current federalistic system, because what makes empire strong is the ability to call upon levies. And how do you call upon levies? By the same way the founding fathers intended the militia to work.
All right. Well, with that, let's go ahead and we'll start with you giving your final thoughts, Ortho, and we'll work our way around.
Peace, love, and chicken grease. No, I'm just playing. I appreciate you having me, Snowman. I value the conversation with everyone. I appreciate y'all. I do look forward to the rebirth of the American Empire because I'm an authoritarian.
I look forward to the rebirth of the American white man.
I mean, that just comes with it. We are the majority. We will maintain being the majority unless there is a genocide happening. And then if that happens, then my belief that war crimes don't exist. go completely overdrive, and it's not a war crime if you win, and we will probably win, to be honest. But love you all. Thank you for having me. Let's hope and pray that the worst of it does not come to pass, and we more or less transition into the American empire peacefully, and hopefully everybody can grow large and prosper. Thank you. Have a good one.
Right on, brother. Thanks for coming through. Go ahead, Torrin.
Oh, well, thanks for having me on the show. It's nice talking to you guys about, these interesting subjects, and hopefully I'll get a chance to do this again.
Oh, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. We appreciate you, sir. Go ahead, Cyber. You got it.
Okay.
Hey, and by the way, thanks for hopping up for me, man, and cover. That way I can go run and do other shit, too.
Yeah, no problem. My closing thought is just going to be a quick shilling of my new channel.
This guy.
Go and check out Cybertoxin Art and Music on YouTube. It's just going to be art and music, as you can tell by the name. And we got to make music great again. Enough of this.
We got to make art great again, too.
Make art great again. Make it meaningful.
I agree.
That's it.
So go check out Cyber's new channel. I'm sure he put the link in the chat.
Yeah, I'll drop it again.
But
appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming through too, man. Well, we had another good one today, folks. We're going to go ahead and call it because I am a little wore out right now. It's been a little bit, been a while since I need a break. I might come back later tonight, do another stream because I want to try this vertical streaming shit. See if we can't get more people engaging in the chat with us that way. But with that being said, that goddamn stop sign, man, that discussion, that seems to be one that will forever stay relevant and will forever evolve, and I guess we will continue to build off that conversation as long as we're on here having this discussion. I'm sure it'll pop up again from time to time. Like I said, it's interesting to see how both me, SKC, and Free Zone, because he was there the first time we had that discussion, how all of our ideas and beliefs will either evolved or changed one way or the other towards certain elements of that. Is it showing signs that we're actually evolving and growing as people, or is it showing that we're becoming, more sinister? I don't know. I guess only time will tell. With that, I guess I will check y'all later, maybe later tonight, probably tomorrow for sure sometime. But I'm gonna get out of here. It was nice rocking with you all. Y'all have a safe day. Know what I always say. If you do what you've always done, you'll be what you've always been. If don't talk about it, be about it. I'm out.
I'm an agent of chaos. Oh, and you know the thing about chaos? It's fear.
What? Yo, see, there's a motto here. Your job is just to piss them off, get them talking, arguing, and getting all their friends involved. Y'all can take it how you want it, getting gay and mad. It's all about ideas, and the good always outweigh the bad. Raise the flag, homie, take some fucking pride in that. We hate this fucking government, and ain't nobody hide that fact. It's a symbol of the freedom that they taking from you. Patriots accustomed to the darkness they've been fading unto. From Lima to Cleveland, back to Toledo. These jokers, Heath Ledgers, you faggots, it's Jared Leto. Me amigos, all Devos. Shoulders got Doritos, hot Cheetos, Fritos, and those big ass bags of Tostitos. It's a party, y'all. Don't mind a little argument. We're all adults, it ain't no reputation tarnishing. Hypnotizing bitches like the slow jam bag. It's safety for no man, it's snowman's land. We ain't dealing with your bullshit. Operator, hop out in a full kit. Got them things that go bang, ain't never out of range. Y'all should probably let me do my thing. Hot dang, yeah. We ain't really dealing with your bullshit. Operator, hop out in a full kit. Got them things that go bang, ain't never out of range. Y'all should probably let me do my thing. Hot